All right. I'm going to bring the July 19th, 2016 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors to order. Mr. Allen, will you call the roll?
Ms. Wolf, Ms. Farr, Mr. Lavanino, Mr. Carbajal, Mr. Adam.
Here. All right. Will you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You sound chipper. You sound chipper today. Well, I'm glad you got to say that again. Okay. I have a little thing that I'd like to do right now, off script here. Normally, I'm not one for moments of silence or speeches expressing condolences or support for those whom I've never met. I'm usually worried that I'd sound like some politician who's trying to score political points. I never want to sound like that. I have a bit of a strained relationship with our DSA during my first term in office, and I don't want to have the following sound craven or pandering, but I do think this needs to be said. And I hope I speak for all of us up here, want to make it clear to all of the law enforcement in our county, whether city police departments, California Highway Patrol, our own sheriff's patrol, or custody deputies, probation officers, and management, that we support and appreciate you all and thank each and every one of you. We know you're scared and tired and emotionally worn through. We know your families worry until you make it home after every shift, and they're worn out too. We're grateful to you that you're willing to show up each day and stand between us and evil. We grieve for our country and your profession when things happen like the recent unprovoked ambush-style attacks on officers in Dallas and Baton Rouge. I'm sure I represent a large group of people in this country, in this county, and probably the country too, that are rattled by these events. We thank God that nothing like this has happened in our communities, and hopefully we can all pray that it never does. If anybody else wants to say anything. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Next item of business is the approval of minutes, July 12th meeting. Okay. All in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously. CEO Mayasato, do you have a report for us today?
I do have a report this morning. Good morning, Chair Adam and board members. Today I want to just take a few minutes to highlight the Green Business Program of Santa Barbara County. As you know, this program helps businesses in the cities of Carpinteria, Santa Barbara, Goleta, Buellton, Solvang, Santa Maria, and Guadalupe, as well as the unincorporated areas of Santa Barbara County. The county's Naomi Schwartz Building's Green Business Recertification was recently completed, and that's why we're here this morning. The building is occupied by two divisions of the Public Works Department, Resource Recovery and Waste Management on the first floor and Water Resources on the second. It was originally certified in 2013 and then again, and the Naomi Schwartz Building was Green Business Recertified on March 23rd, 2016, and the certification is valid for 3 years. This process entails meeting requirements in the areas of recycling, purchasing, energy and water conservation and efficiency, pollution prevention, and ride sharing. And the county has one other certified green business building. It's the Santa Maria Public Works Building on Foster Road. And it became a green business in 2014 and will be due for certification this time next year. So I'd like to welcome Francis Gillian, the Green Business Program Director, here this morning to present to your board the Green Business Recertification Certificate for the Naomi Schwartz Building. Francis.
Thank you. Chairman Adam, Supervisors, thank you for having me here today. It's really an honor to work with your Public Works Department. Both Water Resources and Resource Recovery Waste Management Division have been instrumental in all aspects of the Green Business Program. They've helped form the original partnership over 8 years ago. They provide substantial annual contributions, conduct water and waste audits for businesses in the unincorporated areas of the county, and actively serve as members of our steering committee. The Resource Recovery and Waste Management Division administers the funds for the Green Business Program. They provide ongoing administrative and technical support to the program director, that's me, and they help me organize the annual luncheon, which many of you have attended over the years. The Water Resources Division provides much appreciated help during the annual luncheon celebration as well. These two divisions within the County Public Works Department have led the way with our partnership as the first members to become certified green businesses themselves, and I'd really like to take the time right now to encourage other county departments to become certified as well. And personally, I'd really like to thank some individuals within the departments, both staff and management. And in particular, I'd like to thank and acknowledge both Alan Nakashima and Jody Rundle with Resource Recovery and Waste Management, and also Kalani Durham and Tyrone LaFay with Water Resources. So thank you for all of your hard work, and congratulations for certifying and now recertifying the Naomi Schwartz building. And I'd like to present you with this certificate. Who do I get to hand this off to?
You're going.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have the honor of receiving it on behalf of the county. As many of you know, I used to work for Supervisor Naomi Schwartz, who this building is named after. And she was always somebody who was very attentive to sustainable policy that was promulgated here in Santa Barbara County. And so it is an honor to represent this on behalf of the county, on behalf of Supervisor Naomi Schwartz, the former Supervisor Naomi Schwartz, and all our staff who have done extraordinary work to receive this accomplishment. So thank you. Thank you. We're gonna do
Okay, does that conclude the CEO's report?
That concludes the CEO's report. Thank you.
All right. Now on to the approval of the administrative items. Does anybody have anything? Supervisor Lavanino?
No items.
Supervisor Farr? Supervisor Wolf? Supervisor Carbajal? My goodness. Well, I'm just going to pull A19 for a roll call vote, so. Sorry, I didn't do it last week, so now I
Chair
got to
Chair
do it.
Adam, Mike Allen also has something, and so does Mr. Gazzoni.
First I'd like to read an addendum into the record that we posted last week. This just clarified the actions on item A35, specifically that items A through I are being acted on by the Board of Directors of the Board of Supervisors, and the remainder of that item as the Board of Directors of the Laguna County Sanitation District. And I believe that on item A28, this is from the Probation Department. I think that Probation would like to make some comments on that item. This has to do with the alcohol and other drug services for the Lompoc Alternative Report and Resource Center.
All right.
Chair Adam, for item A28, I'll be, having coordinated with probation, we'll be making one recommended change that would allow this to move forward today. And this is, the action is to authorize and approve the chair to execute the agreement for services with Coast Valley Substance Abuse Treatment Center to provide individual and family counseling services. And the only recommended change is at page 4 of the statement of work, which is Exhibit A to the agreement for services, to add a standard paragraph P that no public funds shall be used by the contractor for sectarian worship, instruction, or proselytization. No public funds shall be used by the contractor to provide direct, immediate, or substantial support to any religious activity. And the contractor has already agreed to this. They will need to re-sign the agreement, but we can move this forward today.
Do we need a motion and a second on that? Or do we just
Chair Adam, it's part of the A agenda, so you would just vote on it as you normally
Okay.
would with the A agenda, with that change.
All right. So that's 28?
That's correct.
Okay. So, and what was the other one you were talking about, probation, Mike?
No, that takes care of that item.
Okay, all
So
right,
we're just
all
going
right.
to go on to A19.
Oh, okay, that's the, okay, okay. All right, so we just need a roll call vote on A19, and then we'll deal with the rest of the agenda.
I'll move item A19.
So we have a motion, a second, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Wolf?
Aye.
Ms. Farr? Mr. Lavanino? Mr. Carbajal? Mr. Adam?
No.
Passes 3-2.
Okay, so can we get a motion on the balance of the agenda?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve the balance of the administrative agenda with the noted change for item A28.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. All right, perfect. Let's move on to our resolutions. Mr. Allen?
Chair Adam, members of the board, we have two resolutions to present today. First, we're going to start with item A41. This is sponsored by Supervisor Adam. This is a resolution proclaiming the week of July 17 through 23 as pretrial probation and parole supervision week in Santa Barbara County. And our Chief Probation Officer, Lupe Rabago, is here to receive the resolution, and he may have some other staff to bring up with him as well. Good. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. During the week of July 17 through 23, 2016, probation, parole, community supervision officers, criminal justice, and juvenile justice professionals and communities across America will join to celebrate pretrial probation and parole supervision week. And whereas the probation department today consists of over 369 dedicated professionals working collaboratively with other agencies and community partners to deliver evidence-based programs to adult and juvenile offenders while focusing on the enhancement of safety, the reduction of recidivism, the protection of and compensation of victims, and the promotion of crime prevention services, intervention, rehabilitation, and restorative justice principles. And whereas probation officers and juvenile institution officers provide an efficient and cost-effective use of public resources by supervising nearly 3.9 million adult probationers and approximately 500,000 juvenile offenders nationally, within Santa Barbara County, locally supervising about 4,300 adult offenders and 630 juvenile offenders, also managing approximately 800 cases in the intake processing at any given time. And whereas during the department's 107 years of service, probation's role has evolved dramatically, and the department serves as an integral partner in local law enforcement and the criminal justice system. Probation department staff possesses and displays a high degree of professionalism, commitment, and pride in the work they perform for the courts, in the institutions, and in the communities served in each regional location, while striving to guide and direct offenders to become productive and successful citizens. And whereas Santa Barbara County probation officers and juvenile institution officers dedicate their lives to offender rehabilitation and community safety in order to improve the quality of life for all of our citizens. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that the Board of Supervisors, the County of Santa Barbara, and the State of California hereby proclaim the week of July 17 through 23 as pretrial probation and parole supervision week, and recognizes these officers for their significant contributions to making Santa Barbara County a safer place to live. Passed and adopted today.
Chair Adam, Supervisors, we're very thankful for this resolution, especially given the events going on in our nation. I'd like to give an opportunity to some of our staff to speak to their experiences.
Good morning, Chair Adam and members of the board. I'm Senior Deputy Probation Officer Todd Malsich, and I've worked for the department for over 18 years. I'm currently assigned to the Adult Supervision Unit as a Field Training Officer, referred to as FTOs. There's 5 assigned FTOs countywide who focus on ensuring officers practice safe tactics, field tactics, while safeguarding our community. We concentrate our training on new probation officers assigned to a field position, but also provide ongoing training to all field officers. Probation officers' role in the criminal justice system is unlike other law enforcement agencies because we interact predominantly with high-risk offenders, both in the office and in their environment. Therefore, the risk of being involved in incidents where officer safety may be compromised is high. We teach our officers a variety of skills and provide them with training to safely resolve conflict. New field officers are required to participate in the Probation Department's FTO program, which consists of ongoing training from initially observing field work with other veteran officers to working their own caseload until they satisfy the goals and objectives set forth in the program guidelines. Since the Public Safety Realignment Act, our officers have taken on the responsibility of supervising a criminal justice population that has demonstrated a greater propensity for violence and resistance. The evolution of criminal sophistication has required probation officers to increase their practice of safe and sound field tactics in order to maintain a high level of safety for their partners, themselves, and the community. I stand here today proud to work for the Santa Barbara Probation Department and the County of Santa Barbara. With the support of the Board of Supervisors and their ongoing commitment to keeping our community safe, the development of our FTO program has been a critical component to this objective. With the support of our Chief, Mr. Babago, we are focused on setting new standards for officer safety and training to help protect the public and lead the way to a safer community. I would also like to thank the Deputy Chiefs for their involvement and unwavering support of probation officer safety and training. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Adams and board members. I'm Lupita Flores, and I'm a Deputy Probation Officer and have been with the county for over 18 years as well. I currently supervise a caseload of 30 offenders or youth offenders. I'm one of the school-based officers. Of my 30 offenders, 15 are female youth who tend to be a target population just based on the vulnerability of the risk, the risk behavior that they present. We work with them in providing or making referrals to our community agencies, such as Family Service Agency, who provides individual and group counseling through our girls group, in addition to Community Action Commission, which has a mentorship program with Las Comadres. And I am proud to say I take all pride in participating in these girls' activities with the youth. We hold clean and sober events throughout the community, and it's amazing to watch some of these girls get involved and really enjoy working together. Let's see. We are also able to encourage our female offenders in continuing their education, that is higher education, with the assistance of the Rotary Club. They provide scholarships for us to be able to buy school materials, electronics, computers, cameras. So this is a good funding source that we utilize. This year we had our juvenile drug court, job, health, and wellness fair in which Supervisor Wolf attended, and we had 20 businesses who were present and supporting us. So just wanted to share a little bit of what I do with the probation department. I'm very happy to be with the probation department. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Adam and Board of Supervisors, hi. My name's Jim Clark, and I've worked at the Los Prietos Boys Camp with the Probation Department for almost 35 years now. I'd just like to give you a little news from the mountain of what's been going on up there. One of the big things that's new is we have a new grant taking place, a $185,000 grant from the State Education Office. And beginning next school year, we're going to start a new culinary arts program so these young men can achieve a food handler certificate and hopefully get an opportunity to pursue a restaurant type business or career if they choose to. A new auto body paint program in partnership with the Santa Ynez High School. And we're also going to have a media arts class, which will help with our business center crew that comes down and does the agendas and other things down here for the county. Our community service program continues as it has for the last few decades. We continue to serve the community with our boys on a variety of projects. Coming up right now is Fiesta. We always set up the Fiesta Mercados and help take them down. We help the Forest Service. We have the traveling Vietnam Wall coming, which is special that they ask us to assist with putting that up. And the boys spend a day with the veterans. The veterans show them the wall and tell them what it means to them. We help the Therapeutic Riding Academy up in Santa Ynez weekly. And a lot of weekend events, Wags and Whiskers, Hoedown for Hounds, good events that help others in the community. Of course, the Day of Caring, Animal Shelter, just to name a few. So after all these decades out there and embracing the community and the community embracing us, we continue to have the Rotary and Kiwanis groups sponsor us with their college scholarships. That's been going on since 2006. As of today, we spent over $80,000 on scholarships for the youths. Over 100 boys have participated. We're finally having some graduate. We just had one finish at Cal Poly. We've got one at Chico State, and we've got one at San Diego State, and then many at Allen Hancock and Santa Barbara City College. Last thing I'd just like to throw out there to everyone is that after 35 years, I'm targeting a date of February of 2017 to step down. And just in reflection of my 35 years, I want to share that after half the existence of the camp and over 5,000 boys, I've seen a great impact that camp's made on these young people. They're turning 50 now from when I started, and on any given day, anywhere in the community, I'm going to see someone that was in camp. And regardless of what happened to them in their adult life, they still like to come up and check in and say, hey, you know what, Mr. Clark, who's still up there and who's where? And, I remember that time at camp and that you guys had a genuine interest in our well-being and in our success. And, a lot of people, we have these forestry shirts, that all our staff and supporters wear out there. They all tell the same story. I was wearing that shirt and somebody came up to me and said, hey, what's going on with camp? So it makes a good impact. The success of the program has been ongoing for decades, and we appreciate your support. This isn't my lunch.
We're all wondering what's in there.
I learned working for the federal government, don't separate from your lunch. But I have a coffee cup here with our Los Prietos forestry crew for the Forest Service. It says, challenge to succeed. And so I'd like you each to have one of these because I know that you support the camp, that you're behind us in our mission to help the boys help themselves. And we appreciate you showing up to your events, all our probation events, and look forward to seeing you more in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Not much that I can add from these energetic staff that are here, but that's just a small snapshot of the over 350 staff of very professional, dedicated individuals that give their all to make this community a lot better. I also want to acknowledge probation, parole, and pretrial services. That is also something that's being recognized this week, and it goes to the community supervision and the value that that has, not just in our county, but in our state and in our nation. Just the cost-benefit of analysis, the cost-benefit of supervising offenders in a community supervision is a lot better for the taxpayers. 1 out of 100 people are on probation in California, based on the PPIC Institute in 2014. That's a lot of money that is being spent in rehabilitation, but I can tell you that here in Santa Barbara County, we are one of the best. We have some of the best outcomes. We're doing the best. We're so invested in our offenders and in making sure that they're successful, and that is felt and evidenced by how successful our offenders are in completing their terms of probation and becoming law-abiding, contributing members of this society. So in conclusion, given the events going on in the nation, I do want to thank you for that moment of silence and that because it is very hard. We go out there and sometimes we don't hear the positive. It's very reassuring to our staff to know that the supervisors in the community are very supportive of not just probation, pretrial, and parole, but of all law enforcement, city and county officials. Very fitting, and I think that it goes a long way. So we are humbled and appreciate this resolution.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Clark, you might have a target of February next year, but I think if any of us have anything to say about it, you're not going anywhere, so.
Yeah, permission denied.
Pack a bigger lunch.
All right, well, thank you very much. All right, Mr. Allen, 42.
Chair Adam, members of the board, we're going to move on to item A42, also sponsored by Supervisor Adam. This is our resolution for our employees of the month for July 2016. And if I could have Celeste Manolas, John Green, Leanne Anderson, and Tony Bailey come up, along with Mr. Pontus. And I will read the resolution into the record. Whereas Celeste Manolas, John Green, Leanne Anderson, and Tony Bailey are the General Services team actively working on the construction of the North Branch Jail, a facility that's been planned for more than 2 decades, and over the past few years, this team has logged thousands of hours to ensure we're building an efficient and modern facility. And whereas Celeste is responsible for the overall management of the Santa Barbara Capital Projects team, including the Northern Branch Jail, leading her staff through complex project planning issues on the conditionally awarded AB 900 state grant. And whereas John is the project manager responsible for the daily management of the Northern Branch Jail project, leading multidisciplinary consulting teams and county personnel utilizing his project management and public construction experience on this multi-million-dollar capital project. And whereas Leanne facilitates day-to-day tasks in support of the jail project manager, coordinating and facilitating consultants, state contracts, the sheriff's office, and other county partners involved in the Northern Branch Jail project. And whereas Tony assures proper allocation of the Northern Branch Jail project costs to various funding project accounts, ensuring that we properly account for our expenses and receive maximum state reimbursement. Now, therefore, be hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors recognizes Celeste, John, Leanne, and Tony for their exceptional and tireless work on the Northern Branch Jail project, and they are our employees of the month for Santa Barbara County for July 2016. Passed and adopted today.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, General Services has the honor today to recognize staff that have gone above and beyond their normal scope of duties before your board, and we do this about every 15 months. And over the last 15 months, we scratched our heads and figured out how do we appreciate and who has worked the hardest over the last 15 months. And certainly this team and the folks here behind me today really exemplified that. The staff here before you today have gone above and beyond. They have lived the Northern Branch Jail projects that your board has tasked them with, giving up their days, their nights, their weekends, family and friends to make sure that we brought forth a project design and coordinated with all the county departments, the state officials, and our contractor communities. So I'm extremely proud of their dedication, and I have no doubt that they, along with the rest of the Northern Branch Jail team, will continue to conquer obstacles and deliver a safe and modern Northern Branch Jail facility. And certainly this is our General Services portion of the team, and there are a lot of other team members here in the room today, and other ones not in the room today that are part of the larger Northern Branch Jail team with council, with the CEO's office, the sheriff's office as a customer, with the auditor's office, and certainly we're all a team that works together on this project, and today we're here to recognize the General Services members of the team. So with that, I'll turn it over to a couple folks, starting with Celeste.
I want to thank each of you for your support and for this recognition. My team has worked tirelessly, diligently, and represented the county with the utmost professionalism, making us all incredibly proud of them today. We're excited to carry the Northern Branch Jail project forward into the construction phase. This is what we love to do, to transform needs and concepts for change into buildings. And in this case, we've had the honor of orchestrating on behalf of the county the design of a modern, functional, and energy-efficient facility that will benefit the staff and jail population for years to come, serving as the backdrop for the goal of positive change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Chair Adam and Supervisors, I appreciate this. Thank you. I'm honored, and I appreciate working on this project, and it is a wonderful team. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, nobody else wants their turn in the 15 seconds. Okay, thank you very much, guys. It's a heck of a project. Okay, so we are on to public comment. Mr. Allen, do we have any slips in?
We have one request to speak from Dr. Johns, and I saw him walk out the door a second ago.
Okay,
So-
well, let us move then on to our item D1 here. Do we have any necessity of anything other than citing the fact that this is
No, just
continuance?
Yeah, Chair Adam, members of the board, this has been a request for a continuance on this item. This is the Morton appeal, and the, both parties have agreed to a date of December 6th, 2016, and we just need a motion to continue to that date.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any comment on that from anybody else? We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. So is Dr. John back in the house yet? Well, let's move on to county executive, item number D2, and we'll break in here if Dr. Johns comes back.
Chair Adam, members of the board, item 2 is from the County Executive Office. This is to consider recommendations regarding the Security Committee update.
Mr. Tony.
Thank you, Mike. Chair, members of the board, we are in front of you today to provide an update on Security Committee, and with me is Matt Pontes, Director of General Services, and Ray Mortorio, the Risk Division Manager. So in the wake of the San Bernardino shooting, many jurisdictions like ourselves reviewed their own security measures for their organizations and their facilities. We convened a security committee to discuss and review our own issues and areas for improvement. The committee is composed of our office, the County Executive Office, Human Resources, District Attorney's Office, General Services, the Sheriff's Office, as well as suggestions and input from all departments and staff as they were received. Over the last 6 to 7 months, many ideas and items were reviewed. Ultimately, the committee came to a list of short-term and long-term recommendations that were most feasible. In the short term, we will be requiring all employees to wear ID badges. They will be required while inside a county facility unless you're in a uniform. Badges will allow employees to be quickly identified and also can be programmed for security access points. Training for critical incident management or active shooter is already offered by our risk division, and we will be providing that as a requirement. We will be testing out the local alert keyboard panic button from Lynx. It'll be tested out in the CEO's office. This will allow an employee to send an alert to local employees or other safety officials. There are many iterations of this setup, and we will test it out in our office over the coming weeks. The county currently has a safety hotline that can also be used for security concerns. We will take additional steps to better promote this hotline with employees as it already exists, and we'll make sure people are aware of it. For updates, the committee is going to continue to meet on a monthly basis, at least in the near term, and updates will be communicated to CEO Miyasato on a regular basis as necessary. Updates will also be reported out to employees. To augment that communication, we will develop a dedicated security webpage that will be part of our intranet, which is also our internal organization county website. This will provide a resource for employees to find useful security information. The intranet is currently being revamped and should be rolled out over the next few months. For long-term recommendations, this entails evaluating security vulnerabilities and making physical and constructive improvements to facilities. As part of the fiscal year 2016-18 budget, $700,000 was adopted to be used towards initial improvements and further analysis of needs. The improvements will be conducted by General Services, and I'll let Matt expand on that effort.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as Mr. Tony explained, we're certainly thankful for the budget appropriation this last fiscal year to be able to work on some of these vulnerability assessments and improvements to county facilities. We had talked to a lot of department heads across the county, and surely there were safety concerns expressed by their staff. And we're happy to listen to those concerns and help address what we can across the county. So about mid-year or slightly thereafter, surely by the April budget hearings, we're going to be reporting back to your board on all the positive improvements that we've made across the county and sharing with you our successes on that.
Thank you, Matt. And as mentioned in the slides, many of those improvements will be protective front entries, additional audio and visual equipment, ensuring adequate safety lighting around county facilities. And these are obviously sensitive improvements, and that's why we'll update you once we've made those improvements. And with that, the summary of our recommended actions is to receive and file this update and determine that the action is not subject to CEQA review.
Without objection, what I'd really like to do here is take a break and get back to Dr. Johns with public comment, and then we'll just come back and resume right here, if that's okay. Okay, no objections. Dr. Johns, come on up.
I must apologize for not being here at the appropriate time for public comment, and also I apologize to Sheriff Bill Brown because I know this program is very important to him. Oh, there you are. I'm sorry, Bill Brown, I'm sorry. Now, dead man walking. In political parlance, well, anyway, Fareed is, he's way out ahead of you. I hope you realize that. Mayor Schneider, she laid you open in your comments and in your TV commercial when she said this county is in crisis. This county is in crisis. Just to give you one example, the probation, I asked the probation guy, I said, where's the women's camp? Well, of course, we know we don't have a women's camp. A girls' camp. That's a lawsuit against the county right there. I mean, you do all these services, a great program for boys, I heard, but what about the girls? You see what I'm trying to say? How we just skip over things. So, okay, so now I know, since I said it, it's going to happen. I know it's going to happen because he said it's going to, you know, it's going to happen. But and then I need to respond to you, Supervisor Adams. I'm for law enforcement also. But there are some things that are going on in this country that are just not right for black people, Asian people, Hispanic people. Okay, and there's some things that we have to get together. And I've heard all of it. So I want to put a different perspective on it. You know, I'm for law enforcement also. I have no reason to be against it. But I want to get back to Fareed and his, he said his vote count, and I know I was going to blow that one. His other opponent, they both have quite more votes than you put together. So that should be a sign to you. And he's also said in 42 seconds, there are some politicians, you and Doss, who just want a job. That's all you want is a job. And that's not right. So we got new blood coming in. We got somebody who is going to, Fareed is he's been to the legislature, the legislative aid, and he's going to do the best that he can. And Lois Capps, she voted against the Chumash? Are you kidding me? That's going to be you voting against the Chumash. You see? So there are some Democrats who are far, far on the other side. They're racist. Lois Capps, a racist. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Back to item number 2 in progress. Supervisor Wolf and then Supervisor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for for this report, but I have a few questions. You know, I've noted that at some of the UC campuses, they have an immediate alert when there's an active shooter or there's an issue that's going on in the campus to alert the kids and the staff. Is that incorporated in anything that you've just mentioned, and if not, is that something that could be noted? Because I do think it's important for whatever building or whatever site we're talking about, that for people to take the actions that you're speaking of, that we know, that we get that information.
Supervisor Wolf, through the chair, certainly there's a lot of new technologies out there. There are a lot of large organizations that have employed some of these technologies, and they're going through pilot testing and trying to understand what works well on those technologies and what doesn't work well. And we're trying to learn from some of those other organizations as well. So items like the recent technologies employed at the UC campus and across the other state campuses are very similar to one of the technologies that we're looking at. And we're certainly looking at a lot of different types of things that'll help us notify folks and help us, our first responders, get into the scene and understand where folks are. So the answer is yes.
Okay, well, that's good. And so then what is the time frame then? I think you mentioned that the local alert, that's going to happen soon. But this, you know, the entire package, when do you expect that we will have this in place?
Supervisor Wolf, through the chair, we'll have all of the projects that match the allocation that was given to us this year accomplished by the end of the fiscal year. So throughout this year, we've got some more planning to do, we've got some more assessments to do, and we've got some audio-visual equipment we're going to be installing, some additional lighting, as was noted in the presentation, and in addition to that, the other notification stuff. So between now and next spring, we're going to be working on those items.
Okay. And Mr. Chair, I have one other question, if I could. And that has to do with the training, the complete critical incident management active shooter training. Is that the video that I think that was going around the internet after the San Bernardino shooting? Is that the same one, or do we have something that's more specific to the county?
Chair and members of the board, I'll actually turn to Ray to respond to that question.
Chair Adams, Supervisor Wolf, yes, in place right now, the county has a web training program, Target Solutions, and Johnny Hernandez, our safety officer, has just completed a training that includes the Houston, City of Houston put together an active shooter training, and it's called Run, Hide, Fight. So that will be available along with some slides and along with a test that is taken by the particular employee to ensure that they understand the training.
Okay. And actually, I do have one quick follow-up.
You may go until
Thank you.
Exhausted, Supervisor
So
Wolf.
since the sheriff is here, I would like to, I know in years past, the Board of Supervisors, one of your staff had come to the Board of Supervisors, and, you know, there was discussion about different emergency issues. If there was a department that asked for your assistance, do you have someone on staff who could go out to a department and perhaps assess a department and give suggestions?
Supervisor Wolf, through the chair, yes, we do have people in the department who are well-versed in security measures, and we have and we certainly will in the future provide that service to other departments if they would like it.
Okay, that's great. And CEO Miyasato, maybe that's something that you can mention at your department head meeting, that the sheriff is offering this service. I think, you know, we can look at videos, but every situation, every makeup of a department is a little bit different. And I think having, you know, a face-to-face conversation, if that's possible, it would be wonderful. So thank you for offering that, and thank you, staff, for moving this forward.
Supervisor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to kind of continue along the same theme that Supervisor Wolf was discussing, obviously what we're trying to do is reassure our employees that being at work is as safe a place to be as it possibly can, and to create that atmosphere, that climate of safety, and give them the tools and the resources that they need to feel that way. And so I also was, interested in the timing of both the short-term and the long-term recommendations, but also because our county family is so diverse. We're spread out county-wide. We are in various types of buildings. Clearly, some departments may be considered more vulnerable in some ways, or perhaps, a higher profile. And so I'm just wondering how all of this information is going to get rolled out and communicated to all the staff, down to those frontline staff, because it seems like it needs to not just be on a department by department basis, but really on a building by building basis, because some of the tools are going to be the same to everybody, but some of the things that people need to know are going to be specific to, their type of work and where they're doing it. So I'm just wondering if you can talk about how this is going to get rolled out and everybody's going to get educated.
Supervisor Farr, through the chair. So certainly you've hit on one of the challenges on this project is the diverseness of the facilities and making sure that everybody understands that we're doing as much as we possibly can. So that's why we broke the presentation into short-term and long-term ideas. And certainly every facility presents different challenges. We've been lucky enough to have, this is just a subset of the security committee. The sheriff's office has a representative on it, as well as several other departments. And we're talking about those types of things and making sure that we're disseminating information to all county employees. But I think the big thing is doing some of these improvements to the facilities where people start seeing some actual projects take place. Additional new energy efficient lighting in parking lots before the winter time when it gets really dark, and seeing some of those protective front entries to where they actually see that things are happening. So we're going to be communicating through the department directors, and certainly we're looking for consistency as much as possible in the messaging to staff, but we're also understanding that the facilities are very diverse.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm hoping that there's also going to be, a good feedback loop, not just the hotline about suspicious behavior, but that, people building by building will have the opportunity as these things roll out to say, yes, this is good, yes, this is not it's not working, or I feel better, but I don't feel better enough, what about this, what about that? Because, I think for a lot of our staff, particularly those that are meeting the public all the time, that, they are very concerned, and rightly so. And I think it's our job to make sure that they are reassured as much as possible and have the tools that they need, and that they have the ability that within departments, that the department heads are communicating with the assistant department heads, but this going down all the way down the hierarchy, so that the communication is very clear and that everybody feels that they can respond in a way and be heard on, whatever else they feel that they need. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I don't see any other lights, so I guess it's my turn. There's the old saw that the only thing that stops a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. And we see this repeatedly in these attacks like Nice, France, where that guy is going to drive around until enough shots are fired into him that he stops. San Bernardino ended the same way. I think they all end the same way. We've got to rethink the way we're disarming our public, and I wish that it was easier. I think we should really consider our policy, and it's totally in the sheriff's control, of issuing concealed carry permits to responsible citizens. They say when seconds count, the cops are only minutes away. And, I think that's true in many cases, and it wouldn't be, there's no longer second, I'm sure, than being shot at in some kind of a situation. And you know, we can put up all the safety glass that we want, and we can have all the training, and you know, there's only one thing that stops these people, and we can't have a cop on every corner or in every room. You know, we're lucky here we have somebody, and today we've got more than one that can stop an attacker. But there's going to be many situations in which we can't protect everybody, and I think that we just need to have people that are willing to do so, and responsible individuals that you know, I think can be vetted. They're doing it in other places, and I don't seem to have any particular amount of problems that could stop an attack in the event that something, God forbid, occurs. I don't expect an answer out of that, but I think you should consider that, Sheriff Brown. Supervisor Wolf, and then Supervisor Carbajal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I have just the opposite opinion about open carry laws, and I certainly think that is, with all due respect, a fallacy, and I think that was shown as, you know, we talked about the Dallas shooting where sheriffs and transit officers who had guns were targeted. Not only that, but there were citizens in the crowd who had guns. And certainly that did not stop that terrorist from shooting the police. So it is not, in my opinion, a panacea to the security issues that we have and that we have to concern ourselves with in this county. I appreciate the work that's been done to look at other areas for us to keep ourselves safe. There is never a guarantee of safety in this world, unfortunately. That is just the nature of living. And but what we have to do is educate ourselves and depend on our law enforcement, but to expand open carry laws, in my opinion, will just certainly will not help this situation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well, I want to make a distinction between open and concealed. And open means that everybody can carry at any time, and concealed requires the sheriff to vet somebody and give them a license to carry it concealed. So just
Thank you for that clarification. Honestly, it doesn't really matter to me. More guns on the street will not make people safer. And I think it's quite ironic that in Cleveland, where we have the Republican convention going on, that folks are concerned enough about people outside carrying guns that they can't get into the convention with a gun. So I think people can't speak out of both sides of their mouth. I think folks have to understand and realize that guns should be carried by our law enforcement officials, and that should be the norm. Inside or outside, with a permit or without a permit, that's my opinion.
in a box with a fox. And we agree on we agree on so little, but we like each other so much. Supervisor Carbajal and then Supervisor Lavanino.
Chairman Adam, I just wanted to voice my complete disagreement with your comments as well. I tend to agree more with Supervisor Wolf, and Sheriff, I for one appreciate your diligence and the approach you take to issuing or not concealed weapon permits. I think you've done it extremely responsible, and contrary to what my colleague Supervisor Adam has said, I for one am very supportive of the approach you've taken. So,
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to hold off on my support for the sheriff's position on these until he looks at my application. So, but I just want to also, I don't want to get into the whole national debate on it, but just what we're talking about is also think it's important that we keep in mind a balance at our facilities of when somebody comes in to pay a property tax bill, I don't want them also to feel like they're going through security at LAX. You know, it's there has to be somewhat of a balance there. Is, you know, I know I have some, you know, like going into my office or whatever, you have to have a keypad to get in, and I understand that. But as the public comes through our facilities, we have to remember they're our customers, and while somebody might at some point want to come in and cause problems, the everyday average person is just there to conduct business, and I don't want it to get to a point where, you know, we want to keep our employees safe, but we also don't want to, you know, muddy up somebody's day when they're just trying to conduct business or get a license or something. So.
Do we have any criteria that we're using for where we're going to put these things, like people that handle the money, or any other criteria, or you just how are you making up your mind where you're going to put?
Mr. Chairman, there's several factors that come into play in terms of determining where we're going to try and allocate a lot of the money. You know, certainly it's going to be a multi-year project. They're just, and in order to address Supervisor Lavagnino's question on balance of security feel, certainly with the limited amount of money, we'll be able to balance that very well. But in terms of how we're prioritizing it, there's been several departments that have had some irate customers and some issues internally that have come up through the evaluation and discussion with department heads. We're looking at those departments. We're also trying to complete the vulnerability assessments and the threat assessments before we're actually prioritizing the facilities, just to make sure that as we're going through those facilities, there may be some real cheap fixes to let our funding go a lot further. And we are looking at those touch points in the community where we've had a lot of irate customers and other issues in terms of prioritizing the money.
Okay, well, you can put my offices down last, because I don't think I need any of that stuff. Yes. Okay. So, all right. Any further comments? Somebody want to make a motion? No public comment? No.
No request to speak.
Okay.
Motion to receive and file.
All in favor? Aye. All right. Thanks, guys. All right, Mr. Allen, item number 3.
Chair Adam and members of the board, item 3 is from the County Executive Office. It's a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Refugio oil spill after action report.
Ready?
Whenever, oh yeah, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Today we are providing you with our county's after-action report for the Refugio oil spill. I'm joined by Paul Clemente, who is a fiscal policy analyst in the CEO's office, and he played a critical role in the core team, the county oil response team. Also, Robert Troy, our interim director of OEM, as well as Ms. Katie Freeman from Haggerty Consulting, which is the third-party firm that we retained to conduct the review. Ms. Freeman will be giving the bulk of the report today. However, at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Bob Troy to give you a bit of an introduction.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for. That's why the long pause. I thought you were going to give the start off here. So you didn't even have a microphone in front of you. All right, now you do.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Adam and members of the board. We are here this morning to ask you to accept this after-action report and also to consider termination of the ongoing proclamation for the local emergency for the Refugio oil spill.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Carball.
Thank you. I guess I'd rather say this now, Mr. Chair, so it could be considered before we continue. I received a number of requests from the public that this item be continued for to be able to provide more opportunity for comment since it was just made available on Thursday. I happen to agree and would like to have the same request as a supervisor, that we continue it for a few weeks so we could have an opportunity to look at it further. If that's the pleasure of our board, I just throw it out so that we could consider whether we want to have the president today or just wait until it comes back. Just suggesting it.
Supervisor Wolf?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that, Supervisor Carbajal. I received some of the same information, and also just for myself, while I appreciate being very much involved in this process, I think as we're coming to the end and finalizing it, I think it would be appropriate for us to take comments and any revisions that need to be made, that this come back as a final document at a later time, because it was my understanding that does not have to be done today, finalized today. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, I prefer that we just keep going today. Do we have to have a vote on this, or?
Well, Mr. Chair, so I didn't get the same request, but so can comments still be taken in after we have if we have the presentation today, is that what you're saying? Just leave like a comment period open or something?
Either or, Mr. Chair. I just thought that if we continue this to hear it again in the future and not conclude it today, if we end up having another hearing, it's whatever the pleasure is. What I'm saying is I'm not ready to vote today to accept it. I think I like a little bit more time to digest it, and some constituents have asked for more time to digest it.
Well, I'd rather just hear it once. So if you want to wait and let's get
That's
more
what I'm
input,
saying.
let's just do it once.
I'd like to wait a few weeks if that's okay, Mr. Chair.
Chair
Well,
Adam.
how many public comments do we have?
2 requests to speak.
Okay.
I wanted to ask Ms. Nisich to respond to, your board could hear today, hear the report, and direct us to come back, but I'd also like to have her discuss another approach that's possible.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the board, there are a couple options, and we have provided for that in the recommendations. Should you not wish to vote on this today, there would be the need to continue the ongoing proclamation of emergency, which is option C and in your packet today, just so that remains in effect. In addition, what could be done is that we could continue to take public comment. You could hear that today. We could continue to take public comment, receive that public comment, and include that as part of an addendum to this report, so that it's actually included for reference. And then as part of our implementation plan, the core team could also review that public comment and include that in any type of implementation plan. The report that's provided to you today is provided to you, we brought in a third party to do that report. They have taken a number of public comment. They have met with a number of individuals and agencies throughout the county to create the report, and have provided their recommendations and comments based on all of that feedback. So if it's a question of changing the report, again, this is the third party's opinion and recommendations to us. So that's why I'm suggesting that if there are additional comments, perhaps those could be included within an addendum that then the core team could review.
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that, Ms. Nisich. I think we just need to, we need to move forward, obviously, today, and we won't know what the outcome will be until we hear from the public and from the supervisors. So,
Look, I do
just
not
put-
want to hear this twice, so, we're
well, we may have to. Let's just wait and see.
well, let's just continue it then. I mean, if that's what we want to do, we want to continue it, that's okay, but I'm not gonna, I don't want to hear it today and then hear
No.
it again down the road.
No, I would disagree. I think right now, today, we've got our folks here who've put this together. I think we should hear from them. Let's hear from the public and then ourselves. We're making the assumption that we are going to make changes. We don't know that yet.
No, I don't think that's implicit. I
Okay,
think
well,
this is,
I just don't think that I definitely don't believe we should make the decision to continue this item. This has been agendized. We have our consultant here, and I think we should move forward.
Well,
I think what Supervisor Carbajal was saying, and myself, is that should there be a need to continue this or add comments, and thank you, Ms. Nisich, for that option, I think that's what we should do. I don't know why we wouldn't do it.
I'm not interested in hearing it again. So frankly, so, you know, we're all jigged up. We can hear it today, and then we can not continue it, or we can continue it and not hear it today, because we got plenty on our agenda for today. So if we move right over it, in fact, I'll make a motion and see what happens to have a continuance until our next meeting. Well, it is a few weeks.
That would be August 23rd.
I'll make that motion to move it to August, what is it?
So, Chair Adam and Supervisors, again, just building on what Ms. Nisich laid out for you, you've got 2 items for you today, the receive or not receive the report, as well as need to take some action concerning the proclamation of local emergency. At B, you could terminate that proclamation, or at C, you could re-ratify. But we want to make sure that you took some action on that proclamation today to be within the 30-day period.
Supervisor Lavanino.
So I'll make a motion that we re-ratify the proclamation for 30 days, and then we hear this August
23rd.
23rd.
Chair Adam, Supervisors, I just want to, I'm not sure where the motion's going to go, but before you vote, I just want to clarify the date, because it would require Haggerty coming out again, and we just have to make sure that they're available to come back out. So I'm looking at her right now.
You know, Ms. Haggerty came out from somewhere else, so I was unaware of that. I think since you're here, I tend to agree. We ought to just hear it. But what I wanted to say is I'm not going to be ready to accept the report today. So my request was that we continue it. I was inclined to be supportive of what Mr. Adams said, but now that I know that our consultant came out and there's an expense, then I do want to hear it today. But I'm just not ready to accept it and take final action today, other than the 30-day extension, now that I know that.
Supervisor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, you know, maybe we should hear from Ms. Haggerty and see whether she's available on the 23rd. I am concerned about bifurcating it. I think that that's not beneficial for the public to not be a part of that and hear what the board has to say, and for us to hear what everybody else has to say. It's not clear to me that, from what Ms. Nisich said, whether, you know, we could go ahead and hear it today, take action on it today, and then any follow-up comments from the public could still be included in an addendum. However, you know, it's certainly after the fact, and we're not hearing directly from them, and we wouldn't necessarily have the benefit of those comments prior to us, you know, voting to accept the report or make changes in the report. So that's why I'm concerned about bifurcating this. I think it all ought to be done, you know, at one time. And so I have to say I'm somewhat sympathetic to the motion, if only that, you know, if the public can't make it today, then that gives them more time. You know, I have to say, for me, I don't know that I feel like I've had enough time with the report. And certainly Supervisor Wolf and I were in the thick of this when it was going on, and you know, and I have some questions about how far we can talk about what we see is not just our shortcomings, but the shortcomings of those agencies that we had to work with. And so, you know, that's probably a bigger issue.
Chair Adam and Supervisors, it's Ms. Freeman is from Haggerty as the company.
I'm sorry.
Just to correct that.
I apologize.
And she is she's promoted to principal of the company. And she has said she is available on August 23rd. And just to let you know, any of the expense incurred on this after action, I believe, is part of our costs that we are submitting to the responsible party.
Okay.
Supervisor Lavanino.
And I was going to say, if we bifurcate it, a representative from Haggerty's going to have to come out anyway. So, I mean, either way, it's going to be 2 trips unless we hear it all today and finish it today, which we're not planning on doing.
Well,
Okay,
I
so-
think you're making that assumption, and what I'm trying to say is we should hear, Well, I don't know why not. Why wouldn't we hear?
Why do we want to hear it 3, 4, 5 times? Let's
I'm
just
not-
go forward and hear it all at once, so whoever's here for the public can hear it once, they can comment on it once, we can all comment on it, and we can move on. I don't understand either. I mean, I didn't want to get into this part of it, but who didn't know about this? It was agendized like it's supposed to be agendized. I understand it's a thick report. I would like to have more time with it, but I'd like to have more time with all these things that we have.
And Steve, I'm not disagreeing with you.
Right.
I'm saying let's hear it today.
And then hear it again.
Okay, well, we've
Maybe.
got that.
We don't know.
We've got that. Okay, so I'm going to second your motion. So I guess we just vote on it, and we'll see where we go. Anybody else have any comments? Okay. Mr. Allen, would you call the roll?
Chair Adam, did you want to receive public comment on the motion to continue?
Yes, I guess if that's required, yes. Do we have any?
There are 2 requests to speak. Ms. Kropp and Dr. Johns.
Thank you and good morning. My name is Linda Kropp, Chief Counsel of the Environmental Defense Center, and we, along with several other NGOs, are very interested in this issue. I do think that you're not seeing people here today because the report is voluminous and people aren't prepared to respond to it. This is a critical report. This is the one opportunity you have to evaluate what happened and give direction to update the county's oil spill contingency plan. So it's really important that you accept as much information as possible. Yes, there was a meeting where some stakeholders were involved. The prior couple meetings were very superficial and perfunctory. We also were invited to submit some written comments. Those are attached as appendices, but I think in terms of the body of the report, there are still some omissions and deficiencies that we would like an opportunity to provide comment on in a meaningful manner. So I don't have a preference in terms of how you do it. I appreciate the support for additional time. Thank you.
Dr. Johns.
Dr. John, while you're coming up, I have a question for the folks who are making and seconded this motion. Is part of that motion that we will only hear it once in August, and that you will, that there is that opportunity or possibility that we may have a second hearing?
Well, obviously, we always have the possibility of a second hearing. I mean, if we can't come
I
to
know,
an
but
agreement.
Mr. Adam did not want to hear it more than once.
Wow.
That's what I'm trying to clarify.
If there is an absolute necessity, of course, we're going to hear it again. But I don't see, as the chairman of this board and running the meetings, I don't see any reason why we couldn't have this done either today or another day, but not multiple times. Dr. Johns.
Thank you, supervisors. To bifurcate or not to bifurcate. Strengths and opportunities to improve based on lessons learned associated with county response. Now, it is my considered opinion that this refugio oil spill is the blame of the county. And not only is it the blame of the county, we have oil inspectors in this county. And when this suit goes down, Plains Oil ought to be sued, and so should County of Santa Barbara.
Excuse me, can you stop the clock, please, Mr. Allen?
Chair, I believe the opportunity for public comment is solely on the issue of continuing or not continuing this item, not the substance of the report.
Would you repeat that, please?
You need to limit your comments to whether or not we bifurcate this hearing.
Oh, well,
please.
I think that we should obviously bifurcate this hearing, okay? Is that okay? Okay. Thank you. And you know you're blamed for it. Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Allen, would you please call the roll? I think we were ready for that.
Ms. Wolf?
I'll vote in favor of the motion with the assurance that it may not be the only time we hear the item in August.
Ms. Farr? Mr. Lavanino?
Aye.
Mr. Carbajal? Mr. Adam?
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
All right. Let us take a 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Okay. We're going to do a 15-minute break, and then we're going to come back for item 4, Polly Rich. Okay, all right, there I am. All right, let's bring this meeting back to order. Mr. Allen, would you read in item number 4?
Chair Adam, members of the board, item 4 is from Planning and Development. It's a hearing to consider case number 13, CUP 12. This is an appeal filed by Mr. Rick Oss of Pollyrich Farms regarding the Planning Commission's January 13, 2016 approval of the Sierra Grande Rural Recreation Project conditional use permit. And this is in the 3rd District.
Okay. There it is. All right, so Ms. Black? Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This is our 3rd hearing on the Pollyrich Farms item, and we are going to give a fairly short staff presentation to bring this board up to speed since the last hearing, and Steve Rodriguez will be providing that to the board.
Thank you.
Good morning. This is the appeal, the Pollyrich Farms appeal of a planning commission approval that was granted on January 13th of this year. And the appeal was filed by Pollyrich Farms on January 25th, 2016. The presentation today is pretty short and pertains mostly to some new information about the design and use of the project site access driveway. During the early coordination efforts regarding the design of the driveway with Caltrans, Caltrans requested that a deceleration flare, a widened shoulder that would allow vehicles to turn right into the driveway be provided. And in early 2015, there was correspondence with Caltrans that they had accepted the design of the driveway. At the last hearing on this project on June 21st, we heard from Caltrans that they were going to require some additional improvements, which would be an acceleration lane that would allow vehicles to turn right out of the driveway. The applicant has prepared a preliminary design for that acceleration flare, and Caltrans approved in concept that preliminary design on July 5th of this year. The final mitigated negative declaration was amended to include an environmental review of the acceleration flare, and no new environmental impacts or requirements for mitigation measures are required. During the last hearing, there was a question about the use of the river crossing, because the river crossing itself is not 20 feet in width, and the fire department has a condition letter that says that the driveway must be 20 feet in width. Staff has reconfirmed with the fire department that they will accept the river crossing as it's currently constructed. It's relatively common that the fire department will accept a small reduction in a driveway or roadway width if there are provisions made to accommodate that width. Typically, those provisions would be that there is adequate area for and a designated area for a vehicle to turn out to allow a fire truck to pass. As part of their permitting process, the fire department may require other provisions, but in terms of providing adequate area for a vehicle to turn out, there is room on the project site within the 60-foot easement. And then finally, there was a clarification made on a condition of approval for the project that now indicates that in regard to the use of the river crossing, that the project, the zip line and ropes course project, would not operate when water in the Santa Ynez River is flowing over the crossing or when there is an imminent threat of electrical storms in the project region. This is a diagram of the proposed driveway improvements. The The deceleration taper is on the right-hand side of the driveway. The acceleration taper is over, it doesn't work. Well, anyway, it's on the right side of the diagram. And as I indicated before, Caltrans has approved these design concepts. Staff is recommending that your board deny the appeal, make the required project findings, including CEQA findings, adopt the final mitigated negative declaration, it's dated June 27th, 2016, and grant de novo approval of the project subject to the conditions included as attachment 5 on the July 7th board memorandum. And I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Supervisor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, staff. First of all, I do want to do an ex parte. I did, in the way of things, when you live in the San Ynez Valley, I ran into Mr. Gildred in the supermarket on Sunday, and we had a brief conversation, the gist of which that he wanted to inform me that members of Recovery Ranch might be attending the hearing today, and perhaps that's some of the people that we have in the audience today with the T-shirt. Subsequent to that, I did send him an email regarding information I'd received about a vacation rental by owner on his property. He did respond with a letter to all of the board, which I believe has become a part of the record for this project. But I did want to ask staff about a couple of things, because apparently, Mr. Rodriguez, you knew about the vacation rental by owner, and so maybe you could just, for the record, talk about your conversation with Mr. Gildred about that, and particularly the fact that it was advertised to do with events and kind of where we are now, which is advertised to use the same road and be in the same vicinity as where the zipline project is going to be, and the discussion you had about any potential conflicts, if any.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Farr, after the Planning Commission approved the project earlier this year, it was brought to my attention that Mr. Gildred was renting his house out advertising it on a website. After consideration of that, it was determined that that doesn't change the environmental baseline that was used to evaluate the project. Occupancy, the environmental analysis was based on the occupancy of the 6 residences that are on the project site, the primary residence, and I think it's 5 farm worker dwellings. That analysis is based on the number of units, not who occupies the units. It was not a zoning violation, which would have been a red flag. So it did not substantially change the baseline, not a zoning violation. There was no reason from a project review point of view to be concerned about that at that time. Just recently we learned that he has conducted some events. It's my understanding that it's been for employees that are on the project site. The events have been like weddings or wedding receptions. Mr. Gildred has indicated that he has done that perhaps 2 or 3 times over the last 5 years. Again, that is a permitted use. It was not a commercial operation. He did not charge the people that he was hosting the party for. If it had been a commercial operation, a minor conditional use permit would have been required. If there was a minor CUP in the process, that would have been evaluated as a cumulative project. But he has not exceeded that threshold. I hope that answers your question.
Well, thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. So just to be clear, I'm certainly not questioning the fact that he has the right to have a vacation rental by owner, or that, there can be events on the property. Only whether any events would conflict with the analysis that has been done for the zip line, particularly the parking and the fact that the zip line is anticipated to be open, possibly every day of the year. So based on past usage, you're saying you don't have any concerns about that, and there's no need to put any conditions in about that for the project.
Supervisor Farr, from an environmental review perspective, the short answer is yes. From an environmental review perspective, the operation of the VRBO does not substantially change the baseline, and the very infrequent events that have been held, again, are so infrequent that that does not substantially change the baseline or any of the conclusions that were included in the project's environmental review or the subsequent staff analysis of the project.
Okay, thank you. Well, I just wanted to have that on the record. I probably will ask Mr. Gildred about that later. The other thing I wanted to ask you about, thank you for the updated clean copy of the conditions of approval, because they have had some additions over the course of the hearings. I did want to ask specifically, though, about something that the Planning Commission included as part of the basis for their approval, which the applicant, Mr. Gildred, has committed to in the project description, which is that it's an objective of the project to cooperate with local youth organizations by periodically offering no and low-cost use of the zip line and ropes course facilities, and that this would happen during non-peak operating hours. I don't see something specific that commits to a certain floor number, a minimum number of events that would be, free and or low cost to the community. And clearly there's a lot of community support for this and expectation that will happen. So has there been anything in your discussions with the applicant that has committed to a certain minimum level of these free and low cost events?
Supervisor Farr, there has been, as you have pointed out, there is nothing in the project description or a different condition of approval that does set a minimum number of no-cost, low-cost use of the project. I think, establishing criteria that would be necessary to meet that standard, that description as part of the project description, condition number 1, would ultimately be up to the applicant. But I think something that could be monitored easily, something like X number of people every quarter of operation would satisfy that concern, and that is certainly something that could be added to the project description.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, do we want to do ex parte right now? Yeah, I know, Mr. Lavanino.
Outside of the email that I think Mr. Gildred sent to all of us, I haven't had any other further discussions.
Supervisor Wolf.
It's same with me, and all my other ex parte was disclosed at the last hearing. Nothing since then.
Supervisor Carball.
Same for me, and I'm going to teach Mr. Sims a lesson in government today. I have to disclose that in the break he did lobby me for the zip line project, and that was Mr. Shelby Sims.
Okay, and I met with Mr. Gildred. Did we do ex parte last time? Did we? Oh, okay. Well, all right. So I met with Mr. Gildred on site on May 2, and Mr. Rick Oaz on May 16th in the Santa Maria office, and I've gotten all the emails, and I talked to Stu out in the galley out here. So maybe I'll teach Mr. Gildred a lesson too. I hope I get to. All right, Mr. Allen.
Just one housekeeping matter. The email that we're referring to from Mr. Gildred and the attachments were more than one page, so if the board would like to vote that into the record, that'd be appropriate at this time.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. All right, what else?
I do have something else.
Supervisor Wolf?
I also received, but I guess this went to the entire board, the letter from Hollister and Brace. That was dated July 15th.
Supervisor Farr?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Supervisor Wolf, for bringing that up. You know, it wasn't clear to me from the letter exactly what they were talking about with the parcels. So I don't know whether staff wants to explain that, or Mr. Gazzoni or other counsel wants to explain what you think they're trying to tell us here.
Mr. Gazzoni looks like he wants that.
Chair Adam and Supervisors, within the package that you have today, Attachment 1 provides draft revised findings, and within those draft revised findings, draft findings 2.1.3 and 2.1.6 address access to the proposed project. So the correspondence that Supervisor Farr is referring to addresses the easement over which primary access would occur. And there was some discussion of this in other correspondence and in the prior hearing. I'll just say that for the question of what courts define to be the reasonable use of an easement versus the excessive use of an easement, the law is very complicated, and I think you get a sense of that from the Hollister and Brace letter. And that may be one reason why the county's practice in this area has been to avoid determining the relative rights of parties as to an easement, and to just focus on the more straightforward findings shown at 2.1.3 and 2.1.6. That said, it would be possible that the board could approve the conditional use permit and then have a reviewing court enjoin the applicant's proposed use of the easement as excessive. I'm not suggesting that's the correct answer. I'm just saying that that's a possibility under a much more detailed fact and historical analysis than the county traditionally does for findings. That risk would fall on the applicant, who would also, through the conditions of approval, be taking on the responsibility to indemnify the county if the county's approvals become subject to litigation. So I think the long and short of it is that the letter from Hollister and Brace summarizes some of the relevant case law in this area, addresses the fact that access is occurring over parcel 74 through an easement, addresses the 3 parcels involved with the project, and that could certainly be subject to litigation in the future, either directly at the county's approval or in combination with a real property suit as to potentially excessive use of the easement. And I think that's what the letter is getting at.
Supervisor Wolf?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Gazzoni, this is just a question that's been perplexing to me, is that why is this matter coming to the Board of Supervisors before the issue of access has been determined by a court? Is there some responsibility that the county has to move forward, even though this issue hasn't been adjudicated?
Chair Adam and Supervisor Wolf, I'll say it's been the county's practice has been to not, although frequently asked by parties through the permit process, to essentially adjudicate the relative rights of parties to an easement. We have, for decades avoided that practice, I think, in part because we are not confident we're getting all the facts through the application process, and there's a long history on these. I think if the board was interested in denying the CUP, that I would recommend focusing on something other than the access issue, because you would, if you're making a finding on inadequate access tied to the easement, you're essentially starting to weigh the relative rights of the parties on that easement, and that's something that my recommendation would be to let the court do that, not the county.
Okay, so you're saying this is our county practice, and this is something that we've done before?
Yes, our county practice has been to scrupulously avoid anything that seems like adjudicating the rights of parties in an easement.
Yeah, and hang on just a second. More importantly, though, there is an easement. The question is not for us whether it's overburdened or not. I mean, there is a legal right to get over one parcel to the other. That's beyond question.
Chair Adam and Supervisors, yes, I think the question in passing over the easement over parcel 74 is what's a reasonable use and what's an excessive use. And again, when you look at the case law in this area, courts frequently use words like perplexing as they work through the relative rights of the parties. And it's something that the county practice has been to not get into that level, but to focus really on the more straightforward findings required by the county code. So if the board's will in this area where there is a fair amount of discretion as to a conditional use permit, I'll say if the board's determination was to deny the conditional use permit, our recommendation would be to continue the matter and come up with an alternate set of findings, but that we would recommend not grounding that on the access issue.
Okay, is that exhausted? Okay. And I just want to, as a housekeeping matter, say if you haven't got a speaker slip in, please get it in. And if we have under 30 speakers, how many do we have at this point exactly?
30.
Okay. So if we have under 30, we're going to have 2 minutes. And if we have over 30, we're going to go down to a minute and a half. So at this time we have, and we're going to close the, I think we have everybody here now. We're going to close the public comment speaker slips at the time we start public comment. So you have a few minutes until you have about 10 minutes to get speaker slips in. So now we're going to go to the appellant, Mr. Rick Oaz or Mr. Kirby. And you're going to have 5 minutes.
All right.
Thank you.
May I have my PowerPoint, page 1, please? Chair Adam, members of the board, I'm Steve Kirby, counsel for the appellant, Polly Rich Farms. I'm going to keep my comments brief, and I'm going to talk about access alone. It's a little bit hard to see there, but what we've done is assembled the assessor's parcels in the area. What we're dealing with this project is involving 4 assessor's parcels. The Polly Rich parcel, 74, consists of about 20 acres. It's over that parcel that access is proposed to go to Highway 246. Parcel 33, 30, I think that's, does that say 17 or 31? 31, 33, 31, and 17 are the project parcels. There is an easement of record over my client's property for the benefit of parcel 33. There is no such easement for the benefit of parcels 17 or 31. That's where the heart of the projects reside or are proposed to reside. And there's a nuance here that's pretty significant. The chair talked about overburdening the easement. Our position is that the easement in favor of parcel 33 would be overburdened by converting the use from an historical residential agricultural use to one that's open to the general public for a commercial enterprise. We believe we win on that, but the other side disagrees. So you have a disagreement, as County Council pointed out. That issue's joined. The second issue is more clear-cut. It's very clear-cut, and that is whether a parcel such as 33 can utilize that easement to provide access to the neighboring parcels which do not have an easement. The law on that is clear. The answer is no. There is no such right. The county's practice has been to accept applications where there is some proof of easement. There is no proof of easement that has been submitted with respect to parcels 33 or 17. Parcels 33 and 17 consist of almost 1,100 acres.
My client's property consists of 20 acres. Parcel 33 consists of 103 acres. What the developers are proposing to do is take that easement that's historically served 103 acres for residential use and make it available for the heart of this project in just short of 1,100 acres. We say that that is absolutely prohibited by law. The problem that I see the board's confronted with is you have to make an affirmative finding to approve this conditional use permit that access is available and properly designed. And I don't see how you can make that finding in the face of there being no legal access to parcels 31 or 17. I won't beat that horse any longer. I have two other short points to make. The fire department's letter of June of 2015 said that the access road needs to be 20 feet wide. They have since indicated they can waive that requirement because of the possibility of turnouts. I understand that. Elsewhere in the letter, and it sets forth a requirement that where slopes into the river exceed 10% or 15%, then the road has to be constructed with special qualities to it. If it exceeds 10%, it has to be paved. If it exceeds 15%, it has to be engineered concrete. My point is that that is something that has not been addressed in the staff report. It's work that's required in the San Ynez River in order to comply with the fire department. May I have the next slide, please? The other thing is the caved-in culvert and the southwest section of the crossing in the river. There's no question that has to be replaced. It has to be fixed, and it has to be done in the river. That work was not described as part of the project description. That work was not evaluated by the mitigated negative declaration. And yet it has to be done. And yet there's been no mention of it. That violates CEQA in my view. And the last point.
You're out of time.
I'm over?
Yeah,
All
you're
right.
out of time. I do have a question though, and that is, do you assert that there's any spot out there that's not paved that exceeds 10%?
Yeah, yes, and the traffic engineer will point that out. It's been surveyed, and there are areas that exceed 10%. There are areas that exceed 15%.
For how many feet? I mean,
Well, I'll let him.
Yeah,
show
well,
that.
I know what 10% is, and I didn't see much of that. Okay,
All right.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, who do we have up next? Mr. Gildred. And you will have 5 minutes, Mr. Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Mark Lloyd. I represent the applicant. I'm going to address a few things for you. The staff has identified that the fire department has modified their condition to lessen the width of the San Ynez River crossing from 20 feet. That's not a condition that specifically we're asking for. We have a current fish and wildlife permit and application that allows us to construct a crossing of the river that's up to 20 feet wide and also support slopes for that construction that would daylight at a 4-to-1 slope. And depending on how high that is, if the road is up 2 or 3 feet, that slope on each side could be out 10, 12 feet. We have permits for that. We have the ability and the permission from the state to go in and make whatever repairs and maintenance we need to do to widen the road. If we want to keep it at 16 feet, that's fine. I'll accept the reduction on that width, but we don't need it. We can adhere to the 20-foot width. The appellant has identified the access issues as being perhaps its exclusive argument here. And I would also remind you that I had prepared for your review and discernment a 8-page letter back at the initial hearing detailing in much detail, citing case law as to what the access is. Not only did it include deeded access, but it also included requirements by the county from lot line adjustments that a declaration reserving access over the properties involved in that lot line adjustment, and that included and was part of the Polly Rich property that was owned by a common owner at one time. So that declaration has set forth the requirements for mutual and reciprocal access between all of the properties. It may not be the most artfully done document, but we're willing to take it to court. So the notion that there is no deeded access, no recorded access is just a fallacy, and we're willing to take that there. Also, in regards to intensity, that same declaration points out that there is the potential for there to be a residential development project on the properties in the future, and so certainly implies, if not expresses, that there is going to be significant intensity. So we feel the record is going to be clear on that, and we're willing to go forward in that regard. The issue of the crossing additionally as to the 10 or 15% gradient, I do not believe there is any part of the crossing that exceeds 15%, but if it is, it will be engineered accordingly. I don't believe that there is. I think we're mainly dealing with less than 10% road gradient, and across the river we're dealing with less than 8%, which can remain the base material that we have constructed there to begin with. So I don't see any conflict between what the physical condition of the gradient of the road is out there and our ability to make that improvement much in the character it is now. I do appreciate Supervisor Farr's comments in that she recognized that the issue of the house rental or events that are not commercially charged is a legal and allowable use, and I appreciate that her discernment was as to a CEQA baseline issue. I would only offer in that regard, to supplement the staff's testimony, is that in the house rental arena, Mr. Gildred has a large family. He is a well-known and popular person in the valley. He has a lot of guests at his house when he is there. He has, I believe, 5 children. He's prolific in many ways. And that those children have lots of guests. So I would assert that the baseline for the rental has actually got less traffic than what Mr. Gildred generates among the other things that he generates. I am here to answer any questions that you have. And I would encourage the speakers on our behalf to be as brief as they can. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Wolf.
This is a question for staff, and it has to do with the ag preserve. And I'm looking through my packet here, and I'm trying to locate the restrictions on ag preserve property for recreation, what the language is. Can you help me find that, or could you just read that to me?
Supervisor Wolf, are you referring to compatibility issues or the amount of land that could be dedicated to?
There is, as I recall in the uniform rules, there is a provision of what activities can be pursued on ag preserve land. And that was an issue that the Ag Preserve Advisory Council looked at, and there was discussion about that provision. So I would just like, Diane, do you know what I'm referring to? Ms. Black? Okay.
Mr. Chair and Supervisor Wolf, I did not bring a copy of the uniform rules with me, but I'll get one, and I can answer your question in a bit if that would be okay.
Okay. So the uniform rules or that information isn't in our packet? I felt like it was during the last hearing.
Mr. Chair and Supervisor Wolf, I believe it was in the material that was provided to the Planning Commission, which would have been an attachment to your original board agenda letter.
Okay,
But
well, if you can just
I'll
get it.
track it down.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Allen, proceed.
Chair, Adam, members of the board, we're going to start with public comment in Santa Maria with Mr. Caldwell, and then come back for Bruce Porter here in Santa Barbara. Mr. Caldwell?
To the board, I'm Andy Caldwell representing CoLab. As you know, we rarely, if ever, can you hear me?
Yes, we've got you. Go ahead.
All right. Chair Adam, members of the board, I'm Andy Caldwell representing CoLab. As you know, we rarely, if ever, get involved in land use matters, but we think this is an unusual case. And I think as evidence, number one piece of evidence is the room that's full of young people. This is a testimony that the San Ynez Valley has changed over the years. As many of you knew, I grew up in Lompoc. And kids in the valley in San Ynez and Lompoc used to ride motorcycles in the riverbed. We used to go hunting in the riverbed and riding motorcycles in the hills. There was all sorts of things for young people to do. And as that valley got gentrified, as the valley got converted to, horse farms and wineries and NIMBYs, there was less and less for young people to do. And secondly, people lost their property rights. People that tried to do things for the community lost their ability to do so. And this project represents something that the community supports. It has virtually no environmental impacts. The only impact it has is to a neighbor, and I think there's some dirty laundry in that story, but regardless, the fact of the matter is they have zip lines in rainforests, for crying out loud. This is a zip line among oak trees and scrub brush. And if it's okay to have a zip line through a rainforest, why can't we have a zip line through Buellton? We urge you to approve this project. It's been delayed, harangued, and harassed long enough. Thank you.
Bruce Porter, to be followed by Lee Rosenberg.
Mr. Chairman and honorable supervisors, thank you for the chance to speak today. I'm Bruce Porter, live in San Ynez. I serve on the board of San Ynez Valley Union High School District and the board of the San Ynez Valley Youth Coalition. I am not representing them today, but I am informed by the things that they do. The majority of youth in the San Ynez Valley live in the county, not in the cities. The county has no recreation department, it only has a parks department. So like Mr. Caldwell was saying, there are limited things for our kids to do who live in the county. We have tried for decades to build additional soccer fields and baseball fields without success. Our only community pool is 50 years old, and it's only used for a few weeks during the summertime. That's the only time that it's available. We have a history of killing every single recreational project that comes to the San Ynez Valley that's going to be out there in the county. We just have to quit doing that. This is a great project. I certainly acknowledge that the OS family frustration and anxiety about having access across their property, and we certainly need to honor that. However, it's time to offer more opportunities to our kids, and we ask that you help us do that. Thank you.
Lee Rosenberg and then Rick Oss.
Before I go on the clock, I just wanted to ask the chair and the supervisors whether this shirt complements my complexion.
It's wonderful. Start the clock.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. On the clock, Stu Gildred is an exceptional leader in our community and a very generous philanthropist. For 4 years, he's gone through the county process seeking approval of 5 zip lines on his property as a recreational diversion dedicated to children and their families. Over 150 members of the community, mayors, councilpersons, youth rec departments, churches, schools, foundations, sheriff's council, and so forth, support the project. And you can see many of those 150 here. Wow. Approvals have come from the Planning Commission, the Ag Advisory Committee, Ag Preserve Advisory Committee, BAR, Fish and Wildlife, Fire Department, Caltrans, and so forth. The Owens family has appealed due to anticipated dust and traffic. Dust from a paved road? Not likely. As to traffic, a negative declaration did not require an EIR. It required a traffic study. The result was no significant impact, and I put quotes around that. At peak, only 8 vehicles would use the easement and none without an appointment. Rick Oas has told Stu he would support the project provided Stu would purchase his 20-acre parcel, which he has been unable to sell. Stu doesn't want to buy it. Is that not a form of extortion? And I'm certain you would not want to be part of that. I respectfully ask that you deny the appeal, which is the right thing to do. Supervisor Farr, this is in your district. It's important to the residents. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Rick Oss, to be followed by John Hebda.
And as Mr. Clerk reads your name, please get ready to go if you're second up. Mr. Oz.
Rick Oas, the appellate, representing Poly Ridge Farms. Back in 2006, when we purchased the 20 acres that Stu Gilroy wants to have access over, we never had the impression that it would be used to have a zip line in the back and having a commercial property and business running it. And furthermore, to have it open 365 days a year from dawn until dusk with no restrictions, I think, I clearly object to. The proposed entrance by LMP and Mr. Gilred, they're talking about moving this road and into an area where we already have established cistern, fire hydrant, our well pump is there, and this clearly, is going to be, we object to as well. And also with the entrance that has been proposed, they're only talking about the edge of the road. They're not talking about the slopes and the reinforcement that's going to have to be supporting this road. And the slopes are going to be something that's going to be encroaching into our property and also onto our neighbor's property. So I ask you to please take a closer look into this and please deny the project. Thank you.
John Hebda, to be followed by Larry Hale.
Could I have PowerPoint slide number 1, please? My name is John Hebda. My experience is I've been in the title insurance industry and title insurance consulting industry for 40 years. I extensively researched the title plant property records, official records, grantor-grantee, and the Poly Ridge Farms title policy. And I discovered and carefully read through a lot of documents, including the 1991 agreement and the 2005 declaration that Mark referred to. And my professional opinion is that there are no easements of record for the benefit of 17 and 31 to use the driveway easement over 74. And based on my title insurance experience too, I can assure you that a title insurer would not, under these conditions, insure 17 or 31 as having such an easement. Also, as a title insurer, we're trained extensively on how to research easements, how to interpret documents. We're trained to understand principles such as overburdening an easement and excessive use of an easement. Overburdening of an easement is complicated and a tough call. We're not going to discuss that, but it's a different issue. Excessive use of an easement is quite straightforward. An example of that is you're a property owner, you own more than one property, one of your properties enjoys an easement over a neighbor's land, and then you use that easement to access the other properties you own that do not have an easement. That's called excessive use of an easement, and it's very familiar to professional title insurers and real property attorneys. In this instance, too, I think it is intuitive in that the easement for the driveway that does benefit 33 benefits about a 102-acre parcel. Keep in mind that together, 17 and 31 comprise 1,083 acres.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that's extensive. I hope that helps. Thank you.
Yeah.
Larry Hale, to be followed by Kyle Abaco.
My name is Larry Hale. I own Pinnacle Traffic Engineering, and as you may remember, I was hired to look at the access issues associated with the project. That included the private driveway, the paved section, the Arizona crossing, as well as the connection to 246. As previously has been stated, Caltrans has conceptually approved the latest addition to the acceleration and deceleration plan. In the county's environmental document, they looked at maintenance issues and traffic hazards and inadequate sight distance. This is a copy of the recent survey of the Arizona crossing, and over about 500 feet of that is less than our 20-foot minimum standard based on the fire department, and there's about a 100-foot section that has a slope in excess of 10%. I did notice that the fire marshal is here, and he may be able to provide additional information on what they would require as far as concrete surface in those areas with excess slopes. Also, you can see at the very top of that exhibit, there is a curve to the left if you're going north, and my review indicated that there is limited sight distance around that curve, which could potentially have a safety impact. As I've stated in my previous testimony, that the scope of the project improvements necessary to ensure safe access have not been included in the project, and approval of the commercial project with the substandard access could have legal liability exposure issues both for the Polly Rich Farms property as well as the county. And I thank you very much. I'm available for questions if needed.
Thank you.
Kyle Abaco, to be followed by Josh Webb.
Mr. Chair, Honorable Supervisors, my name is Kyle Abello, and I'm the Recreation Coordinator for the City of Buellton. I'm not joined today by my colleague from City of Solvang, but Fred Lageman, the Parks and Recreation Director, but he is also in support of the project. I'm asking you to deny this appeal. I grew up in the San Ynez Valley, and from that experience and also now working with youth and families in my job, I can tell you there is a real shortage of fun, healthy activities in the valley. Our summer camps and camps throughout the year that we take youth, we travel to Santa Barbara, Santa Maria, even as far as San Luis Obispo County to go to recreational facilities. It's really a paradox that with all the natural area surrounding our valley that our kids have so few opportunities to experience them. They're either driving distance, you have to have special parking. It's not just being able to walk up into the hills as is available with many other communities. Here in Santa Barbara, some very nice hiking trails, but that's just not the case in the valley. And as a founding member of the San Ynez Valley Botanic Garden, I've really seen the value of bringing youth into nature and the natural surroundings, and that they can learn about that and look at our native habitats while having fun and recreation. And I believe that this project is a very important opportunity for kids and families in the valley to experience that beauty of native oak woodland while preserving that native oak woodland as well. I hope that you will deny this appeal and allow this worthy project to move forward. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Wolf has a question.
I'm just a little puzzled by what you said. Do you not ever take the kids to any of the local hiking trails that are free, like around Figueroa Mountain or any of?
We do. You have to have a
Kachuma?
permit, and with our vehicle, it would be cost prohibitive, really, to go back and forth throughout a whole day to get a number of kids up there. So we do that when we have smaller groups, but for the vast majority of people and families who may not be involved in our projects, getting to those places can be a hardship. And this project is located very close to the population centers in the cities and townships of the valley, and would be, I think, a very popular and well accessible property and project for this to happen.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Webb, to be followed by Carrie Lawson. Is Josh here?
Hello there, and thank you. My name is Kerry Lawson. I'm a parent of 3 young children in San Ynez. I also co-founded the San Ynez Youth Track Club and coach soccer. And I wanted to come and speak because we just got back from Montana. We took a 3-week vacation there, and one of the best and favorite things our kids did there was enjoy an adventure park with some light zip lining. I just wanted to express how happy they were for 2 or 3 days afterward, how important outdoor recreation is to the children of our country. There's a thing out there right now they're calling nature deficit disorder. A lot of kids on video games, a lot of kids would prefer to be indoors. I think it just reached 51% in our country a few years ago. And any opportunity for the youth of the Valley to get out, experience nature, and be a part of an adventure is something I completely support, as do all the coaches of the Valley. Thank you.
Frank Kelsey is our next speaker, to be followed by Kathy Vreeland.
Chairman and members of the board, my name is Frank Kelsey. Grew up in the St. Ynez Valley. I'm head of the St. Ynez Valley Youth Recreation, which is the organization that spent over $4 million in the last 35 years or 45 years in the Valley. We've basically built anything and everything that the kids play on or use in our Valley. This is an opportunity for you to help us out. We don't have to pay for this one, and we'd appreciate you to let this go forward. We need every bit of youth recreation facilities that we can possibly have. Mr. Gildred is one of the biggest youth advocates in our Valley, and if there's ever any question about whether he'll do the right thing, there's no doubt in our mind. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Kathy Vreeland is our next speaker, to be followed by Austin Vreeland.
I just got an evil look from my son. I don't know that he'll be the next speaker. Sorry. Good morning.
It's only going to be 2 minutes.
Okay.
You'll get over it.
Good morning. Thank you for your time. I'm wearing a few hats today. So I'm a mother of 2 boys. I work with the business community, and I promote tourism for our area. I have stood here before to share with you my thoughts of how this project would benefit the community on many levels. Last year, I took my boys and my 70-year-old mother-in-law on a zip lining trip while on vacation. None of them had ever been. That day, we made memories that the kids will never forget. It built their self-confidence as they soared high above the mountains and allowed us to spend quality time together while on vacation. This activity is much more than gliding down a cable from one point to another. It's a physical, emotional, and for some even spiritual experience. In wearing my business hat, this will not only be a job creator for the young and the old in our valley, but also be a revenue generator for the county and surrounding communities. By providing activities beyond what we already have, our guests will have another reason to stay over, eat, and enjoy what we have to offer. The City of Buellton has a vision plan that specifically calls out the need to increase recreational activities for all ages. As I noted above, you can see that zip lining does cater to all ages. This complements the visioning goal for Buellton and that has been largely supported by our community. Your Planning Commission did their due diligence and vetted out the details of this project. We've heard their support and recommendation to approve this project. The community is counting on you to do the right thing and represent the respectful majority who support this project rather than the loud minority who object. Today, we see people, young and old, who are running around with cell phones playing a game that lives in a virtual world. We've seen kids falling off of cliffs, walking into oncoming traffic, and even being drawn into areas that house sex offenders. How about we give them something better to do that still gets them off the couch and out of the house?
You're out of time already.
Thank you.
See how
Yep.
short 2 minutes is?
We support it.
Thank you.
Austin Vreeland. To be followed by Joe Lambert.
Follow that.
Yeah. It's going to be short and simple. I support this, and I hope you guys support this. Thank you.
All right. Excellent. All right. All right. Just FYI, we don't clap in here, so.
Joe
Yeah,
Lambert.
do that if you like what somebody says.
I'm going to take my dad's spot since he's not here yet. I'm JJ Lambert. Should probably be right after him. So
Wait,
that's okay.
Go ahead.
Our next speaker is Shelby Sim then.
Okay. Do you want me to go or not?
Yeah, go.
Okay. Thank you for your time this morning. My name is JJ Lambert. Lifetime resident here of Santa Barbara, born and raised in the San Ynez Valley. I'm a parent of 2, Pony League baseball coach, real estate agent, past president of the Santa Barbara Association, or past president of the Santa Barbara Young Professionals, and on numerous boards of directors. When I grew up in San Ynez, I knew the Gildreds, and both themselves and ourselves had makeshift zip lines in our backyards that we used to play on as kids. And I have great fond memories of doing that. Like so many people have echoed, I've watched a lot of things be shut down to the children of San Ynez Valley as I've grown up. And I think this is an incredible opportunity to open some more stuff up back to these kids. Every summer, we go to Catalina as a family, and we have had the most amazing time taking the zipline trip as we go from spot to spot on this zipline course and learn all about the history of Catalina. And it's something that my kids talk about and can't wait till the next year to come back and do it. The thought of having a project like that and the ability to do something like that right here in our backyard is really a fantastic thought in my mind. And I think it has a positive impact for the San Ynez Valley, for our kids, for our youth, and I hope that you choose to support it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Shelby Sim, to be followed by Aiden Sim.
Chairman Adam, Board of Supervisors, it's great to be here with you this morning, and I'm honored to be here representing Visit the San Ynez Valley, which in short represents the hotels in the San Ynez Valley. I'm also here as a father of a young man and a young daughter. I would just like to say that the hotels are obviously behind this, and as a father, it's, as the other people have said, there's a lot of computer stuff, and this is a great opportunity to get them out of the computers. This will preserve our valley. It will not destroy our valley. It will preserve it. It will provide a chance to learn the history of the valley and to have a unique experience. So the kids have to go far away for unique experiences, and to have something close by would be fantastic. The Planning Commission has fully vetted this and approved this. Your staff is advising that you deny this appeal and move the project forward. So I ask you please and plead with you to please approve this project and let us have a zip line in the San Ynez Valley. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Aiden Sim, and then Josh Hernblad.
Chairman Adam, Board of Supervisors, I'm excited for the opportunity to speak with you today regarding the zip line. Regarding the zip line that was recommended for approval by the Planning Commission. I'm a young teenager and I live in Bealton. There are not many outdoor activities for kids in Bealton, the San Ynez Valley, or Santa Barbara County. In fact, I can count the number of unique activities there are on one hand. Cloud's Head off of Turnpike, Ice in Paradise off of Stork, Boomers in Santa Maria, and Zoda's off of Cayo Real. Yes, there are beaches, hiking, camping, fishing, and I could ride my bike around the neighborhood, but I have to travel outside of the Santa Barbara County for experiences like water slides, roller coasters, amusement parks, and zip lines. It would be awesome if Santa Barbara County, the San Ynez Valley, Bealton, could have one of these unique experiences without having to drive out of our region. Thank you for this opportunity. I ask you please to approve the zip line that the Planning Commission has already recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Well spoken, lad.
Josh Hernblad, to be followed by Josh Lynn.
Hello, my name is Josh. I've known Stu for many years, and he's a family man, just loves the kids and all that. I'm a small business owner, and I hope that you approve this. Thanks.
Thanks.
Josh Lynn, to be followed by Sandy Schlags. Josh Lynn, not here. Then we'll go with Sandy Schlags and then John Johnson.
Good morning, welcome to the board. I'm Sandy Schlags, registered nurse with the county. I grew up in Santa Barbara and I've been a resident of the valley for over 30 years. I've raised 3 very intelligent young daughters, and I've served Santa Barbara County as a 911 dispatcher for over 20 years. I have worked in the emergency department as a registered nurse, and now I have the pleasure and honor to care and nurture for our students. I have worked for Santa Barbara County Special Ed for over 9 years. Between San Ynez Valley High School, Solvang, and Ballard last school year, I was responsible for well over 1,000 general ed students. And in the past 2 years, I've seen a dramatic increase in diabetes, 12 in our high school alone. Increased obesity, bullying, severe anxiety, and severe depression. The youth need a physical activity to do something other than sit in front of violent video games or be glued to these. My plea to you as an advocate for these students and their families is to see it in your hearts to clear this wonderful project. Nobody loves nature more than I do, but I love our kids too. Thank you for your time.
John Johnson and then Joan Jameson.
Supervisors, thank you for this time. I ask you to please approve this zip line. I think it'd be great for the community. I worked at Vandenberg Air Force Base for 22 years, and I've been doing pools and spas for 31 years. There's a lot of swimming pools around, a lot of water, but we have no zip lines. Zip lines would be an excellent thing for the kids that have fear. Maybe they'll get over their fears. Bring them out of the house and get them into the oak trees and the forest. Have a good day. Thank you.
Joan Jameson is our next speaker, and then Jim Richardson.
Oh, it's still morning. Hallelujah. Good morning, Chair Adam and supervisors. I bring you greetings from the other side of the mountain, the beautiful San Ynez Valley. I'm a member of the Solvang City Council. I speak to you today as a private citizen. I've lived there for 38 years, and for 30 of those years, I've been on the San Ynez Valley Youth Sports Foundation, trying the best to find recreational opportunities and facilities for our children and us too, the old folk. The cities of Solvang and Buellton support and provide limited recreation activities for the valley. They do not charge a fee to the children who live in the unincorporated area. And to my knowledge, there is no financial support whatsoever from the county from any recreational programs. That being said, I estimate that the private citizens in the valley have provided 90% of the recreational activities for the children and residents, from AYSO started by Martin Coyle, to Bill Miller, who perfected the activity, from Bob Phillips, who had the vision for the baseball multi-use fields at San Ynez School, to Frankie Kelsey, who spoke here. This foundation has made it possible for us all to play tennis on school courts, has maintained fields, and has also helped to build the pool at the high school, just to name a few. And now to Bruce Porter and his group, who will be rebuilding the pool. To the $3 million donation from the San Ynez Valley Chumash Indians to redo the football field and the track. To the many horse people in the community that have created the equestrian center. We now have another private citizen that wishes to help create recreational activities. I encourage you to approve the Sierra Grande Rural Recreation Project. It is a great project, and as Socrates realized a long time ago, sound mind needs a sound body. Vote yes for the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Richardson. And then we're going to hear from Chris Hartman.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Jim Richardson. I'm the mayor of the city of Solvang. I won't be speaking for the city of Solvang, but I will be speaking for my constituency. You know, I've been here before you. This is my third time in support of the zip line project, but I want to remind you that it's more than a zip line project. There's also a ropes course that requires athletic endeavor and athletic team building to pursue it. From a pragmatic standpoint, you know I'm an unabashed braggart of my city of Solvang. And I can only say that this project will be good for the city of Solvang and for the valley and for the county. There are numerous reasons for it. One is that the city of Solvang, because of our business, our industry, and this zipline ropes course will benefit our industry, is tourism. Tourism is responsible for an added $1,400 per capita benefit to the citizens of my city. It's also viable for TOT, bed tax, and sales tax. It's good for the valley. It's good for the county. The county hotels, county receives revenues from off of those things too. So I'm encouraging you to deny the appeal and to go ahead with the zip line ropes course. Thank you.
Chris Hartman, and then Mike Chenoweth.
Chairman Adams and members of the board, thank you for your time. I live in the Valley. My name's Chris Hartman, and I have two boys that have lots of energy and need an outlet for their energy. So to have fun things that they can do is sometimes a challenge in the Valley because we don't have that many activities where we can just show up and do a zip line or, do a water slide or anything of that nature. I've known Stu Gildred for many years. He's an honorable person, and I believe will do the right thing for our kids and for our community. This is a great opportunity for our kids to have a family experience together. We've taken our kids to Garza Blanca for zip lines. We've taken them to Tahoe, and it's been a great bonding experience and a confidence builder for the kids. It would be great to have this, right in our own community so we don't have to go out of town. And we'll also give the kids the ability to do lots of stuff with their friends as opposed to just hanging out and watching TV, doing video games, which seems to happen a lot. So I basically would ask that you deny this appeal and approve this project, which I think would be probably the funnest project in the Valley that we've had for many years. Thank you.
Mike Chenoweth, and then Michael Schlags.
Hello, board and supervisor, Mr. Advisor. I just wanted to convey the importance of having this type of project in San Ynez and for the community, and also for our family. I mean, there's many people here and in Santa Barbara who have families who look for things to do that are easy and that encompass the older and the younger. And this would allow that to take place where you could just go ahead and do something like that. So I encourage you to deny the appeal and to approve the activity. Thank you.
Michael Schlags, to be followed by Chris Swanson.
Good morning, board. I'm here to talk in support of the zipline project put forth by Stuart Gildred. He's got a long history. Everybody's been talking about it. He started the YMCA. His family has put forth lots of their resources and money to support this. My background is 40 years working in this county. I was one of the first certified paramedics in the 70s. My cert number was 15. So I go back a long way. So I've seen a lot of things that have happened in the Valley as both a fire captain, which is I retired as a paramedic, and then as a father of 3 children. Over the 30 years that I've lived here in the San Ynez Valley. I've seen and noted that there's not a lot of activities, as everybody's outlined here, for children in the Valley, and that anything we could do to promote outdoor activity is a good thing versus, again, the electronic world that we live in. When we don't provide things like this, kids are bored. And what I've personally experienced firsthand, and with 2 of my children's friends, is actually holding their dead bodies in my hands from vehicle accidents or from other stupid things. Kids just do stupid things if they're not supervised. If they have nothing to do, they'll find something to do. So these high-risk activities absolutely impact the entire community. And I think we could do things such as approving this that would save lives and give us something to leave a legacy, which is a cool thing, something we're doing for the community and for the future, and I ask you to consider this strongly. And thank you guys for supporting it too. Thank you.
Chris Swanson, to be followed by Gary Hall.
Let's should give that mustache another 2 minutes.
Normally I speak about my involvement with youth, but as you can tell, there's a lot of support here for that today. So I'd like to just quickly say that, you know what, everybody here that would get on that zip line or ropes course would benefit from it. You guys would benefit from it, and you would have a blast. So not just for little kids, not for kids my age, but for everybody. Thanks.
Gary Hall, and then we'll hear from Aaron Peterson.
My name is Gary Hall. I have 10 Olympic medals in swimming. I use that accomplishment to become a lifelong advocate for youth sport, rec, and physical activity. Addressing that on a national level, I serve on the Aspen Institute Leadership Board for Project Play, which is tasked with broadening youth access to sport, physical activity, and rec. Taking the recommendations of that organization, a project like this would serve an underserved community. You've heard that there are limited options for our kids and how they can be physically active. We bemoan the type 2 diabetes and obesity crisis that our nation faces. To put some numbers to that, the size of that crisis, $240 billion a year spent nationally in lost productivity and healthcare costs in treating type 2 diabetes, $190 billion a year in treating obesity. We have an obligation to provide our children with a fundamental human right to be physically active, exercise, and have fun. We're here to ask that of you today, and I'm here to support the project to put a zip line in the San Ynez Valley. After meeting Stu and hearing his passion for this project, I walked away saying, wow, he's really into zip lines. And I had never been on one. And it wasn't until just 2 months ago that I took my family to Hawaii, the North Shore of Hawaii. My son, of all the activities, picked the zip line in what he wanted to do, and was able to experience what Stu is talking so passionately about, and what all of us here are talking so passionately about, and was able to see that experience, have that experience with my son, and it's something that I wholeheartedly support. Thank you.
Aaron Peterson, and then Jim O'Shaughnessy.
Good afternoon, morning, Chairman Adam and supervisors. So I'm here just to speak from experience. I'm born and raised in the Valley, been on the high school school board, Board of Trustees, Allen Hancock, YMCA board. I employ lots of high school kids at my restaurants and college kids. I'm on the Planning Commission of the City of Solvang. I think the project's great. I'm not even going to speak to the project. I can't imagine anybody being against a project like this for youth, for adults in the Valley. Ziplining is great. What we have, though, is we have a neighbor who has a right to make an appeal. I've been before you on my projects. I've been before other counties. I've been before the city on projects I've done. I'm an ex-county district attorney. I was a U.S. attorney prosecuting drugs and fraud for many, many years. I've seen what lawyers can do. I've seen what lawyers can tie up projects. I know that neighbors have a right to bring a lawsuit. They can stop projects dead in their tracks by simply threatening lawsuits. They can tie it up for years and cost the applicant tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's absolutely unfair, in my estimation, how we allow this to continue. If a neighbor has an issue over an easement, then he should bring a lawsuit and sit down with the applicant and settle it. As your county council advised you, this is not an issue that you folks should be delving into, getting in the middle between two neighbors, trying to decide right now what a jury and what a judge would take weeks to decide. This is the time to approve a project that has met all the criteria from all staff, from Planning Commission on a 5-0 vote, from all the mitigated neg, from the fire department. I'm sure Stu will meet all of the requirements at Caltrans also. Do not hold up the project because of politics to allow a lawsuit to take place if that's what's going to happen or the two neighbors get together. This project should go forward without you folks interrupting it. Thank you.
Jim O'Shaughnessy. Then is Jim here? Then we're going to go with Zach Conklin. Zach, are you here? And then Jay Jameson.
Good morning, board. My name is Zachary Conklin. I'm here representing Recovery Ranch, and we're just here to offer our support to the Gildred family, and we just feel it's important that youth and young adults have a safe and sober place, a safe environment for youth and young adults to have clean and sober fun. Thank you.
Jay Jameson. Okay, then Joe Lambert. Did Joe show up? Okay, then that was our final speaker.
Okay. All right, so that puts us back to, are you going to turn your light on? Because we have rebuttals left over here. You still want to make a comment, Supervisor Wolf?
Oh, no, I just had a couple questions, but I'll wait.
Okay. So you're going to wait for a rebuttal? Okay. All right, so let's go with the appellant for 5 minutes.
It won't take 5. I think I'm a little bit on the other side of Santa Claus. And I don't mean that facetiously at all. The developer here obviously has the wherewithal and the power to come forward with a worthwhile project. What the developer does not have is the power of eminent domain. The county's rules require you to make a finding that access is adequate. And I'd like to ask you a question that occurred to me when I was listening to the speakers. The developer has not come forward with a policy of title insurance for parcels 31 and 17 that showed there's access over my client's property. Now you bet that if they could have gotten a title insurance company to issue such a policy, it would have been presented to you. Mr. Hebda and he's an expert, has explained that no title insurance company would insure this access because it doesn't exist. That's the point. That's the point of that's the essence and heart of our appeal. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gildred or
Mr.
Lloyd?
Chair, Mark
Mr.
Lloyd.
Yeah.
I'm just going to speak to just a couple matters. One, Mr. Hebda and Mr. Kirby's assertions about title insurance. As I would think most people in this room know, title insurance is about a business risk, not about records. And in my letter that I provided to this board 2 meetings ago in regards to these easements and documents, I pointed out that title insurance companies don't always look at grantor-grantee records. And if you do an exhaustive search, you will find the declarations and the other documents I identified in my letter to you. Title insurance companies make decisions on policies according to risk assessment. They're business people. That's what they do. They are not the depository for the records of the recorded documents. This county is. And the documents that establish our broad easement rights reciprocally across all the parties' properties that are talked about in this case here, the 3 assessors parcels we have and Polly Rich Farms, are in that document and subject to that record. And then Mr. Gilder will talk to a few matters. Oh, just one other thing. Again, the testimony that was done as to the slopes of the gradients of the driveway, it was identified that there might be up to 10%. That does not need a concrete section. That is a simple pavement issue, a standard construction that happens in nearly every project. Thank you.
Let's stop the clock. Supervisor Wolf wants to ask a question.
I was going to ask staff, but if you can answer this. There is a shuttle that takes folks from the parking lot up to the top of the zip line. What's the distance that
I'm guessing at that, but I would say that's getting on to a third to maybe a half a mile. You kind of wind around and go up to the top. Obviously, you're gaining elevation to have the gravity to zip line down through to the bottom.
So everyone who goes there will have to get into the shuttle?
Yes. That's the only way you can get up to the top.
They can't walk?
Yeah, well, I suppose they could. I don't know why they would.
Why they would?
Why they would walk all the way up there.
Well, we're talking about recreation, so that would be a good thing, right?
And I wouldn't discount that. I'm just saying that I think the emphasis is to get on the zip line. And like when I go to Magic Mountain with my kids, when I used to, when they got off the ride, they'd run around and get back on it again. So I think they're there for the zip line, respectfully.
And then my other question, and I know it's in the record, but I can't find it along with the other information I know that Diane's going to give us. What is the cost for a participant? I know that there were one for young adults or kids and one for adults? Do you know
If
offhand?
I may, Mr. Chair, Madam Supervisor, I'll let Mr. Gildred speak to
Okay.
that, and he'll talk about that. And also, Mr. Chair and Madam Farr, your question about subsidies and costs and whatnot, he'll address that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. And lastly, I just encourage you to follow the staff recommendations and findings and reject the appeal and
All right.
approve the project. Thank you.
Did we reserve some time for Mr. Gildred? Okay, you got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Supervisors. So at times I've felt a little frustrated, I think, by the process, but I've kind of changed my tune. I think what helped me with that was Jim Richardson, Mayor Jim Richardson. And I was kind of confiding in him and saying, wow, does every business have to go through this? And his response was, you know what, Stu, I think that his relationship with some of the people on the board have to do with being thorough and making sure that they've looked and researched at all of the issues. And so, having said that, then I appreciate that you guys have had a chance to research and look at all the issues. We talked about Caltrans. They came back with a new, improved, safer ingress and egress, which satisfied that. We talked to Fish and Wildlife, and they came back with their comments that, yes, in fact, we do have a stream bed alteration agreement and conditions to conform. And part of that agreement allows us to maintain that easement and that roadway across the river to the fire department's satisfaction. So from a standpoint of safety, then we have resolved those issues. So it's not a safety issue. And when we come to the issue of easements, we've heard a lot of different opinions on whether we do or we don't. We feel supremely confident with the information that we've given that County Council has made the right choice. And we haven't heard anything from the appeal to give us pause or concern. There simply isn't a smoking gun. What we do have is Steve Kirby, who is an expensive attorney that's done a good job of raising issues. Those issues have been answered. They have been mitigated. We've gone through them. And at this point, we're back with, okay, what's the issue, which is what my concern has been. Rick Owes, what's the issue? It's more traffic that's related to our project. And so while I'm sensitive to the fact that there's going to be an impact, we've tried to work with him on several occasions. At this point, I'm going to be very positive and say 8 cars per hour, and on a typical day, maybe 4, is still not a traffic jam. The improvements that Caltrans is saying and the existing 60-foot roadway, I really do not see that a year from now that we can't come to terms and Mr. Owes and their family are going to say, Stu, glad you have the project, thrilled that the impacts that we thought were there didn't materialize, and our community gets to enjoy something, a legacy for our youth that we can all be proud of. So let's make the right choice, see through the smoke, and be on the right side of this decision. I hope it's a 5-0. Thank you, Supervisors.
Thank you. Go ahead and ask.
Did you? Yeah.
Sorry, there was a cost issue.
Right.
And so we did a survey of what do other zip lines in California charge. And so there is a high and a low, and so the average is going to be about $110 per adult, and that's going to be less for children. So 85, I think, is what we were talking about, and 80. And then the other thing that's been coming up a lot is this whole issue of, you've heard about my family and our philanthropy. I think the record is very clear on that, okay? One of the things I want to do is always give back, and we have a record of giving back. But if you want me to be specific, if that record isn't clear enough already through all of the groups that we've helped, I'll put my mouth and say exactly that we would like to do every month at least 80 people through that are disadvantaged youth in our community, whether it's the East and West Side Boys Clubs or whether it's Recovery Ranch. We will commit to doing that, and I hope that's, we'll put it in the public record right now.
Please ask it.
Thank you. Can someone just do the ropes course?
Yes.
And is that the same cost, or is that less?
The ropes course is the same cost, so you can do one or the other.
Or both?
You can, and I'm sure that we haven't come up with the pricing for what both would be, But again, if it meets with the reservation that you've made, then I think that, yes.
So the ropes course would be $85?
I need to talk that
child.
over with Glenn. Oh, I'm sorry. So Glenn's helping me with this. It's 40 for the ropes course for kids, and I think it was 55 for adults. So.
Okay, thank you.
But again, we're basing this off of what the market says. So, you know, yes, this is a for-profit business, and yes, we're going to be involved with philanthropy. And any further clarification?
Thank you.
Supervisor Farr.
Thank you. Actually, Mr. Gildred, if you would stay at the podium, because I wanted to ask you about this. As I said before, you know, I think a lot of what weighed in the Planning Commission's decision to go ahead and have a majority vote to approve this was the fact that you had committed to make this a real resource that was accessible to the community and also affordable. So there is that language in the project description that talks in a general way about providing, you know, a free and low cost. So I just heard you say that you were willing to commit to providing access to 80 disadvantaged youth on average per month. Is that what you said?
That is correct.
Okay, and is that free or reduced cost?
Free.
Okay, and so what I would like to do is I would like staff to go ahead and put that in a specific condition of approval, and let me tell you why. You obviously have a tremendous reputation in the community, and your family does. Going back to your father, of philanthropy and of being very concerned about youth in the community and providing opportunities for them long before you started down this road for this project. And you probably think that you're going to, live a long time and be doing this project for a long time, and that your vision for it will continue. Unfortunately, what I have seen back to when I was on the County Planning Commission is that, we grant permits that run with the land, not with you. And so we have to be looking for long-term, and that if in the future you should decide to sell or you have a lease with an operator, that your vision and what you've committed to the community is carried through, and that's why it's important to be rather specific on that, so that somebody else that looks at the project in the future says, oh, okay, well, we have specifically committed to at least this minimum idea of how we're going to provide this kind of access to the community. So anyway, that's why I'm asking you to be on the record with this, so that it's very clear going forward, because obviously, you have engendered a lot of community support. But we did hear from Mr. Abello that accessibility also implies affordability, and so that's what I'm trying to get at here.
Well, and I just want to be clear, too, that with committing to that, that doesn't prevent us from being more generous.
Oh, absolutely.
So
I'm just
I'm
looking for
this is just the beginning, and we just don't know where this is going to take us, but we would like to get involved with different youth groups, and I just don't have that ability to talk to it, because first we need to get an approval.
Okay, thank you. And I see County Council wants to jump in here.
Yeah.
Chair Adam and Supervisors, generally when there's an offer like this, we would recommend that it occur in the project description and not be a condition of approval that the board is exacting from the applicant. And that might take a few minutes with staff to actually incorporate that in there. But our general recommendation is that something like this be in the project description, and we could work with staff and the applicant on that.
So just to add to that section that's already in there, that that specifically we're talking about just what he talked about. Okay, that would be great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Supervisors.
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Ms. Black may have the information I had requested.
Well, that's next on our agenda.
Okay.
Staff comments.
So, Mr. Chair and Supervisor Wolf, to answer your question about the Ag Preserve uniform rules and the Ag Preserve Advisory Committee review, in your original board agenda letter of May 17th, 2016, the Planning Commission staff report is included as attachment 20 or attachment 4, and on page 24 of that staff report is a discussion of the Ag Preserve uniform rules. Also, as attachment F to the Planning Commission staff report are the APAC minutes. So that's where you can find the material about APAC review. But going back to the uniform rules, The APAC makes a determination of whether or not projects are consistent with the uniform rules. And the particular uniform rule here is Uniform Rule 2, which speaks to compatible uses within agricultural preserve contracts. And Section 2-5 specifically talks about recreational uses. And that section says recreational uses such as walking, hiking, picnicking, etc., are deemed compatible uses on contracted land. And then there are examples of non-compatible uses, motor vehicle use, which is detrimental to the productivity of land, and golf courses are cited examples. And then there's a list of requirements that agricultural use needs to meet under that rule. And it refers back to the general compatibility guidelines, which call for a use not significantly compromising the long-term productive agricultural capability of the property, that it doesn't displace or impair current or reasonably foreseeable agricultural operations, and then it does not result in the significant removal of adjacent contracted land. So they're pretty specific criteria, and the APAC, in their contemplation of this project, applied these rules and concluded, I think on a 2-to-1 vote at their last meeting, that the project was compatible.
And they had a couple of meetings regarding this?
They had several meetings, Mr. Chair and Supervisor Wolf. They first met on August 9th of 2013. Then they met on September 6th of 2013, October 4th of 2013, and then last on October 14th of 2015.
Okay, thank you.
And then I think that John would like to read into the record the condition, project description condition language addition, and then maybe make 1 or 2 other comments for the record.
Thank you, Ms. Black. So to address Supervisor Farr's concerns or requests for some clarification in the project condition language, on page 2 of the project condition, it's under operational information. The 3rd paragraph starts with the sentence, an objective of the project. And so at the end of that paragraph, adding text to it, it would say, the no-cost use of the zip line and ropes course facilities shall occur a minimum of 12 times per year of a minimum of 80 participants. The no-cost event would not exceed the project's maximum daily attendance limit of 80 persons per day. So that's the language we're looking at for specifically states how often, the frequency, and how many people would be attending those events.
Okay, hang on. Can I get a clarification here? This is 80 times per year.
Mr. Chair, no, it's 12 times per year, approximately once a month. And of each time that he would have this opportunity for no-cost usage, the number of people attending that day would be 80, which would be the same amount that's the maximum allowed by the project.
All right, that went by me too fast. I didn't get the once a month part.
Would you like me to read it one more?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
Supervisor Lavanino.
I was just going to say, we should probably make sure that language is acceptable to both parties.
Mr. Chair, we're going to try one more time because it is a little bit confusing, and I think we're going to recommend inserting with the intention of serving disadvantaged youth. The understanding being we're not particularly in a position to say we're going to evaluate every participant, but that's the intention, so it's clear in the condition letter.
Let me try this again. The no-cost use of the zip line and ropes course facilities shall occur a minimum of 12 times per year of a minimum of 80 participants. The no-cost events would not exceed the project's maximum daily attendance limit of 80 persons per day with the intention to serve the disadvantaged youth.
Supervisor Carball.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Mr. Gildred for doing this. I know he's going above and beyond
And I know we know so many children that are privileged in our community and have the means to do that, but there's a lot of children that I know that I come across who don't have the means to pay $85. That's usually a stretch even to go to Disneyland once a year or every 2 years. So I just really appreciate your generosity that you're going above and beyond, and how you implement that. I just really encourage you to work with organizations that target those disadvantaged communities. Because I could see a bunch of organizations stepping up and saying, we're coming, you know, the YMCA is coming, or whoever, and they might have disadvantaged youth, but there's a lot of groups that are, I think, known for having interaction and programs that target those communities. And I think even on an honor system, if you were to go to those, they would gladly round up and you know, a certain amount of kids at a time to come up there as a group. So again, I just want to thank you for your generosity.
Mr. Gazzoni.
Chair Adam, so I think we've heard how staff would operationalize the offer for the change project description that was made. And I see Mr. Lloyd coming up, and with or without further comment from Mr. Lloyd, I think it would be good to provide the applicant maybe a few minutes to talk with his team before having him state on the record that is the changed project description that they're applying for. So just a short break so that they could consult among themselves.
Okay, let's have a 3-minute break.
So, Mr. Chair, while they're just finalizing, I wanted to make one other comment for the record, and I believe somebody raised an issue with the improvements along 246 that we talked about at the very beginning of the hearing, and I just wanted to clarify that those are within the Caltrans road right-of-way. And I believe that there is a clarification to the project description language to make it clear that all 80 participants in any given month don't have to be on the same day. So if Mr. Gildrich wanted to have 20 people on 4 times during a month come at no cost, then that could happen. So I think we've settled on some language, and maybe John could read that into the record, and then the applicant's team could agree to that.
Mr. Chair, we've discussed this with the applicant and his team, and so the language we're now suggesting would say that a no-cost use of the zip line or ropes course facilities shall occur a minimum of 12 times per year. That's the new language. Before that, there's a sentence in there that says the no-cost events would not exceed the project's maximum daily attendance limit of 80 persons per day. Let me start it back over. Sorry. Here's the language. The no-cost use of the zip line or ropes course facilities shall occur a minimum of 12 times per year. The no-cost event would not exceed the project's maximum daily attendance limit of 80 persons per day with the intention of serving the disadvantaged youth.
Is that adequate, Mr. Lloyd?
Yes, Mr. Chair, honorable supervisors. We worked with the staff on that language, and that language gives us the flexibility. We actually see the operation probably being once a week, 4 times a month with 20 kids, and being able to do it like that, not have 80 at one time. And I think that gives a broader opportunity to the neighborhood or the community. So we accept that and appreciate your working that.
So, Mr. Chair, not to belabor this, but I think we lost that there will be 80. So I think that the language should read, the no-cost use of the zip line and ropes course facility shall occur a minimum of 12 times per year with 80 participants, no-cost participants per month. And then the last sentence, the no-cost event would not exceed the project's maximum daily attendance of 80 people. So that gets the 12 times per year, 80 minimum, and then that they have to still operate within their limits.
That is acceptable. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I think we're back to the board now. Supervisor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I appreciate the opportunity to start off since this is in my district. And first of all, I want to thank everybody who came today. I know it took up half of your day, and I appreciate you doing that to be here for the hearing, and for those of you who spoke, I appreciate that as well, no matter where you were on this issue. I'm sure that for most of you, this just seems like it should be a no-brainer, and you know, why did it take so much time and so much thought to get to this point? But actually, it hasn't been an easy project to evaluate. You know, it did have multiple hearings at the Ag Preserve Advisory Committee, because we do take the preservation of our ag land in our county very seriously, and anything that we think might compromise the integrity of that or the utility of that is something that we really want to thoroughly evaluate. Of course, it had hearings at the Planning Commission with a lot of different issues being vetted, and this language that we were just talking about added in along with others to make sure that it was reflective of what the Planning Commission thought was most beneficial. I think, you know, it's important to remember that we make decisions on land use issues for the benefit of the community at large, and for as long as the permit might be granted. So we're not really looking at the applicant, or in this case, the appellant. We're trying to make decisions that are in the best interests of everybody and have the most long-term benefit. And especially when we're looking at a permit like this, which is a conditional use permit, allowing something that might not normally be allowed in the zone district, it really takes a lot of close scrutiny. And so, as Mr. Gildred said, you know, it is something that we want to be particularly thorough and careful about, and make sure that the positive impacts are going to far outweigh any negative impacts. So I think, you know, the biggest issue that has come out as far as the appeal, of course, is the access and the use of that. And I'm not sure that a decision by this board is going to fully resolve that. But we are led by what our staff concludes and what our county council concludes, and so we move forward with that information when we make our decisions. So when all is said and done, I do think that this project is going to have more positive impacts for the community. I think all of the testimony that we've had about the need for things for families and youth to do in the Santa Ynez Valley and in the county as a whole are really important, and that was why I thought it was particularly important to talk about not just the accessibility but the affordability of it. As I think I said in the last hearing, you know, I did raise 3 sons myself. I'm acutely aware of the lack of recreational opportunities that we have in this county for youth and families, and so I'm happy that I'm to the point now where I can support this project and recommend staff's motions for approval.
Chair Adam and Supervisor Farr, could I recommend, just for clarity on the record, that if Supervisor Farr was moving the project forward, that recommended action D would be modified. It currently reads grant de novo approval of the project, and I would recommend inserting the words with the project description as revised by applicant concerning use at no cost by 80 disadvantaged youth per month.
Yes, I accept that change in all that amended motion.
Supervisor Wolf, then Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, it's not going to be easy speaking to all of you with your T-shirts because I'm going to be taking an opposite view, but it sounds like this project is going to be moving forward. But I really want to express my reservations. And you're obviously a well-respected citizen in the community, so my comments are not about you. What it has to do is the process. And, you know, Supervisor Farr mentioned the Ag Advisory Committee, and I brought that up at the last meeting. I brought it up again today because a person who has their property under Ag Preserve gets certain tax benefits from that, or tax relief. And back in 2007, when I first came on this board, we struggled in developing the uniform rules as to what was appropriate for property that's in Ag Preserve. And what we heard from Ms. Black, that what the intention was for recreational uses was walking, hiking, and picnicking. And in my opinion, which I think is obviously going to differ from my colleagues, is that zipline is not one of those uses. And I know from reading the minutes and from the multiple meetings from the committee that looked at this was something that they struggled with as well. So I think for consistency and for us to uphold our own rules, that's one reason why I can't support this project. I think Supervisor Farr has made a positive change, but frankly, if you look at the cost that has been estimated, I think it will affect not just lower class families, but middle class families. If for myself, I have 3 kids, 2 adults, it would cost almost $500 to go do this. So it's a lot of money. And I certainly am aware of the benefits of recreation. I mean, I was a teacher who taught physical education. I got my master's degree in kinesiology at UCLA. I took classes in play theory. I'm not sure where that gentleman was who went to the Aspen Institute. I thought that was really interesting to know that there is a focus on play and the importance of play. And I know from my studies and what's important is to encourage kids to get out of their home. Of course, stop playing with their computers and Pokemon or whatever, but isn't that our responsibility as parents to make sure that kids go out, go on the bicycle, go to the beach? You don't necessarily need to find recreation by paying $85 per child. I just find that abhorrent, actually. And I hope in our society, and I don't believe this is a reflection of your project, I think it's a reflection of our community, that we need to encourage our kids to go hiking that's free, to go on a walk that's free, to go on a bicycle that's free, to go to the beach that's free, rather than always looking for something that costs money, as that is the source of your recreation. So that's or join a baseball team or a soccer team. So I don't really see this. I can't find that as a benefit either to the community. Maybe it is a benefit though to tourism. I will give you that. I think people will come here and find this as a nice place to come, just as our folks go other places for if they go to Lopez Lake or some other location. I just cannot, in good conscience, make the findings of approval for this project. The whole issue of easement, I know that's not before us, but I will say that was troubling to some degree that we're making this decision, but I'm going to obviously respect what our council says, and that decision will be made later. But I feel that I can, that this is potentially setting a precedent in our ag land. This is a commercial venture in our ag preserve land. So with that, Mr. Chair, thank you for allowing me to speak.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too want to thank everybody that came today, and I don't know about a zip line business, but you definitely can do a t-shirt business, and you seem to be doing pretty good in that. I represent City of Santa Maria, and a lot of the, I'm sure a lot of you have heard about a lot of the problems that we're having there. And when the community came together to talk about a lot of the youth violence, one of the recurring themes was that there just wasn't enough for kids to do that was productive. And I applaud you for offering the facility up. And I hope it's not just for kids in the San Ynez Valley. I hope that we're looking at bringing kids from Santa Barbara, disadvantaged kids from Santa Maria as well. Because, one of the difficult things as a elected official is, we've identified the problem in Santa Maria is that we just don't have enough open space and soccer fields and those types of things. But what's difficult is to site a facility, to go through the environmental review of the facility, to buy the property, then to build whatever we want to build and maintain it. And here we have somebody in the community that's basically done the hard work for us. So I also wanted to say, I took Mr. Hall's comments to heart as well, that, we do spend quite a bit of money as a nation of trying to get kids to get out there and recreate. And I think this is just a great example. And to the cost aspect of it, yeah, I understand this is probably something as a dad and as a grandparent, I'm not going to be running out there every Friday to hit the zip lines for a couple $100. But, it is something that we can get kids to work towards to be able to have as a reward. So, I applaud you for opening it up for the disadvantaged. And I'm going to be supporting the project and the motion. I look forward to taking my grandkids out there and having a good time.
Nothing? Okay. Well, I'm just going to say, for me, I don't have any problems with this project at all, except for the last-minute shakedown. I hate that. I just hate that. It just grinds me every time it happens, and it happens frequently. But it grinds me, and this, if I'm not wrong, you got to be putting $750,000 into this project. I mean, that's just, to me, starters. You showed me what it was out on the site. And, you know, if we're going to whine about somebody paying $85, you know how many trips it takes to get $750,000 at $85 a crack? And, you know, that's just unbelievable. And we can't expect people, you know, and I don't know why, I don't know where you get your money. I don't know why you've decided that you really want to do this, especially right next to your house. But, you know, if that's what you want to do, okay, fine. But God, it bothers me when we talk like this about when a guy wants to go out and do something like this that's clearly not a great investment for him personally. To run him through the gauntlet that we run him through, and then at the end shake him down for 80 trips a month for free, it hurts me. But that's just me, and God bless you. And now I got Supervisor Carbajal to say something. It's awesome.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, go for it.
I was going to go vote for this project regardless, but I'm very appreciative of you having that philanthropic value. I think that speaks to our community, and it's not a shakedown. You didn't have to do this. You went above and beyond. There's some people who don't have that value of community and giving back, and that's why I spoke earlier. I praised you for it because you didn't have to do that, and you're doing it. I happen to disagree with Mr. Adam. I mean, he sees people who are being philanthropic as being shaken down. You certainly didn't have to do that. And I just appreciate that you were willing to step up and be generous as your family has demonstrated over the years. Because, you know, our country is built not just on free enterprise, about taking that dollar and putting it in our pocket. It's about creating a sense of community, a sense of making sure everybody has access to prosperity and opportunity. And I just so much appreciate you volunteering that. So thank you.
And I'm just going to say, I'm not saying you're not philanthropic. I mean, I think you're philanthropic at doing it, even recovering it at $85 a crack. Anyway, we'll call for the question, and we better do a roll call vote. Mr. Allen?
Ms. Wolf?
No.
Ms. Farr? Mr. Lavanino?
Aye.
Mr. Carbajal? Mr. Adam?
Aye.
Passes 4-1.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. That was nice. All right. We're going to go to a closed session. You want to read us in? And we're probably going to have a bifurcated closed session. So let's read us in.
Chair Adam, today in closed session, we have 3 existing litigation cases. George versus County of Santa Barbara, Borjas v. County of Santa Barbara, and Santa Barbara Channel Keeper.
Well, we have a 1 o'clock. All right. Excuse me, folks. We're trying to read something into the record here, and we're not getting it. So please let us have our meeting here and move it outside. Thank you.
Chair Adam, as I said, we have 3 existing litigation cases: George v. County of Santa Barbara, Borjas v. County of Santa Barbara, and Santa Barbara Channel Keeper v. County of Santa Barbara. You also have 2 potential cases of anticipated litigation in a conference with legal counsel, as well as conference with labor negotiators for all bargaining units, unrepresented employees, managers, and executives, followed by public employee appointment consideration for public defender and public employee performance evaluation for county executive officer. My estimate of the total time is an hour and a half, but it could bifurcate out at 1 hour and then have public employee appointment and evaluation in the trail session.
Yeah, I think that's what we'll end up doing, because we have a 1 o'clock and we can push that off a little bit and take care of these litigations. But we'll do the best we can to come back at the 1 o'clock time certain. Yeah, we have a time certain for Nomad Village. Yeah. Okay, well, we'll just say 1:30, yeah. All right, thank you. Back it. There we go. All right. All right. So we are on to the item. What is this? Item 5. Mr. Allen, would you like to read that into the record, please?
Chair Adam, members of the board, item 5 is from General Services. It's to consider recommendations regarding the arbitrator's March 5, 2016 opinion and award as to awards 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, and 12 in the matter of arbitration between Nomad Village Mobile Home homeowners and Nomad Village Mobile Home Park pursuant to Rule 23 of the Mobile Home Rent Control Rules for Hearings and Chapter 11A, Section A4 of the Santa Barbara County Code.
And Chair Adam, I'll forego reporting out from closed session until the finish of closed session, which will be after the end of the day here. We'll just do one report at the end of the day.
Okay, super. Mr. Pontes.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, today we are here for the petition for review of the mobile home rent control arbitration opinion and award on remand. On January 19, 2016, your board held a hearing pursuant to the court order in Judge Enerkel's demand, which granted in part and denied in part relief sought by park management related to the board's May 15, 2012 decision. On January 19, 2016, your board vacated, reconsidered, and remanded awards 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, and 12 to the arbitrator for adequate findings and recalculation. February 17, 2016, the arbitrator held a hearing on remand and on March 5, 2016, executed the opinion and award, revised on remand. On April 14, 2016, homeowners filed a petition for review of awards 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, and 12 made by the arbitrator on remand. Today's review of the arbitrator's opinion and award occurs pursuant to the mobile home rent control rules for hearing. As you're aware, County Code Chapter 11A, Mobile Home Rent Control, guides this proceeding. It creates an arbitration process for rent control disputes in mobile home parks within the unincorporated area whenever a proposed rent increase exceeds 75% of the consumer price index as described within Chapter 11A. The parties, as you recall, are Park Management, which is Lazy Landing LLC, and Waterhouse Management Incorporated. Homeowners are represented by the residents of the Nomad Village Mobile Home Park. For the rules for the hearing, under Rule 23, Board reviews the arbitrator's opinion and the award under an abuse of discretion, which is established only if the arbitrator failed to proceed in the manner required by law, made a finding not supported by substantial evidence, or made a decision not supported by the findings. The arbitrator's awards and staff recommendations follow. Award number 4 on remand. All granted temporary increases are to be amortized at 9% for 7 years. The staff recommendation is to find that the arbitrator did not abuse his discretion. However, remand award number 4 in light of the other remanded awards. Award number 5 on remand. The homeowners are to pay the $62,145.55, which were capital improvement expenses incurred prior to the commencement of the arbitration. The homeowners are not required to pay the $320,000 held in escrow at the time of the hearing, in that they were not definite and certain prior to the commencement of the arbitration. Staff recommendation was to find that the arbitrator abused his discretion and remand award number 5 to the arbitrator for adequate findings on specific items of incurred costs in the amount of $62,145.55. Award number 6 on remand, the original request of $50,973 in professional fees for payment by the homeowners is reduced to $25,000, which is a reasonable amount for services associated with the capital expenses and improvements. The staff recommendation is to find that the arbitrator abused his discretion and remand award number 6 to the arbitrator for adequate findings about the nature of the fees. Award number 7 on remand. The homeowners are to pay $40,000 for the A&E fees associated with the capital improvements, a smaller number than petitioned for due to the reduced utility of those items since their purchase. The staff recommendation is find the arbitrator abused his discretion and remand award number 7 to the arbitrator for adequate findings about the nature of the fees. Award number 8 on remand, the homeowners are to pay $130,531 for the supplemental tax payments. The staff recommendation is to find that the arbitrator abused his discretion and remand award number 8 to the arbitrator for adequate findings about the nature of the payment. Award 11 on remand, the homeowners are to pay $110,000 for legal fees associated with the challenge to the rent increase. Staff recommendation is to find the arbitrator abuses discretion and remand award number 11 to the arbitrator for adequate findings about the nature of the fees. Award number 12 on remand. The permanent increase is to be $25.29 and the temporary increase of $39.44 as supported by the attached. Staff recommendation is to remand award number 12 to the arbitrator for recalculation in light of the other remanded items. We would also like your board to determine that proposed action is administrative activity of the county which will not result in direct or indirect physical changes in the environment and is therefore not a project as defined by CEQA. And with that, we've got the order of the hearing as follows. And I'm happy to move to the next step.
Well, let me go back and repair my mess up already, because I was supposed to do ex partes before you started. So let's start down here with Supervisor Lavanino.
I have nothing to report.
Supervisor Farr?
Mr. Chair, I have nothing to report either.
Okay, and I don't either.
I have nothing to report.
I have nothing to report, Mr. Chair.
Okay, let's get back on track here. So now we're down to presentation by homeowners.
Chair Adam, could I recommend that we do just a couple minutes on the legal framework that we're operating under, and I think that might help inform the public comment that we receive. Okay. So I'm going to ask Ms. Richardson to briefly describe the legal framework, and then I'm going to provide you with a recommended procedural motion similar to the last hearing on this item.
Great, thank you.
Chair Adams, Supervisors, after your board last took action in January to remand several items to the arbitrator issued an opinion and award that was revised on remand. And this item is currently before your board because the homeowners filed a petition for review by your board of that arbitrator's decision. And as for the standard your board is operating under today, as stated by Mr. Pontes, it is the abuse of discretion standard. And this is not the de novo standard that your board normally operates under when it acts as the appeal authority. An abuse of discretion is established where your board finds that the arbitrator made a finding not supported by substantial evidence, made a decision not supported by the findings, or failed to proceed in the manner required by law.
And Supervisors, as we had discussed previously, the board's consideration of this item is constrained in part by the mobile home rent control rules, in particular Rules 13 and 23. Rule 13 states that the record is restricted to evidence that was before the arbitrator. However, Rule 23 allows the board to hear oral argument from the parties, their representatives, or their attorneys. And subject to the Brown Act, the board is also required to receive public comment on this item. So what we recommend is that the board at this point make a procedural motion to clarify that in accordance with Rules 13 and 23B of the mobile home rent control rules, the board limit its review of the arbitrator's decision to the paper record alone attached to the board agenda letter dated July 12, 2016. That consists of the arbitrator's opinion and award on remand, which is included as attachment B, B, and attachments A through X, and that the board will not consider any new evidence and receives oral argument and Brown Act public comment only as argument that focuses on evidence already contained in the record. That is, that nothing heard today will be new evidence. And I would recommend that you make that motion at this point.
Okay, can we get that motion? Do we have a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. All right. So all testimony is going to be viewed as argument. Okay. Supervisor Farr, really, and then Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, obviously, this is extremely different than what we normally go through with land use kinds of things, and I know you've outlined this. And, of course, it's not the first time it's come to the board, and we're operating within this very confined set of rules. So, we made a decision, went to the arbiter. The arbiter made decisions. That decision has been appealed, and now it's to us, and now it's back to us again. And the recommendation is that we remand it back again to the arbiter, correct?
Chair Adam and Supervisor Farr, that's correct. And looking at the recommended actions that are laid out, the majority of the actions are to remand for adequate findings, and then the first and the last recommended action would remand those items in light of remanding the other awards, but primarily it's sending it back to the arbitrator and directing the arbitrator to provide findings on the matters that came in the new order that's in front of you.
Okay, so, I mean, is there a definite end to the loop? Because, you know, I mean, if we do this and the arbiter does whatever, and then that gets appealed, I mean, how does this ultimately get resolved if we're in this endless cycle?
Chair Adam and Supervisor Farr, without having any substantive discussions with the arbitrator, we plan to work with General Services and, assuming you follow staff's recommended actions of remand for adequate findings, making clear that you need those adequate findings in order to proceed forward with this, to just underline that with the arbitrator.
Okay, but ultimately, the redress is a similar process again.
That's correct, and we'd like to get out of that loop.
Yeah, well, I certainly would like to too. Thank you.
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Gazzoni, you mentioned the first and the last awards as not an abuse of discretion, but we're remanding it for other reasons. And I just want to confirm that those reasons are within our authority.
Chair Adam and Supervisor Wolf, that's correct. You have authority on this within the abuse of discretion standard, and the recommended actions would have you directing findings and then providing the arbitrator the opportunity to see if there were any changes on the first and last award at that same time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so now, if I'm right, we're down to the presentation by homeowners. Who's representing the homeowners? And you
Good
will
afternoon.
have, you will
Deborah
have up
Hamrick.
to 10 minutes, but you don't have to use it all.
Thank you. Well, we definitely agree with your question about this continuous loop because it has us worried. So hopefully this will help explain things from our stance a little better.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Oh, Deborah Hamrick. The ordinance contemplates two types of expenditures: ordinary operating expenses and capital expenditures. This is an all-inclusive categorization of all possible expenditures that management encounters. The ordinance further subcategorizes capital expenditures into capital improvements and capital expenses. The ordinance defines capital expenditures as capital improvement is any addition or betterment made to a mobile home park which consists of more than mere repairs or replacement of existing facilities or improvements and which has a useful life of 5 or more years. A capital expense is a repair or replacement of existing facilities or improvements which has an expected life of more than a year. Ordinance 11A6 defines the terms for pass-through treatment of capital expenses and capital improvements. Ordinance 11A5 provides the formula to determine the amount of any increase in excess of the automatic increase, in which ordinary expense and capital expenses are expressly delineated for separate treatment. To allow a pass-through of ordinary operating expense in addition to capital expenditures would mean that the ordinance allows 100% of management's cost to be passed through on top of the CPI.
Ms. Hammer, can we stop the clock, please? Okay. You realize we can't try this. You know, you're giving us information which we have to consider as argument, and we can't consider it. And we're confined to whether there was an abuse of discretion by the arbitrator here. And if we find, as in two instances, that there was not an abuse of discretion, we have the ability to ask the arbitrator to reconsider those in light of the facts after he refigures the ones when he where we did find that he abused his discretion and didn't have adequate findings. And so if we ask him to go back and do the adequate findings, maybe he comes up with a different answer, and then he'll have to go and even refigure the ones that he didn't necessarily abuse his discretion on. But we're not really capable of acting on all this information that you're giving us. And if you want to read it into the record, that's fine. If this is a legal point for you procedurally, that's okay. But I just want you to understand that we can't take all this fact and try and divine the intent of the arbitrator. And, you know, all we have is he either abused his discretion or he didn't.
That's correct.
Okay.
That is correct. I understand.
Okay.
And so I think the point of the beginning is just a reminder to all of us what we're supposed to be looking at and what the arbitrator is supposed to be ruling on. Does that make sense?
Well, it makes sense. Go ahead.
Thanks. The arbitrator has been found to have abused his discretion over 24 times by this board and Judge Anderley. Every one of these abuses was prejudicial against the homeowners and in favor of management. The homeowners believe that this arbitrator is unable and unwilling to provide neutral findings. The homeowners have been denied their right to quiet enjoyment for the duration of this charade. Asking the same arbitrator to do what he has been unable and unwilling to do only prolongs the period that homeowners are denied their right to quiet enjoyment. Staff's recommendations for the arbitrator to make findings is the same as the board's findings on January 19th, which the arbitrator ignored and refused. Award 4, the homeowners disagree that the arbitrator did not abuse his discretion. There are no capital assets on which to base a useful life. Therefore, 7 years is an arbitrary finding based on the wishes of management. The arbitrator ignored management's predatory lending practices and awarded them 9% interest. They demanded without regard for homeowners' rights and protections under California Constitution, Article 15. Award number 5. The arbitrator abused his discretion when not considering the homeowner's evidence that the $62,000 in expenses, all occurring after the notice of increase, are not capital in nature. They were never part of the original increase letter and commingle expenses of the Bell Trust, the landowner, and the county is aware of that this has all been commingled. Based on the foregoing, Award 5 has no capital asset on which to make a finding. Award 6. The arbitrator abused his discretion when ignoring the fact that those fees were not related to any capital asset in any way. The arbitrator ignored the fact that these fees include interaction with the county regarding multiple health and safety violations. Award 7. The arbitrator abused his discretion when ignoring the fact that none of these old documents were ever used for any capital project. Management's own financial documentation proves that there was never a financial transaction involving these documents. Award number 8. The arbitrator abused his discretion when ignoring the fact that the supplemental tax assessment from the county is and was $31,000 and that management materially misstated the amount as $130,000. Award number 11. The arbitrator abused his discretion when ignoring the board's direction to identify the fees and correctly categorize them. The arbitrator ignored the fact that these fees include interaction with the county. Award number 12. The arbitrator abused his discretion when ignoring Ordinance 11A5 and awarded management in the manner they demanded. Ordinance 11A5 provides the precise formula for calculating allowable rent increases. The arbitrator ignored the homeowner's request that he follow the formula that the ordinance requires that he shall follow. I think our main point here is that we agree with Superintendent Farr that just keeps sending this back to the arbitrator, who just keeps ruling exactly the same, no matter what is presented before him, is just going to continue to cause this circular motion. And so our main concern here today is that there be a better way to remedy this than to continue this loop that we've somehow gotten in. Thank you.
Okay. So, Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you. This is to County Council on award number 4. In the findings, it says, this is in the first paragraph, the last sentence. You quoted what the arbitrator said about the amortization of 9%, and then from staff it says, but did not make any findings or analysis to support the award. So given that statement, isn't that an abuse of discretion?
Chair Adams, Supervisor Wolf, your board could conclude that if you determine that the arbitrator did not make any findings to support the award.
Okay, well, that's what staff is telling us, correct?
Chair Adams, Supervisor Wolf, staff is recommending remand of that award.
But not because of abuse of discretion.
Chair Adams, Supervisor Wolf, that's correct.
Okay, so so that's what you're saying. We can make that decision.
Chair Adams, Supervisor Wolf, you could make that decision, but this award is also tied to the result of other awards that are recommended to be remanded. So if those awards are remanded and the decision is changed, that could affect this award number 4. So they're tied together.
Mathematically.
Pardon me?
They're tied together mathematically.
Right, but...
So if one of these other ones that we decided he did abuse his discretion in changes, then it's going to change the math for number 4 and the other one.
Right, but we could have both. We could also say an abuse of discretion and the amount would be determinant on the other findings.
Chair Adam and Supervisor Wolf, I think what we're trying to do here is to give you options that are consistent with Judge Anderley's ruling some time back, and that's why these recommendations are set up the way they are. And I think the clearest package would be that the first and last awards 4 and 12 be remanded without a finding of you don't need to make a finding of abuse of discretion, and that all of those in the middle, the 5 in the middle, between 5 and 11, the recommendation is to send those back for adequate findings.
Okay, and I understand what you're saying, but I'm not understanding why, if it says that he has not provided findings or analysis, why we can't say that there's been an abuse of discretion. Is that going against what Judge Anderley said?
Chair Adam and Supervisor Wolf, the short answer is yes, that the first and last award have already been to the Superior Court, and we're, again, focusing that those bookends go back to the arbitrator just to preserve the ability for the arbitrator to have all of the items in front of them for action, but that the middle 5 items be the ones that you direct back for adequate findings.
All right, so I won't belabor that point. So then let's go on to the other question that Supervisor Farr raised about the circular nature of this. Is there ever an option to ask for another arbitrator?
Chair Adams, Supervisors. So the mobile home rent control rules for hearings specifically provide that the arbitrator for a hearing shall serve as the arbitrator for rehearing so far as possible, and that if that panelist is not cannot serve, then a new arbitrator is selected through a specific process. General Services has reached out to the arbitrator that made the decision before you to determine his availability, because if your board does remand items, they need to be reheard within 20 judicial days. Currently, General Services has not heard back as to his availability. So if he's not available, then the rules provide selecting a new arbitrator to rehear it.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, and the other question then becomes, how do they do they have to start all over again with a new arbitrator, or they've got res judicata there as well?
Chair Adams, supervisors, the arbitrator would receive the record that has been established up to this point, and it would be new to the arbitrator, but he would have the authority to make a decision on the remanded awards.
So it would be a tremendous process for somebody else to learn all this at this point.
Chair Adam, that's correct.
Okay. Who pays for all that?
Chair Adams, supervisors, some of the fees come through a process through this petition for review. I believe the last time General Services footed the bill for part of the cost. So it's a mix of the county, and there's some fees remaining from when management files their response to the petition. The mobile home rules for hearing require that they provide, I believe it's $10 for every space in the park, and there's 150 spots.
Well, it probably costs a lot more than that. Do you have any idea, Mr. Pontus, how much you have in this?
Mr. Chairman, not as of this hearing. We don't have that information in front of
You
us
got any
today.
kind of an order of magnitude
Well,
guess?
we don't have any funds as per this hearing. We have no general fund cost for this hearing.
Okay. All right. All right, is there any other comments from the board? Otherwise, we'll go on to presentation by Park Management.
Thank you, Chair Adam, members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm James Ballantyne, and I'm here on behalf of the Park Management, and that is Waterhouse Management Corporation, the park operator, and Lazy Landing LLC, the park owner. Mr. Chair and members of the board, I would like to speak against the proposal and to suggest to this board that the arbitrator's remand award is sufficient and it should be upheld by this board. I believe the findings meet the legal standard. They may not be as much as you may want to see, but I believe that they meet the minimum legal standard. And I think, as we've all noted, the extraordinary delay and expense that this process has already taken has been tremendous. I think it violates the standards set forth in the law to the park owner able to receive and proceed with a noticed rent increase. And I note that this noticed rent increase was first noticed in 2011. I also want to comment that as to awards number 8 and 11, that Judge Anderley's ruling was very clear. It upheld the initial arbitration award for that matter. It did not remand that matter back to either this board or the arbitrator. All of that being said, let me comment on the issue of remand. If this board is not inclined to uphold the arbitration award as it's been written, then remand back to this arbitrator is the appropriate process. It would not be appropriate for this board to take action independent of that. The ordinance is very clear that in the event that the board sets aside a ruling by the arbitrator, that the matter is remanded back to the arbitrator. The ordinance is also very clear that it would go back to that very same arbitrator. As to this prospect of the possibility of a different arbitrator, that disturbs me greatly. That's, I believe, patently in violation of both the county's own ordinances and the law governing these proceedings. The park owner has been put through an extraordinary expense for proceeding with this. To have to start with another arbitrator would be, I think, Mr. Chairman, your comment, a tremendous process is insightful, although perhaps an understatement. It would be a tremendous process, and it would be, I think, unfair for the parties. We've got a significant record. We had 2 days of hearing with live witnesses. We had documentary evidence. The arbitrator was the person who had a chance to evaluate the witnesses and knows the hearing. In the event that what this board is suggesting is that it should go back to the arbitrator for more findings because the board finds that the findings are insufficient, then the person to make those findings would be the arbitrator who's appointed. Essentially, to send it to another arbitrator would be like retrying this case, and I believe that would be in patent violation of the Galland versus Clovis decision by the California Supreme Court and would not be the appropriate standard. If this board is inclined to remand, that remand, I think, is required to go back to the current arbitrator. I would just make a few observations. The comments by the homeowners' representatives was very misguided, factually mistaken, and both contrary to the law and, interestingly, contrary to the evidence that was presented by the homeowners by their very own expert at the underlying hearing, Dr. Kenneth Barr. In any event, I would urge this board to find that the remand award is sufficient, and if you're not inclined to do that, then remand it back to this very arbitrator for the further findings. Thank you.
Okay, so now we have public comment. Mr. Allen, how many speaker slips do we have?
Chair, Adam, members of the board, we have 6 requests to speak.
Okay, so we'll go with the 3 minutes.
We're going to start with Lindsay Davis. Is Lindsay here? To be followed by Sharon Rose. Is Lindsay here? Yeah, and after you speak, we're going to go with Sharon Rose. Thank you.
Just push it really hard. Just push it up. It'll go. There you go. That's better, huh? All right.
My understanding is that arbitration needs to comply with state law. And that if the arbitrator does not comply with state law, that he abused his discretion by not complying with state law. Well, subsection 11A 5-A1 requires that a rent increase comply with state law. State law says that unless specifically provided for by an arbitration agreement or statute, or the parties expressly agree otherwise, each party pays all counsel fees, witness fees, and other expenses incurred for his own benefit for arbitration and administration hearings. Therefore, legal fees associated with the challenge to the rent increase are not a relevant factor to be considered by the arbitrator. Although not fully addressed in arbitration, compliance with state law is essential to a fair hearing and presumed for all law professionals, whether from ignorance or by intent. Their failure to adhere to the law harms not only the people who must rely on their advocacy to achieve fairness and justice, but also the law itself. Mr. Ballantyne will no doubt object, since the paper record alone does not question in depth the legality of this award. But that should not void that provision of the ordinance, nor should it suppress the truth. Judge Anderley allowed extra record legislation during judicial review that was to California law and to federal regulations. We ask that the board follow his honor's example. The arbitrator did not proceed in the manner required by law. He abused his discretion. Thank you.
Sharon Rose, to be followed by Ann Anderson.
Good afternoon, Chair and Board of Supervisors. Thank you for hearing this matter today. My name is Sharon Rose. I live in a mobile home park and have been working on mobile home park issues for 8 years. And the reason I have to do that is because management is always trying to find ways around the rent control ordinance. What I want to talk about today is Judge Anderley abused his discretion when he had ignored parts of Section 11A5 of the rent control ordinance by opening the door to allow attorney expenses and taxes to be considered as claimable. The ordinance is very clear that capital expenses and capital improvements are allowable, and it defines them, as Deborah was trying to explain, just to give some background. A capital expense is a repair or replacement. A capital improvement is an addition or a betterment, etc., etc. Attorney's fees and taxes are ordinary operating expenses. So it violates the intent of the ordinance to allow those to enter in. We ask you to deny based on that reasoning. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ann Anderson, to be followed by Valerie Watt.
Mr. Chairman and Supervisors, good afternoon. I live in Rancho Santa Barbara, which is just down the street from Nomad Village. And some of us have a concern that what is happening here with Nomad Village, in some extent, could happen to us, because we are all under the same rent control ordinance. My intent today is not to attempt to introduce any new evidence. I'm simply asking that the board follow the dictates of the rent control ordinance. Earlier this year, the board directed the arbitrator to submit findings to support several of the expense items. As far as we know, this was not done. It makes sense to me that the findings were not submitted, possibly because there are no findings. Otherwise, why would they not be produced? Our rent control ordinance and its purpose statement recognized the problem of low vacancy rates in mobile home parks, high rents, lack of home sites, substantial investments of homeowners in their homes. If this was true in the 80s, it is even truer now. Therefore, the need to have regulations in place to protect vulnerable homeowners in this David and Goliath captive consumer kind of arrangement and to preserve affordable housing in the county is even more important. I ask that we follow our rent control ordinance and that the expense items for which no findings have been produced be disallowed. Thank you for your attention.
Valerie Watt, to be followed by Ron Foss up in Santa Maria, and he'll be our final speaker. Valerie, go ahead.
Chairman, members of the board, I am not a resident in Nomad. I am a resident in the unincorporated area of the county. I'd like to focus my comments just on those 5 findings that staff is recommending be remanded, and the concept of the integrity of the arbitration process. It may be perfectly true that those 5 findings, as they have been made, are legal, but I think that it's very important and very helpful if the arbiter would further explain to us the reasoning behind his thinking to arrive at those particular numbers. When I have tutored students in math, those math teachers give credit for a right or wrong answer and to show your work. Tell us how you arrived at that answer. And I appreciate the fact that staff and hopefully the board is going to go back to this person. If he was a student, you don't have the leverage that you would if you were his math teacher to say, show your work. I don't know how that is done with a professional, but I think that's the only way that any of us can understand whether his conclusions are reasonable, etc. Thank you very much.
We're going to go to Santa Maria for Ron Foss. He's our final speaker.
Is this turned on?
Yep, you're on. Go for it.
Thank you. My name is Ron Foss. I live in Sunny Hills, 1650 East Clark Avenue, outside of Santa Maria in the unincorporated area. I'm the Legislative Action Team Coordinator for the Northern Santa Barbara County Manufactured Homeowners Team, and I'm speaking in support of the Nomad Village homeowners. After 5 years, it's time to act to get out of the loop, as was presented by the homeowner. Too many times the board has found the arbitrator to have abused his discretion, as has Judge Anderle, each time prejudiced against the homeowners. Asking the same arbitrator to do what he has been unable or unwilling to do seems a lost cause. I have several points I'd like to make. First, the ordinance specifies two types of expenditures. It defines each and also defines the terms for pass-through treatment and the formula for determining the amount of allowable increase. Second, management's attempt to pass through ordinary operating expenses violates the intent and constitution of the ordinance and must be denied. Third, each award, numbered 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, and 12, has no capital asset on which to make a finding and must be reversed in whole or in part, one of the alternatives provided for in the matrix of board options in attachment FF. After 5 years, it is time to act decisively. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. So we're at staff responses to public comment, if any.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, staff has no additional comments to make.
Okay, so we have a rebuttal by homeowners.
Thank you.
You bet.
Deborah Hamrick again for the homeowners. I just want to point out that it is important that award number 4 be found that the arbitrator abused his discretion. The 7 years and the 9% is a part of this, and just saying that it needs to go back to so the numbers can be changed based on the other findings doesn't really help the fact that it's still 7 years at 9%, which is high and unfair. It's not reasonable and it's not arbitrary. We're dealing with low-income families and senior citizens, and it's not even allowable under the ordinance. I also want to remind you that award number 11, Judge Anderle determined that Ward 11 is an ordinary operating expense, and it's the same situation. Legal fees cannot be handed over to the homeowners for filing an arbitration. The rent control ordinance is not designed to favor one party or the other or to give one party or the other the advantage. So the legal fees should just be thrown out. Thank you.
Okay, rebuttal by Park Management, Mr. Ballantyne.
Thank you, Chair Adam, members of the board. I'll just be very brief. A number of the comments by the homeowners, including by Ms. Hamrick, are just not consistent with the law, not consistent with the record. Just as one example, the legal fee issue. At the arbitration hearing below, the homeowners called an expert witness, Dr. Kenneth Barr. He specifically acknowledged that under the state of California law, the legal fees incurred by Park Management in conjunction with that rent control hearing were required to be passed through, and that it was appropriate to pass them through on a temporary basis, similar to how a capital item is sent through. I raise that point not because we're arguing that matter here, but just to point out this is complex. There's various legal issues. There was a record below. We went through the county process required by this ordinance and the rules of this county. We had an arbitrator. I would note that a number of his findings have been upheld by Judge Anderle. Some have been not overturned, but remanded back for further findings or further action. And in any event, if this board is not inclined to uphold that arbitration award, then remand to that arbitrator is appropriate. The idea of a new arbitration is an extraordinary expense that would really defy comprehension. So if the inclination is that this board wants further findings, we have an arbitrator that's already been appointed that should make them. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for council. So while this debate's going on over the last 5 years over what should be passed through, what shouldn't be passed through, are the homeowners paying that new rent now, or is it going into escrow? What's happening on a day-to-day basis?
Chair Adam, Supervisors, I would ask Park Management to clarify that. I believe they have been paying a higher amount.
Chair Adam, Supervisor Lavanino. the ordinance requires that, or provides that the, it's a little bit complex, but basically provides that after the increase is noticed, then park management may start collecting the noticed amount at the time that it's noticed, which park management did. After that time, there was an arbitration held, and the arbitrator awarded an amount that was somewhat less, slightly less than the amount that was originally noticed. Once that award was issued, then what park management did was they refunded basically that delta, that overage, back to the homeowners.
Okay.
And that went through a period of time during this, I'll call these various proceedings, the appeal to this board and the litigation. At the time that the arbitrator issued a new award, the award on remand, that was for a less amount, that the amount was recalculated, and the homeowners have been charged the current arbitration award amount. Obviously, it's subject to change until it's final, but basically, that's in accordance with the rules.
Okay, so based on any decision here, the amount to the homeowner, what they're paying right now, would not go up, but there could be a refund in the future for them? Because you're already collecting the maximum amount at this point.
Well, yes and no.
Well,
I think we'll let Mr. Ballantyne answer that. Thank you.
I understood the question was directed to me. Thank you, Mr.
Yes.
Chair. The answer is, theoretically, what the ordinance and the mobile home residency law says is that park management can't receive or collect an amount beyond the amount initially noticed. As a practical matter, the amount now would either be, if it were remanded back, it would essentially be the amount that's been collected or less.
okay, thank you.
So, yeah.
Supervisor Carbajal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to understand from council a little bit more on what Supervisor Wolf asked earlier. If we disagree with the arbitrator's abuse of power or not, like on award number 4, help me understand what I think I understood earlier, which is if you touch one, you either accept all of staff's recommendations or not, or can we modify one without creating this domino effect, as I think was alluded to earlier?
Chair Adam and Supervisor Carwell, let me maybe first start with the purpose of findings, or what the courts tell us the purpose of findings are, and that is to aid the reviewing court ultimately in determining whether there was sufficient evidence to support the conclusion, in this case, of the arbitrator. So findings are really thought of as the link between the evidence and the decision, or the evidence and the conclusion. So in this case, you are not writing on a blank piece of paper. We have been to Superior Court once and received some instruction from the Superior Court on next steps, including remand. So our recommendation would be to view this as a package and send the entire set of 7 back to the arbitrator with direction, express direction, as is outlined in the board agenda letter, of providing adequate findings for those middle 5, and then taking any action appropriate in light of those 5 as to the first and last. So while the board has discretion in this area, our recommendation for a clear record that the Superior Court could review would be to follow the recommended actions in the board agenda letter as to all 7.
Supervisor Wolf.
So, as has been stated by a lot of speakers, this is very complex, and we have been to Superior Court. So, but Mr. Gazzoni, and I don't want to muck up the record and what we're submitting, but I'm just going to stick with number 4, because in our staff report it says that that the arbitrator did not make any findings, nor was there an analysis. So, explain to me how it would how it wouldn't help us to say that there was an abuse of discretion on item number 4. Is that a problem for us to say that? How would it harm?
Chair Adam,
however you want to look at it.
Chair Adam and Supervisor Wolf. So at the Superior Court concluded that the decision at that time was supported by substantial evidence, which is essentially the essence of discretion, of being not an abuse of discretion. And we had recommended with staff to remand number 4 and number 11 because of the interconnected nature. And that is that if amortization is based, for number 4, if amortization is the essence of that action, any change in the middle 5 awards would potentially impact number 4. And we thought that that would be the best path, the shortest path in an admittedly long process to get this in front of the arbitrator and avoid it coming back again because of a disconnect between 4 and any of the other actions that the arbitrator would be taking.
I'm sorry, can you just repeat, what did the Superior Court say about 4?
So the Superior Court found that award number 4 by the arbitrator was supported by substantial evidence. So that is the essence or the opposite of an abuse of discretion. And our reason for recommending that you send that back to the arbitrator is to preserve the ability, if there was a change on one of the other conclusions in those middle awards by the arbitrator, that the arbitrator have the amortization award in front of them at that same time.
Okay, I understand now. Thank you. Are there any others? Comments?
There's just your light on.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and make a recommendation that we follow staff's recommendation as outlined in our board agenda item. Items A and B.
I'll second that, Madam Chair. I will say that I had hoped we could modify award number 4, but I think as Mr. Gazzoni has outlined to us, that issue has been somewhat delineated by the courts already in terms of the substantial evidence test. So I will support the motion.
Any other comments? All right, all in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously. Yes, we can have a 5-minute break. Okay, we're going to bring it back into session, and first thing we're going to do is have Supervisor Carbajal make a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have been advised by counsel that while I do not have a legal requirement to recuse myself on this matter, my office has been involved in trying to resolve this matter, and to avoid any perception issues, I am going to recuse myself on this issue.
Supervisor.
However, you don't get to leave early because we still have closed session, so, yeah. I thought that was a pretty smooth move. Should we do ex parte?
Yeah, let's do ex parte.
All right. I had a meeting with,
Oh, hang on just one second.
sorry.
Let's read it in first.
Chair Adam, members of the board, item 6 is from Planning and Development. It's a hearing to consider case number 16, APL 7, the Olston Trust Appeal of the Montecito Planning Commission's March 23rd, 2016 denial of the Olston Trust single-family dwelling demo rebuild, new detached garage, cabana, and pool. This is in the 1st District.
Supervisor Lavanino.
thank you, Mr. Chair. So I met with representatives for the applicant, the appellant, no. I met with, let's see, who did I meet with? On July 14th, I met with Mr. Weston, Derek Weston, Kelly Tyke, and Tiep Kung.
Supervisor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yesterday, I had an in-office meeting with Tip, the architect, talking about the project and the MBAR process. I also had a telephone call with Ms. Petrovich, more specifically regarding the Montecito Community Plan policies as part of this project. And then I had a meeting in our conference room, again with the architect Tip, Kelly, Derek Weston, and both of the appellants, and we discussed the project at length.
Okay, and I met with Mike Hare Sr. and Bob Collector on July 11th here in Santa Barbara, and also met again, my staff met with Bob Collector, and I met with Bob Collector very briefly here in the hearing room today. Both meetings occurred in the building here, and I met with attorney Derek Weston and architects Tip Chung and Kelly Teisch on 7/15 in the Santa Maria office. Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On Thursday, July 14th, in the conference room here, I met with Susan Petrovich, attorney for the Hare family. Yesterday, I met in the same room with Derek Weston, Kelly Teach, Deep Chung, Steve Grabowski, and Cheryl Olston. Yesterday, in the afternoon, I spoke to planner Jay Retterbach, specifically, I also watched a portion of the Planning Commission hearing, the Montecito Planning Commission hearing, and I asked Jay for an explanation regarding a statement that was made by the applicant's team about the difference in the finished lower floor. It was stated to be the original home was stated to be 23 feet in height, and the new height for the newer home was 22 feet 6 inches. So Jay and I had a conversation about that so that I could better understand how that was calculated.
Okay, so now we have 10 minutes for staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Jay Ritterbeck. I'm the planner for the Olston Trust Project and Appeal. The project is located within the urban area of coastal Montecito. The lot is located within the Montecito Community Plan area and is also within the California Coast Commission's appeals jurisdiction. The property is an oceanfront lot situated on Channel Drive across from Butterfly Beach. It is a 0.44 acre parcel that is zoned 1E1 residential. As discussed in the background section of the board letter, this project was presented before the Montecito Board of Architectural Review on 6 separate occasions over an 8-month period. During this time, the architect worked with the MBAR to address their concerns and those of the neighbors. At the last of the 6 design review hearings, MBAR members indicated that the project design had adequately addressed their concerns and had effectively integrated their suggestions into the project. The project was taken before the Montecito Planning Commission for the first time on May 20th, 2015, where it received numerous unfavorable comments from the commissioners that were largely centered on size, bulk, and scale of that second story. The project was continued indefinitely to allow the applicant's design team to redesign the project and to take the revised project back to the MBAR for further design review and comment before it returned again to the MPC. A revised project was taken to the MBAR on October 12th, 2015, where it received majority support from the members. Then on January 20th, 2016, project returned to the Montecito Planning Commission. At this hearing, the commissioners voted 3-2 to conceptually deny the project, continued it to the hearing date of February 17th with direction to staff to draft findings for denial. At the request of the applicant, the February hearing was continued to March 23rd to allow further changes to the project in an effort to avoid denial by the MPC. On March 23rd, the final revised project returned to the Montecito Planning Commission for review, and by a vote of 3-2, the MPC denied the project. The denial was based largely on the MPC's concern for the near doubling of square footage on the second story from 666 square feet to 1,252 square feet. Also, its effect on mountain views, privacy, and neighborhood compatibility. Additional concern was voiced over the extent of window glazing and its effect on light pollution, privacy, and the preservation of the semi-rural residential character of the Montecito community. That denial was appealed by the applicant and is now before the Board of Supervisors for your de novo review. The applicant's proposed full demolition of the existing 3,802 square foot single-family dwelling, along with its attached 520 square foot garage and its indoor pool. Subsequent to that demolition, they propose to construct a new residential project. The new single-family dwelling would be approximately 3,187 square feet in size, which is less than 10% over the maximum recommended floor area for this 0.44 acre lot. The ground level floor of the home would be approximately 1,935 square feet and would also have a new detached garage of approximately 680 square feet and a detached cabana approximately 570 square feet in size. The second story of the new residence would be approximately 1,252 square feet in size. Additionally, the applicant is proposing an approximately 881 square foot basement. Proposed building elevations can be seen on the following slides. The south elevation. This would be as viewed from inside the new proposed wall that would front along Channel Drive. From the west. Again with the garage in the back. From the north. And from the east.
Supervisor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Staff, since the findings for denial specifically talk about size, bulk, and scale issues, I just wanted to verify some of the statistics on the home. In looking through the paperwork on this project, going back, there was a comparison of the existing dwelling being about 3,800 square feet in total, and the proposed new house being 3,465. Are those numbers still accurate, or has it changed?
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, throughout the design review of the BAR and the MPC, the original project has been scaled back. The current project before you all today is 3,187 square feet.
Okay, so the existing two-story dwelling, the number of 3,800 square feet is still valid? And are we comparing apples to apples here on square footage?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, the staff's understanding is that the floor area of the existing home, 3802, is comparable to the 3187 being proposed.
Okay, and because FARs have been mentioned, this says the existing one is about 31% over the maximum recommended floor area. And then before it was 19%, but now you're saying the new one is 10%?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, again, throughout the design review process, the project has been scaled back. So one of the iterations had a 3,400 square foot and had been reduced down in direct response to the MPC. I believe this final one, the 3187, was in response to their direction for that revised project that was supposed to go back to the BAR. So they had reduced to that size, gone back to the BAR, and then moved back to the MPC, and now to you.
Okay, so despite the reduction, there was not a reduction in the second story, which was what specifically the Montecito Planning Commission was concerned about?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, the last project that was reviewed by the MBAR included the size of the second story that is before you today.
Okay, but that was one of the specific concerns of the Montecito Planning Commission.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, that's correct. The MPC was concerned about the near doubling of that second story.
Okay. And then just a question about lighting, because that's come up in lantern effects and all of that. We have policies to do with lighting, but it all has to do with exterior lighting, right?
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, yes, that's correct.
Okay, we don't have any policies. We can't regulate interior lighting.
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, that the specific policy that you're referring to is open to interpretation on that. You would have the discretion on whether lighting of structures pertains to inside or exterior only.
Okay, because I thought it was just exterior, had to be. The whole idea was light pollution and couldn't be upward directed, had to be downward directed and minimized as much as possible.
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, that would be a standard interpretation. The examples that are given are largely the exterior street poles, and some of the lighting examples that the BAR looks at are uplighting of trees, et cetera. So that would be consistent with your interpretation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Ritterbach, there is an 881 square foot basement. In the Montecito plan, is that, or maybe throughout the county, and I just don't know this, is that never considered a part of the total square footage?
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, the basement area would not be included as part of the floor area if it meets the full definition of a basement, which is more than 50% below the average grade around. So it would have to be more than half buried in order for it to be considered a basement. And if it meets that definition, it is not included within the floor area.
So you've determined that it meets the definition of a basement?
And Mr. Chair, Supervisor Wolf, this one is completely underground.
I'm sorry?
This basement would be completely underground.
Okay. And even though there's a separate entrance into the basement and a bedroom, it's still not considered as part of the full square footage?
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, this particular design of the basement meets the definition of a basement, therefore it's not considered as part of the floor area.
Okay, thank you. Is that the same definition throughout the county? I'm just curious.
That's, Mr. Chair, Supervisors, the Montecito Community Plan and the design guidelines for Montecito are specific to basements. That's not, floor area isn't considered anywhere else in the county. Absent, Summerlin does have some, but the standard throughout the county is that floor area is not something that is calculated for homes.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The appellant has submitted a statement of grounds for the appeal along with their appeal application. The statement identifies and explains 9 specific issue areas that constitute the grounds for their appeal. Within the board letter, each of these 9 issue areas are identified individually and are followed by staff's response to each. To summarize for the board for this hearing, the overarching argument of the appeal pertains to 2 general issue areas. First, the claim that the evidence in the record does not support the MPC's findings for denial. And second, that the proposed project had been reviewed by P&D staff and by the MBAR, both whom recommended approval and provided evidence in the record to support that approval recommendation. Specifically, appeal issues 1 through 7 and number 9 each deal with the appellant's claim that the denial is not supported by or based on evidence in the record. However, the proposed project received a total of 3 public hearings before the MPC. Each iteration of the project was presented at these hearings by the applicant, then analyzed and discussed, and ultimately given further direction by the MPC to revise the proposed design or risk being denied. At the final hearing, rather than make 2 changes recommended by the Commission to reduce the size of that second story to no greater than what is currently there, and to reduce the amount of window glazing, the applicant opted to make what the majority of the MPC concluded were insufficient changes. As a result, findings for denial were prepared, and the MPC denied the project based on the conclusion that the near doubling of the second story and its associated effects on public views, the lantern effect from the window glazing, and neighborhood incompatibility were all inconsistent with the policies of the Montecito Community Plan. Since the MPC's denial, no additional changes have occurred to the project, and the findings for denial are provided for the board's de novo review as part of the board letter, which are included as attachment 1. Appeal issue number 8 deals with the appellant's assertion that both P&D staff and the MBAR provided substantial evidence on the record that would support approval of the project. While it is true that both P&D staff and the MBAR provided the MPC with recommendations and evidence for approval, the decision maker with review authority for the requested CDP was the Montecito Planning Commission. As is their authority, the MPC denied the project, again, due to the increased size of the proposed second story as compared to the existing home and that impact to the mountain views as viewed from Channel Drive. And second, that amount of window glazing and the concerns regarding its effect on light pollution, as well as maintaining the residential character of the community. For denial of the revised project that was presented to the MPC and is now before you on de novo, staff recommends that the board's motion include the following: deny the appeal, case number 16 APL 7, make the required findings for denial of the project, including the CEQA findings that are included as Exhibit 1 to the board letter, determine that denial of the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15270 of the state guidelines for implementation of CEQA, which is specified in attachment or Exhibit 2, and deny the project de novo, case number 14 CDH 14. Alternatively, refer back to staff if the board takes other than that recommended action for the appropriate findings and conditions of approval. This concludes staff's presentation.
Well done. Okay, so now we're down to the appellant, Mr. Weston. And you will have 15 minutes.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much. We very much appreciate the care that each of you has devoted to trying to understand the facts on this case, and I am going to jump right in. MBAR, the experts in design, have looked at this 6 different times and concluded that it meets the highest standards of design and all of the community plan requirements and all of the zoning requirements because it is smaller. Supervisor Fard is 21% smaller than the existing house measured in accordance with the Montecito Community Plan guidelines. So I'm sorry, I've been sick and my voice is still a little messed up. It is 16 feet lower in elevation. Supervisor Wolf, it is not 16 inches higher in height, but it is lower with respect to mean sea level because we are lowering the finished floor. So it is 16 inches lower than what is there today. It has dramatically less visible glass, about 60% less.
Can you stop the clock?
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Please.
Again, it's 6 because the base floor level is lower. The height from the top is actually 16 inches lower than it is currently?
Correct, because the building itself is a little shorter, but then it's nestled 9 inches into the ground. We're lowering it to lower impacts to the whole neighborhood.
And there's 2 pieces to that second story.
We're referring to the highest piece.
You're referring to the highest piece.
That's correct, right? Yes, that's correct. If I say anything that's inaccurate, I want the architects to come up and correct me, but yes, we measured to the very highest part. The part to the left in that image is also higher because there's a pitched roof and it has clear stories. So the whole thing is lower, but the highest part is 16 inches lower than what's there today.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Have I answered your question? So there is about 60% less visible glass. When I say visible glass, we're putting up a privacy wall that blocks almost the entire first floor, which is the living space, has a lot of light. The second floor has only 170 square feet of glass. And of course, it's bedrooms and bathrooms, so it's normally going to be dark. The second story has been very carefully masked and stepped back, and we've even notched back the the east side of the building to improve the view for Mr. Hare, who was one of the opponents. So MBAR made the findings that this project complies with every requirement of planning and zoning. They do not count accessory buildings, and in this case, you can't see it anyway. The basement is 100% underground, so it has no impact on the neighborhood. Staff recommended 3 pages of findings of approval. I won't go over them in detail, but we believe the Planning Commission should have adopted these, and we are going to ask that you adopted them. Accuracy is really important. We put up story poles. We asked that a civil engineer certify that the story poles are accurate, and then we prepared photorealistic simulations that show exactly what this building will look like when it was built. It is as if we built it and then went out and took a photograph. We have tried to be sensitive to the neighbors. We have tried to be very sensitive to public views of the mountains, and I want to discuss that because to me, that is the most important issue. So this image shows the house straight on, and you can see these are the story poles. Then they go up right here and over. And then this eastern part of the house is being removed and stepped back. With all respect, no one can say that this proposed house interferes with mountain views from this location because only thing that's behind it is existing vegetation. None of those tall trees are on the property. Planning Commission was very concerned about Channel Drive, so we took multiple photos from Channel Drive. We've given you a brochure and show exactly where this photo is taken. What you see right here is the actual story poles highlighted in green so you can make them out. Then it's a little bit lower right here, and this is the back of the second story, completely in front of trees that are between the project and the mountains. I do not believe that any fair-minded person can say that this second story addition has any impact at all on mountain views. This shows that, in fact, we are improving mountain views because this yellow line shows the chimneys that are there today that are being removed. And Supervisor Farr, this little gap between the green line and the existing one is because we are lowering the ridge that exists today down to 16 inches lower. So in our view, this improves public views of the mountain, not decreases. Then moving straight ahead, you can see this is the massing of the house of the second story a little bit to the west. And and then we are removing this little notch to the east side specifically to improve the view from the hares who live to the northeast. No one can say that the proposed house, which is shown in green, impacts mountain views at all. And then one last one. This is now from the west. Again, you can see the story poles. I do not believe there is any credible evidence that this has any impact on mountain views. And these are photorealistic, accurate images. There is no question that these are accurate. No question that there is zero impact. Now, the existing home, which I personally don't find particularly attractive and certainly is obtrusive without any privacy wall, bright white, has been there for about 20 years. It was built in 1994. Two-story homes are allowed on Channel Drive. They were allowed when this was built. They are allowed today. In fact, the Montecito Planning Commission has approved 2 other two-story homes within the last 18 months or so. One of them, a complete teardown that did not have a second story at all, and it was approved. And the other one was a complete ground-up building. Nothing was there. Planning Commission approved a second story. Both of them within a few addresses of this property. 2 neighbors have raised objections, and you will hear from them and their attorneys and agents and architects and contractors and friends. When they bought their homes, this home was already there. It's been there for 20 years, ever since. Now, of course, they will see the replacement home. There's no question about that. But we think we have improved the view from their property, and I will show you why I say that. So this first image is taken from Michael Hare's patio during a public viewing. The house that you see here in the foreground is the existing house, and of course he has a wonderful ocean view both to the east and the west. It's beautiful. This is the proposed house. This is existing. This is proposed. This is photorealistic, accurate, with the landscaping included. And I'm going to show you an over-under photo. I defy any fair-minded person to say that the lower proposed design has any meaningful impact on the hares to the north. My own view is that it's much better because they don't look at this sea of red tiles, and the landscaping very appropriately blends the house in. This is
stop the clock for just a sec.
Sure.
I have a question, Mr.
Supervisor Lavanino.
I know it's always tough for staff because a lot of this, when I got into this and went through these files, it really comes down to which renderings you feel are more appropriate. Is there any comment that you can make about the accuracy or validity of the charts that we're looking at right now?
Chair, Supervisors, as the applicant appellant's team has indicated, their drawings and renderings are based upon the story poles, which have a engineering certification.
Okay.
The renderings and illustrations provided by opposition that are included in your board letter, staff can neither validate nor discredit those because we don't know how they were generated. There are distinct differences, and that would be your discretion to take into consideration.
Please
Thank
ask your
you.
question.
Maybe this is a question for Mr. Gazzoni or staff. Thank you. You know, right in this photo, we're dealing with private views rather than, say, the view from Channel Drive looking into the mountain. To what extent does the Montecito Community Plan look at private views? Because I know, for instance, in the Goleta Community Plan, there's not much significance given to private views. So can you explain that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Supervisors, the Montecito Community Plan policies specifically address public views. Although they're within the text of the Montecito Plan, there is consideration given to private views as well, and that's part of just the general, good neighbor policies that you want to consider them, and the BAR does consider them, but they're not protected by policy as public views are.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Gazzoni.
Chair Adam and Supervisor Wolf, I'd just like to add to that I agree with the summary, but I would say that within the Montecito Community Plan, there's a goal that states to the maximum extent feasible, private views of the mountains and ocean are to be protected. That's a goal. When we get down to action, there's a discussion about addressing that within the architectural guidelines, including private views. The guidelines are not our guidelines are not binding instructions. There's something that the BAR works within, and one of the guidelines as to private views talks about taking into account the impact upon views from neighboring sites. It doesn't specify public or private. So there is discussion, as Mr. Ritterbeck summarized in the guidelines.
Mr. Weston.
I'm glad you asked the question, Supervisor Wolf, because it gives me a chance to talk about the design.
Mike, start the clock.
We have stepped back the front portion. So you see this brown roof? That is the closest part to the ocean. Then there is this notch, which helps the hare's view. And this is the massing, the rest of the massing of the second story, including this low piece at the back. The massing, of course, the Planning Commission's concern was with the raw number of the square footage of the second floor. What they ignored is the massing. And here's the way to understand that. If we remove this entire bedroom, some 400 square feet, it would make no difference whatsoever to the view of the hares or sturgis, because it was designed to not impact them. In my judgment, it is not rational to object simply to a square footage number without looking at the actual impacts on the site. One has to look at the whole design, and this is lower, that is really important, narrower, less massive, reduced FAR, and the massing that is of concern does not affect anyone's view. If we take this away, it makes no difference to any public or private route. That is crucial. To be really honest, I think the Planning Commission got hung up on a number rather than looking at the design. And as Mr. Gazzoni said, that's what we defer to MBAR for. And that's why they had these hearings, to make sure that all public and private views were appropriately respected. Now I want to quickly show you, one of you, Supervisor Wolf, asked if we had a rendering from the Sturgis's house, and I'll admit that yesterday we did not. So this is not as photorealistic as the others, because the house looks wider and blockier than in fact it is, but the massing is accurate. And what you'll see, I think we're missing maybe one slide. Oh, I'm sorry, I see it right there. Do you see this yellow line? That is the existing house. And here it goes across, that is going to be removed. This chimney is going to be removed. And this part is lower than what is there today. So there is a little bit of mass right in here that's not there now. But this is gone, that's gone, and this is all lower. And this piece over here is gone. So in our view, this at least is as good for the Sturgises as what they have today, and we think somewhat improved. And I want to emphasize that the landscaping we are proposing is here on this rendering. This is what they actually will see, the way it's planned. You can talk to the landscape architects who are here. The landscaping doesn't even reach the top of the house, and certainly does not impede with his view. We have tried to be very sensitive to the Sturgises. We proposed a flat roof to not block his view. He said he didn't want to look at a flat roof, so we landscaped it. Then he expressed a concern that it would be used as a party space, so we removed the access. We now can only get up there with a ladder. So we are really trying to accommodate everything we can. And we have even, as some of you know, offered him a view restriction to make sure that landscaping does not interfere with his view. To be honest, the Planning Commission did the one thing that it cannot do. The one thing that it cannot do. It stated what the facts were, and then it adopted findings to the contrary. A majority of the commissioners, 4 of them, everyone except Commissioner Brown, stated that they were not concerned about the impact of public views. They were not concerned about lighting. 4 of them said that. And then they just adopted findings for denial, and that's what the findings rely on. That is the only thing they can't do. And to be honest, that discrepancy as alone is enough to justify the appeal. So it is very important to take just a few minutes.
Stop the clock, please. Supervisor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Weston. I have a question for staff. The question of landscaping has come up here, and I'm sure it will come up in the next presentation. So I know that as a project goes through the process, that landscape plans are often a part of that and approved. But how far has the county gone, or could the county go, in looking at what those landscape plans mean 10 years down the road? Particularly when we start to get into these issues of private views or even public views, and the ability for a structure to be built to a certain height, but that landscaping, will obviously grow over time.
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, during the normal design review for the BARs, during final review, they look at landscape plans and they approve specifically landscaping and lighting plans. On occasion, they request that those plans be drawn up early so that they can get a better understanding during the conceptual and preliminary reviews. The applicants during the process of this have developed a pretty detailed landscape plan earlier than sometimes is typical for projects. But the question of the ability to dictate how high trees are and the maintenance of those is something that the decision makers have authority. You can, as the board, add conditions or give direction to the BAR to consider certain direction, as well as add conditions or specifications as part of their final review. So landscaping, the original installation, as well as ongoing maintenance, is part of the permit. The conditions of approval can be as detailed as you wish, and can add criteria as you wish.
Okay, so the MBAR can say, we don't want a tree that grows over at its max height to a certain number of feet, for example, or a hedge or something like that.
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, on occasion the MBAR gets very specific on heights. If given the direction by the board to do that on this project, I'm sure that would be taken into consideration. Or if you add it as a specific condition of approval, it then is locked into the permit, and if it's not adhered to, that would actually be a zoning violation.
Okay, thank you.
Although not part of our presentation, a landscape consultant is here, Supervisor Farr. There is no way to sugarcoat this. We are really offended, professionally and personally, by the misrepresentations the opponents have made. I do not have time to go over all of them, but I will show you 2 very quickly. This is a photograph of the actual story poles. The poles are there, but we've highlighted them in red so you can see them. This is what the opponents, say we're building. This is reality. This is their image. And we have now superimposed the actual story poles on their blocky white image. And so it's obvious that this is higher and farther to the right and blockier and wider than reality. It is simply just plain false. And it's worse than that, because if you look in this prior photo, this is their photo, not ours, you'll see that you can barely see the first story at all because it's hidden by hedges. But in their photo simulation, the whole first story shows. And the reason is this image, can you see it's just cut out with a pair of scissors and pasted on top? That image is 5 to 10 feet higher than reality. You don't have to be a Photoshop expert to know that, because if it were accurate, you couldn't see the first floor at all, because you can't see it today. And the new first floor, Supervisor Wolf, is lower. It is lower than what's there today. This is a photo from Mr. Hare's driveway. And you'll notice this palm tree. It's a really big, beautiful palm tree. In the distance here is the existing residence. Between this palm tree and the residence is the Hare's tennis court. So this is what we're looking at. This palm tree is right there. See it? Then there's the driveway. Here's the tennis court. Here's our existing house. This is the neighbors. And this is what they say the proposed house is going to look like. And watch the palm tree. It disappears behind the house, some 200 to 300 feet away, making it look looming. And of course, again, it's just cut out. If you look at the earlier one, you can see a nice little natural hedge. See it right there? And now there's a straight line, because they've just used Photoshop scissors to paste this image, which doesn't look like the house anyway, in the wrong place, and in front of a palm tree, which makes it look ridiculous. And the reason it looks ridiculous is that it's not true. That's a foreground tree that's been moved to the background. This is the evidence that they showed to the Planning Commission. This is evidence that they put on a poster on Channel Drive to upset the community, polarizing the community, misleading the neighbors, misleading the Planning Commission. It is wrong. It's just plain not honest. And there's a rule in law that if a witness says something to you that is not true, you are entitled to discount everything they say. I am going to skip over slides on lighting because time is so short, and I promised the chair I'd honor the time. If you have any questions, please ask. What we are doing is we are eliminating all of the outdoor lighting, which is actually the problem. You can see it right here. And putting up a privacy wall, putting up landscaping, and the lighting of the bedroom upstairs is all indirect subdued lighting. Keep in mind that 3 of the commissioners, a majority, would have approved a second story. The only concern is the size. But the extra square footage is not visible to anyone. It has no meaningful impact. So we urge you to do what the Planning Commission should have done. Normally, a project like this has to be continued for findings of approval. You already have 3 pages of findings of approval, and we urge you to adopt them. So I didn't go over too much, Supervisor Adam. Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you.
We would be very happy to answer questions. We have architects here. We have a consultant a representative from Mark Tessier, the landscape architect, and the owners would like to introduce themselves either now, just 1 minute, or in public comment.
Let's do public comment. Let's go stay with the schedule here.
And would you, I did go 1 minute longer than I'd hoped. Would you give 1 minute to Mr. Grabowski and Cheryl Olson just to introduce themselves? No substantive comments. The owners.
Well, I don't
We'll
think
put in a speaker slip.
Without a speaker slip?
No, I said if you like, we'll put in a speaker slip.
Well, they can do that during public comment. Yeah. I think it's Ms. Petrovich's turn. Are you representing the applicant?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No?
I am, and we have some speaker slips that we tried to put in order so we could move this quickly. We've got a PowerPoint.
Well,
But we're not, we're representing neighbors. So there's a group of us, but there are a whole lot of public.
Well, I don't have a name on my schedule. Who's the applicant?
Oh, the appellant is the applicant.
No.
Yeah, the applicant, the opponents are the neighbors. The
Okay, well, I'm
appellant and
following the script that I have here. Did you guys get this turned around?
Mr. Chair, no, the script is correct. The applicant is also the appellant. Any opposition would be subject to just the standard public comment individually. Each one would have whatever time you allot to them.
don't think I'm smart enough to do this.
Well, Mr. Chair, I would be speaking as a member of the public, as would
Okay.
other.
Let me have a moment with
Oh, sure.
Mr. Gazzoni. Yes, I am. All right, so we're back in session, and apparently I am smart enough to do this stuff. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Is that up for a vote? or
And Dr.
three?
No, it's going to be unanimous in a minute. Dr. Russell's going to save me here.
yeah, Mr. Chair, the script that you had has the applicant and the appellant each having a separate presentation. In this case, the applicant is the appellant, and so there is not an applicant followed by an appellant or an appellant followed by an applicant presentation. So effectively now we are moving into public comment, and you have the discretion to give the speakers whatever amount of time you feel is appropriate.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry.
Mr. Allen, how many speaker slips do we have?
Approximately 27.
27. Okay, well, we'll go with the 2 minutes. Well, no, it would be
Are we
okay.
going to continue to accept slips?
No, we're not going to. Once public comment starts, we're going to close it. Everybody knows they're here. So if you wanted to put in a speaker slip, quickly put one in if that's what you're going to do. And then if we don't have 10 more of them, then we don't go down to a minute and a half. Okay? And then following back on the good part, I assume, of the time hearing schedule here, Mr. Weston will have another 5 minutes after public comment, and then staff will wrap up, and then it'll be back to the board.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
This is kind of a confusing one. It's different than the way it's normally laid out. But I'm just wondering, since although we do have 27 speakers, I think Ms. Petrovich is representing a majority of those, or the kind of the voice of those, and has a presentation. Are we going to allow her extra time to make that presentation, or?
Well, technically, she's public comment. I mean, if a whole bunch of people want to give up their speakers, I mean, how long are we going to be here? I don't.
Chair Adam, so at the risk of being the glass half empty, I'll say that, you know, if we were to start a practice of seating over time, you might at some point regret that, and that the requirement for public comment is a fair distribution. So generally, we think the cleanest is to give a set amount of time out there per person, and not give one group or one part of a group more time than another.
Okay, well, 2 minutes it is.
Not to confuse things anymore, except I'd like to ask Mr. Weston to come back, because I want to ask you a question that maybe the other folks might want to comment on. Can you go back to your slides? It was the slide where you showed, it was a kind of hovering photo of the current house versus the new house with the tennis court on the side.
So I reached for the clicker and I missed the keyword. Would you tell me again the photo?
It's this photo right here.
Yes. So as soon as the slide comes up, I know which one you mean. And why don't you stand next to me? So I will do my best to answer, but
Because
but
what has occurred to me, I was just, as you're getting this, is that the first floor in the new home is about 1,000 square feet less than the old home. So I was trying to figure out where that reduction is. And if you look at this photo, it looks like it's to the right, like right behind the swimming pool. So in essence, it seems to me that if you're on Channel Drive and you're looking north, that you might actually have a better view of the mountains because you've eliminated a part of that west part of the home, the first floor. Do you see what I'm saying?
I believe so. I have Kelly Tyke standing right next to me, who worked on the design.
Do you understand what I'm asking, Kelly?
I believe so. I think.
I'm
Is
just
this
looking
helpful?
at the first floor.
Is that helpful?
Yeah.
or not?
Can we go back to the slide?
Okay.
So this is first floor, the roof of the first floor.
Mm-hmm.
And this is our accessory building. So the footprint of the house is this.
Oh, that's the roof of the first floor?
This right
Right
here
there?
is the roof of the first floor, which
Oh.
is approximately 5 feet narrower than the existing house.
So what are those brown things in the corner?
This right here,
Uh-huh.
that's landscaping on top of the roof. It's a
Okay,
green
that's
roof.
why I was confused. I thought it was the ground floor. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Allen, let's start calling public comment.
We're going to start with Michael Hare, to be followed by Serena Hare.
Chairman Adams, esteemed supervisors, my name is Michael Hare. We live at 1169 Hill Road, immediately adjacent to the proposed enlarged second-story new construction. I had a prepared talk, but I think since there's been some question about the impeachment of our drawings and authenticity, I'd like to address that. This is totally not true. In fact, it was verified by the Planning Commission numerous times. They looked at these pictures. On one occasion, we even certified our own story poles and certified the location of the sight lines. The mountain views are a little bit tricky because as you get closer to the home, what happens is the house begins to obstruct the mountain views much more. And if you notice those pictures, they're taken at a high level, maybe like on stilts or who knows what. And it looks like there's no obscuring of the mountain views, but that in fact is not true. There is an obscuring. And common sense just tells me that if you double the second story and the second story in front is 14 feet wider, that there's going to be some obstruction of the mountain views. It just seems they can twist and turn, but they've doubled the size of the second story and then subtracted some of that out of the first story. In summary, common sense would lead us to agree that doubling the size of the second story will lead to a loss of both public and private views. And private views are important, not just for our home, but a number of neighbors in our area. When this occurs, the proposed construction is contrary to your Montecito community plan and thus should be denied. So I thank your time.
Serena Hare is our next speaker. Be followed by Jonathan Weiss.
Hello, Mr. Chairman and honorable supervisors. In the sake of time, we have a lot of people in the audience who are here to support our side of the story, and instead of asking them all to speak, which I'm sure you would not appreciate, I'd like to ask them to stand at this time. Thank you. My name is Serena Hare. Our home is at 1169 Hill Road. It's a family home for a large family, and we all spend a good amount of time there. While I realize that public views are probably of a greater importance to you, the Montecito Community Plan policy goals also take into serious consideration, and I quote, neighborhood compatibility, residential privacy, public views, and the maximum extent possible, private views of the mountains and ocean, unquote. Our easterly view corridor and southerly view corridor are directly impacted by the doubling of the second-story mass, and this doubling affects both public and private views. The homeowners to the immediate west of the project at 1159 Channel Drive were denied a second story. In a letter dated and received on May 18, 2015, to the Montecito Planning Commission, they stated, and I quote, "We attempted many times in the past with no success to build a two-story home, adding a few square feet of living space. After 17 years of failed attempts, we ended up accepting the condition of renovating the existing single-story structure on our existing building pad. The reason given at the time for not allowing a two-story home at our location was to allow for the continued public enjoyment of mountain views from Channel Drive and the Pacific Ocean," unquote. Additionally, the previous owners of the applicant's home, Mr. and Mrs. Chase, were strictly limited to the current square footage of the existing second story when they remodeled in 1994. They were unhappy with the restriction, but they accepted it nonetheless. If the doubling of the second story is allowed for the applicants, a new precedent will be set, and numerous small cottage lots will request second-story homes. We would be in favor of a plan for new homes should the size of the second story not impede on the goals of the commission.
I'm sorry, your time's up. Thanks.
Thank you.
Jonathan Weiss, to be followed by David Cornwall.
Thank you, Chairman Adam, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Dave Cornwall, 1126 Hill Road, Montecito. For 10 years, I lived directly north and behind the applicant's home. And I can tell you that from multiple directions, the mass that is being created by this twice as large a second story is going to be very much affect the public views from Channel Drive, as well as private views from my ex-house and our Sturgis's new home, as well as the neighbor to the west, Mr. Steele. Throughout this whole process, there have been minimal little changes made to the project, and again, with our time being cut down, I can just tell you that over and over again, the house and the designs have been turned down by both the Planning Commission and also the Montecito Land Committee voted 7-0 to uphold the 3 denials by the Planning Commission, and the Montecito Association Board also turned this down multiple times. The house is substantially larger in mass for the small lot that it is, and depending upon the angle which you look, not directly behind from the very middle of 1159 Hill Road behind the applicant's house, but from the angles, the extra mass of the little second story that they say they dropped down that would affect nobody only does not affect Mr. Hare and not anybody else. So I can tell you that the majority of people who've looked at this, other than MBAR, who virtually ignored all their own planning design guidelines, not one, not two, but virtually all of them. I please hope that you'll uphold our appeal and support the Planning Commission, and no project should be approved if non-compliant with the Comprehensive General Plan, of which the Montecito General Plan is a part of. And I can tell you that the house, Mr. Makarachian's house that was denied, the minute, if you were to pass this, tomorrow morning, he'll be in with his second story because he built his single family
Thank you very
with
much.
every intention of going up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Edwin Quackenbush, to be followed by Will Gustafson.
Supervisor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Staff, Mr. Weston indicated that several houses had been approved in the last couple of years with second stories, including at least one that was in this neighborhood. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Farr, I can think of certainly one in recent history in between the project parcel and the Biltmore. The Van Wolfswinkel project was approved in the last year for a 2-story residence, and that's currently under construction. I can't verify others, but just haven't done that review to confirm or not the answer to that question.
Okay, so the Montecito Community Plan obviously doesn't ban second stories. Does it have any policies that have to do with how big they can be or how much of a percentage of the whole square footage or any kind of a ratio like that?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Farr, the ordinance has a 25-foot height limit, which can go up to 28 feet when you have a pitched roof. In this case, it's a flat roof, so they'd be subject to the 25-foot height limit from existing grade, which they comply with. And then the guidelines speak to when you're working with second stories to pull them in from the edges of the buildings to provide sort of the layering effect or sort of the wedding cake effect when you work with second stories. But I don't believe there's any language as to square footages of second stories relative to the first floor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're on.
Thank you. My name is Ned Quackenbush. I'm lived at 1120 Hill Road since 1980. And I walk along Channel Drive every day to go to my health club. And so I've noticed this project from the time the story poles went up, and it's just the beauty of Channel Drive for Montecito is the proximity of the ocean on one side and the mountain views on the landward side. And the doubling of the size of the second story of this house is going to affect those views and will encourage others to put second stories where they can. And so I wish and hope that you will support the Planning Commission's denial after 3 separate hearings of this project. The views are precious, and this is like Shoreline Drive up on the mesa where the houses have gotten mansionized because the property values are so great as they front the park. And as just a member of the public, I cherish those mountain views and don't want to see them deteriorated by larger construction projects on the road. Thank you.
Will Gustafson, to be followed by Susan Petrovich.
Chairman Adams and esteemed supervisors, my name is Will Gustafson. I've been a resident of Santa Barbara and Montecito now for over 28 years, 16 of the last 18 years at our home on East Mountain Drive. My wife and I were privileged to live in 1154 for the past 2 years and cherished our time there. Grateful to Steve and Cheryl for that. During our time there, we experienced firsthand every time those story poles went up, public comments. We had people tack notes on our gate, in our mailbox, confront my wife and I when we came in and out, asking each and every time what's going on. They're very open with us once they found out we were not the applicant or the owner. I've been in the real estate development business for over 40 years. I understand the process clearly. I'm pro-development. I admire Tip Chong's work. I think he's a genius. I actually love his work. I just believe that based on all the comments we heard from the community that he's been charged with an impossible task. He's trying to make 10 pounds look like 5 pounds, redesign after redesign. I think that the experts, your planning commissioners, were out each and every time the story poles were put up. They made the right decision denying this project. There's no injustice here. There's no wrong to be righted. The Planning Commission didn't create any errors. This is just the wrong house on the wrong lot. Thank you very much.
Susan Petrovich, to be followed by Mindy Wolf.
Could you put up my PowerPoint, please? It's the one that looks like this. Sorry, technical difficulties. When could I have the thing finished up here? My name is Susan Petrovich. I'm going to start with a brief introduction, and that is that this project is a demolition and a replacement. It's an opportunity to replace the existing pre-community plan house with a better one that complies with the Montecito Community Plan. The proposed project makes things worse. The issue isn't the comparison to the existing. It is treating this as a vacant lot. You have two options. Will you enforce and preserve the Montecito Community Plan, or will you establish a precedent that waives the community plan compliance for these applicants? So here's the wording that many people have referred to. It says very clearly, this is the very first land use goal, protect public views and to the maximum extent feasible, private views to the mountain and ocean. Here's the existing residence. This is taken from the Sturgises right behind. This is the house with 14 additional feet of width to the second story. Here's the landscaping. The landscaping they proposed is full-sized, enormous trees, oaks, sycamores, bay laurels, and the like. And here's another view from the very corner of the Hare property. This is the latest project plan. Those white slides that Derek showed you, those were earlier iterations of this plan. It has changed so much, but as you can see very clearly, the mountain views will be obstructed with this. It just cannot be denied. There's the line. Next goal, ensure that development doesn't impinge on the roadway. As others have noted, Channel Drive is special. The houses in the front row have an opportunity to enhance Channel Drive or loom over it. The existing house already looms over it. The proposed house will just make it worse. Policies, new structures shall be designed to minimize their visibility from the public road. That's a shall, that's mandatory. This house says, look at me, and in fact it shouts that, and the proposed landscaping just increases the problem. Now, there's been a lot of casting of aspersions on our photographs. They did the same thing at the Planning Commission. And as pointed out by Mr. Hare, their photographs are phony.
Sorry, you're out of time.
This says I have 15 seconds. 16. Oh, you interrupted me.
No, it's over.
No,
No, that's over. It's going up
that counts
now.
oh, I'm sorry. Could I just show you these? Because these were,
No, I'm sorry. We got 2
Commissioner
minutes.
Brown's photos.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Mindy Wolf, and then we're going to hear from Sophie Calvin.
I'll admit I prepared for 3 minutes. I thought that's what we were getting, so I will try to be quick. My name is Mindy Wolf. I represent legal counsel for the Sturgises, owners of 1159 Hill Road, immediately behind the project. This is an image we created. This home, the single-story home, was built in 1975. This is what the view would have been over. And the reason why that's significant, as Susan pointed out, this is a complete demo and restart. The white line, 20 years after this was approved, that was approved. The next year, Montecito guidelines and the update the community plan went into place. So that second story went in before the guidelines protecting mountain and ocean views went in. Here's the plan, and here's the new one, 14 feet wider. The concern in the guidelines and the community plan was to preserve the understated nature of Montecito, protect mountain and ocean views. The community plan, quote, concerns that the Montecito area is experiencing an erosion of quality life and community character. Now in 2016, the applicants are proposing this 14-foot wider home, and I'm going to get to it. They're proposing they complete tear down. There's no legal precedent. There's no basis in the law for them to be entitled to a second story whatsoever. There were compromises proposed saying keep it at the same square footage. Applicant did not reduce their square footage 1 square inch. They did not reduce the windows 1 square inch after the Planning Commission gave them direct instruction. Not a single foot, not a single inch reduced. Here is a list of the neighbors supporting this denial, supporting your denial today. 11 immediate neighbors. Here's where they're located. This is who wants you to say no today to this project. In addition, we did inform the public of what was happening. We gathered 53 community members concerned about this project. Here's again the Sturgis view, 14 feet wider, the landscaping. There are only 2 second stories on Channel Drive. They have stars on them. There are 3 on Hill Road behind this project, but it's regardless because if they build this and landscape it, we won't see the ocean anyway. Here are reasons why to deny the appeal. It fails to meet the Montecito community plan to the maximum extent feasible, protecting private and mountain views. The Planning Commission are problem solvers. They proposed compromises and asked for specific changes. And unfortunately, this applicant failed to reduce it a single square foot in square footage and failed to reduce it a single square inch. Thank you.
Sophie Calvin, to be followed by Bill Spiewak.
Good afternoon, Chair Adams and Supervisors. My name is Sophie Calvin. I'm an agent for the Hares. Oh, sorry. Sorry, these aren't my slides, actually. There. This chart shows the square footage of the existing versus proposed. The proposed project is 10% over guidelines, but when you look at the additional square footage, a detached 2-car garage, a detached cabana, and a habitable basement, which is not included in the Montecito guidelines, but one should look at the cumulative development on this small, non-conforming parcel. The total proposed development is 940 square feet more than what is there now. The mass scale and bulk of this project is excessive. Mr. Weston states the neighbors are objecting to this house that are, quote, significantly smaller, lower, and more clearly massed. The Hares are not objecting to the second story. They are objecting to the increase, more than doubling the second floor area and increasing the width of the house along Channel Drive, which blocks more ocean views. Compare the existing house to the proposed. The architect is increasing the first floor south-facing glass by 82% and the second floor glass area by 23%. County policy states lighting of structures, roads, and properties shall be minimized. They are increasing the glass on the south, not minimizing it. The proposed second story is 14 feet wider than existing. Since the existing second story blocks current mountain views from Channel Drive, increasing the width of the second story will block more. Mr. Weston's letter to the board states, quote, it is only a 2-bedroom home. This is a 3-bedroom home. The 3rd bedroom home is in the basement. His letter also states, quote, the proposed home complies with every single element of the community plan. Susan and Mindy clearly stated community plan policies that have been violated. Please do not be deceived.
Sorry, you're out of time.
If you have any questions regarding the CAD drawings, I was the one that took those. If you have questions, I'd be happy to answer those for you.
Bill Spiewak. And be followed by, is it Ann Strickland? Amy Strickland after Bill.
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, my name is Bill Spiewak. I'm a consulting arborist. I was asked to look at this project and see if the landscape would complement or conflict with the Montecito general plan. And I looked at the trees that were proposed, and among them are some very large trees, including coast live oak and California sycamore, which get up from like 50 to 70 feet tall, if not even taller sometimes, and spread 40 to 70 feet. So they're large trees. Mr. Weston showed that one view with two landscapes, before and after, and showed, and the building I think is 22.5 feet tall. There are 6 trees proposed for the back of the lot, the north side of the lot, sycamores and oaks. They have the potential to grow 50 to 70 feet tall and spread a total of 7 times 40, 50, 60 feet, which is almost 400 feet. This is an 80-foot wide lot with 6 large trees across the back. Now, granted, they'll be overlapped probably to some degree, but still the potential to completely cut off the view and conflict with the Montecito community plan is definitely there. The photos, it's interesting, the photos seem to be conflictual among people, but the trees don't lie. They get 50 to 70 feet tall and grow easily as wide. And if that's a 22.5 foot house, those trees are over the top, no doubt about it. Thank you.
Excuse me, I have a question for the arborist. Is it Bill? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Hi. So this is something that interests me because I could see how this could be a problem. So how long would it take an oak to get to the height that you're talking about?
I would say that you could, depending on the size of the tree that was put in and the care that it received, it's not unusual for trees to grow anywhere from 1.5 to 4 feet a year. So if you do the math, 50 feet could be 25 years or it could be 12 years, well, plus the original size. I would assume they'd probably put large trees in the start,
Right.
which would probably be 8 to 12 feet tall, if not bigger.
Okay, so then is there a way to somehow, you know, if you came in and said, okay, we're only going to make them, they'll only be allowed to be 15 feet or 20 feet or whatever we put as a requirement, could you prune them, could you cut them to match that?
Trees could be pruned to fit any size and shape, but what happens is when you take a tree that genetically wants to be 50 to 70 feet tall and you continually try to keep it down at 25 or 20, it stimulates a lot of vigorous shoots and it becomes now a big hedge. So that is possible, but it requires regular maintenance at least once a year, sometimes twice, depending on the species, and oaks definitely and sycamores are fast-growing trees.
Would you be able to work on a recommendation that would find a tree that's maybe more easily maintained, that's not a 70-foot tree?
Probably.
Okay.
The landscape architect has done a nice job in doing his job in creating a landscape that complements height, softens the architecture, but it's still massive.
Okay.
So that's what you're going to have, size, bulk, and scale with trees.
Okay. Thank you.
Amy Strickland. Be followed by Mary, is it Hollick?
Hello, Chair Adam and Supervisors. I grew up here in the Santa Barbara and Montecito area, and I ask you today to remain in opposition to this project. It doesn't fit the character of the subject neighborhood, and as a longtime resident and supporter of our quaint and unique Santa Barbara, we fear this type of project to be a gateway of the type of build and scale of homes that we wish to keep at bay in order to protect the landscape we all enjoy. Thank you.
Mary Hollick. Be followed by Robert Collector.
Thank you, Chairman and trusted supervisors. I just moved here 8 months ago from Dallas, Texas. I am extraordinarily inspired by the beauty that is Montecito and Santa Barbara. There's nothing like Channel Drive. I walk it every day. It gives me goosebumps just to talk about it here. I ask not that you focus on some of the previous arguments, the 9-inch argument, whether less is more. That doesn't concern me. What concerns me as a new community member here is the grand aesthetic. And you all are the trusted gatekeepers of that aesthetic for all of us. So I ask that you please deny this appeal. Thank you.
Robert Collector, to be followed by Dana Sachi.
Esteemed supervisors, I want to talk quickly, respond first to the defamation from Mr. Weston about our planning commission, about the neighbors. I want to talk as somebody who's been president of the Montecito Association in leadership for most of a decade and chair of land use for multiple times. Naomi Schwartz tasked me with creating the qualifications for MBAR and for the MPC. What she intended was, at least what she told me, was what she wanted was that our planning commission, our neighbors, our residents would be stewards of the plan, not staff, but neighbors who lived here, who walked in the community. These MPC members worked many hours as stewards, looking at the site, living here, studying everything. It offends me when anybody would say that, characterize their decisions the way that Mr. Weston did. They agonized over this, but they know better than anyone who is in local government because they are neighbors. With MBAR, understand something. MBAR frequently does not consider the site. The way that the plan is formulated is that homes are compatible with the sites. That's why. You can have a two-story home if it's compatible with the site, if it doesn't create impacts. The Supervisor Farr, the two-story house that you mentioned, went up because it was approved by a previous planning commission. This planning commission wouldn't have approved it. But when you have a site that is as substandard as this, there's no way that this home fits. It just simply does not fit on the site. And finally, Mr. Weston may get up and make a comment about the Montecito Association's letter, but I think I'm probably better equipped than he to talk about the MA. The MA never supported this project at all. And they wrote a letter that said they want you to take into consideration the Planning Commission. That's the way that we work, and we hope that you respect it. Thank you.
Dana Sachi, be followed by Arlen Goldsby.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Board. I am speaking in support of the project. And I'm a longtime resident of both Montecito and Santa Barbara. I personally was involved with the building of 5 residences on Hill Road, and I'm very familiar with the fabric of the Channel Drive and Hill Road neighborhoods. As Mr. Weston stated, for years I felt the current residence is a sea of red tile roof and lacks landscaping and needs to be redesigned. I've become familiar with the proposed design and have studied the drawings, and I feel it greatly improves the neighborhood. I cannot understand the issue of blocking the mountain views, and I feel that the owner and architect have gone to great lengths to prove that point. The Montecito Community Plan is extremely important, and I believe this project complies with the community plan, and I believe staff's original findings for approval clearly state that. I urge your support of this appeal. Thank you very much.
Arlen Goldsby, be followed by David Lacey.
Hello, I'm Arlen Goldsby. Excuse me. I've lived in this community for 45 years, and this gorgeous, extraordinary setting. I've been in business on Coast Village Road for about 18 years, and very much involved with the Biltmore Hotel, so I spent a lot of time on Channel Drive because we had a vitrine in the lobby for our store. And so I know very, very well the aesthetics. I happen to be a very visual person, and I'm not going into anything new because you've heard enough numbers and statistics, and I don't know that. I'm very emotional about this because I went through this with my husband, who is now deceased, for almost 2.5 years, trying to get our home built, which really did not exceed anybody's problems with their view. And I really think that a lot of the neighbors and people that are involved with this do not quite understand how much time, effort has been put into this project, which happens to be extraordinary. I mean, I've seen it, I've seen the evolution of it, and I really feel very strongly that this is just people who have nothing better to do but to figure that their view is being blocked. And I've been through it, I know what it takes. It's a lot of frustration, it's a lot of money, and it's a lot of time, including yours. So certainly try to support this. I'm sure you will.
David Lacey, to be followed by Bernie Correa.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. My name is David Lacey, and I'm a real estate broker with Berkshire Hathaway on Coast Village Road. I live in Montecito on Hot Springs Road, and I'm down on Channel Islands frequently. It's my neighborhood as well. Stephen Colbert, on his show, coined a term that I just think is very applicable to this discussion. It was truthiness, and it's elements of truth, but it's not the truth. It's really not the truth. It's just, it sounds like the truth, but it's not. It's truthiness. I've watched this project. I've gone to a number of the meetings that have been held for it, and I'm actually a little offended by some of the photoshopped photos that have come up that have just not been accurate. In fact, we just saw one today from Ms. Petrovich. One of the photos that went up that she showed as to what the new height of the house would be clearly had a row of red tiles above the existing or the proposed structure. It would not be as high. The view is actually improved. I think it's a wonderful project. I think it should be built. I think to leave the existing structure there would be wrong. This is a chance to have a wonderful structure by a world-class architect, and would greatly improve the Montecito. I would be delighted to have it. Thank you.
Bernie Correa, to be followed by Faisal Alyssa.
Good afternoon. My name is Bernie Correa, and I've been a member of the community for a little bit over 3 years. So I've been following this project for the past several months, and most recently when I've reviewed the design documents, I noticed a very blatant difference between the opponents' renderings and also the Warner Group's rendering. So after doing a little bit of homework, trying to see what the truth behind this was, came to an interesting conclusion. I don't have 20 plus years of professional experience, but it just takes a little bit of common sense. Looking at the false Photoshop, something as simple as moving the location of the house off the lot, or the false Photoshop with the tree. And very quickly comes to realize, it's not right to try to fool the community that way. And I know we've seen a list of signatures on a prior slide, but those signatures are based off of those false Photoshop images, and that is just not right. As people of great influence and respect in the community, I ask you to please look at the facts and make your decision. And the facts show that this project in no way makes any violations to the current laws and regulations established for development. Personally, I believe the project is not only beautiful, but is extremely progressive addition to Channel Drive and to Montecito. I fully support the project, and I ask that you please look at the facts when you make your decision. Thank you very much.
Faisal Alyssa, to be followed by George Cassell.
Good afternoon. My name is Faisal Alyssa, and my family members have been living here in Montecito since my grandparents came in 1980. Our family has a condo in Montecito Shores next to the Coral Casino and a house on East Valley Road. Our family has been living in this neighborhood for many years and care about the people in the community. The Grabowskis are very nice people, and we should welcome them to their new home. If they want to improve the neighborhood with their beautiful home, then we should let them. We have seen the proposed residence and believe that the design is greatly improved, and it'll be a beautiful addition to Channel Drive. The house is modern, and it uses natural materials and landscaping to blend into nature. And I speak for my whole family when I say that we all support the Grabowskis and their project and ask you to please approve their home. Thank you.
George Castle, be followed by Jeff Young.
Good afternoon, supervisors and esteemed audience. My name is George Castle. I've lived in this area for about 44 years, most of it in Montecito. I'm damn lucky. Let's see, I'm a member of the Coral Casino, been there about 32 years. Had the honor of serving on the Montecito Beautification Committee for 4 years back in the 70s. I think it's called the Montecito Association now. Pretty much almost every day, I take a walk down the beach and come back on Channel Drive. I mean, you got to face it. Channel Drive and the homes and the ocean, it's the crown jewel of this area. It's gorgeous. There's nothing not to like. We're so blessed to wake up here. At any rate, when I was taking my walk last Friday, and I spotted a little chair and a table and a gal and this poster here. And so maybe we can talk Photoshop. I have a really keen eye for spotting things and spotting differences, okay? So to start with, at the top, ladies, gentlemen, on your, if you have your little poster, it says blocks public mountain view with a picture of the proposed house. Oh, but behind the proposed house is the existing house. Guess what, folks? It's higher. Okay? Then we move on down to where it says too large, gracious. Well, first of all, Photoshop. This thing is moved way forward on the lot. In fact, it's almost on the yellow line in the middle of Channel Drive, if they had a yellow line. Then, let's take a look at the next one. Blocks public mountain view.
I'm sorry, you're out of time.
Okay, well, thanks for your courtesy, and I certainly am for building this beautiful house. Thank you.
Jeff Young. And then we'll hear from Sam Maphis.
Thank you for your time, supervisors. My name is Jeff Young. I'm a longtime resident of District 1. I'm here because I happen to be walking down Channel Drive, which I do with some frequency, and I noticed the story poles. I inquired about the project, I learned about it, and honestly, what I learned more than anything else was that what was proposed is materially better than what exists. And when then I subsequently learned that there were some misrepresentations associated with what was proposed by the opponents of this particular project, I got disappointed. And the reason I was disappointed more than anything else is first because I actually believe the project materially improves Channel Drive, but then secondly and more importantly, the fact is that I felt there was a silent majority that supported this project that might not come out and speak in favor of it. The people who are directly affected might in fact say that they don't like it, but the people who support it and think it improves the neighborhood wouldn't necessarily come out and speak for it. So I felt it my duty as a citizen, as a member of the community, and as a guy who just walks along Channel Drive frequently to say that this is something I think you folks should support. So thank you.
Sam Mavis, to be followed by Mike Barnick.
Good afternoon, Chairman Adams and Commissioners. My name is Sam Maphis. I'm a landscape architect in town, and I've had the honor of serving the community on the MBAR for many, many years. I'm a former member, and during the process, I was able to see this project come through many iterations, and I'm here to support the project because I really feel like it did go through the system, and it did go through the design review in ways that it should. It met criteria through all the professionals that are appointed to the MBAR. So with that, I think the process for design review was taken care of. I think it was looked at in neighborhood compatibility. It was looked at in terms of mass, bulk, and scale, and it compared itself to certain aspects that were brought up at the public hearings during the Montecito MBAR hearing. I think the planning commissioners, as their duty, really should depend more on the MBAR as they certainly get all the feedback that they should in terms of design by professionals. They have other issues they need to look at in terms of land use, neighborhood compatibility, certain other criteria, but I really don't feel like the plan commissioners needed to get into as much design and emotion that was generated in this when the design committee that was reviewing it for a year and a half had really done a very diligent job changing it. So I really feel like that part of it is something that you really need to realize in terms of our system, that the plan commissioners looked at it a little bit too extensively in certain areas that changed and worked into the design realm. Now, in terms of some of the landscape questions, I think I'm qualified as a landscape architect to speak to the fact that the trees that were proposed, I agree, in some cases of the 2 species are too tall. There are other species on the plant palette and on the design that do fit, I think, a profile of staying lower naturally, would not need to be trimmed, and I think in general that is a case where the landscape could be relooked at and certainly conditioned in ways to help some of these questions that have come up in terms of bulk and scale.
I'm sorry.
Thank you so much, though. I appreciate the time.
Mike Barnick, to be followed by Bob Clammer.
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, thanks for your time today. I don't think I'd envy your job today at all. Either way, it's a lose-lose. I'm here to speak in support of the project. And one thing that I've never really heard anyone talk about today is people's property rights. When someone buys a property, they do diligence and they figure out what they can do with the property and what they can't. Okay, all those are written in reams and reams of guidelines. And when you buy a property, you have an expectation that you can do what these guidelines say you can do if you're being reasonable. Okay, when I hear words like scale, massing, feel of the neighborhood, character, I don't know what that means. I mean, it means a different thing to everybody. If they don't want second stories in this area, then they should put it in the CCRs or do something so when someone buys the property, they know they can't build a second floor. I think there's really been a disservice done to the Grabowskis. They've spent a fortune trying to defend themselves against these claims that are just maybe exaggerated. I mean, if we boil out all the community service that these lawyers are doing to preserve mountain views, I think it really comes down to some people feel that they're entitled to a better view of the ocean, and they're fighting very hard to get it. And so the question is, are they entitled to that or not? Do they get veto power over someone's property when every piece of paper and the arduous process of going through planning says it's fine? I think that compromise is important here. They should be able to build a second story because nothing says they can't. And when it comes to plants and trees and colors and all this, I don't think there's an issue to sort of accommodate whatever the neighbors want. But to force them into a smaller home just because they're in the mood to do it, I don't buy into that at all. So I hope you'll take what I said with due consideration and support this project. Thank you.
Bob Clammer, to be followed by John Eisenbeis.
Chair Adam and members of the board, name is Bob Clammer. I'm a 36-year resident of Santa Barbara, 33 years a California State licensed architect, about 25 years working as a senior designer, along with infamous people like Barry Burkus on award-winning projects. I currently work with Jeffrey Burkus, and I've looked at these drawings and scrutinized them for their mass bulk scale, setbacks, height requirements, view corridors, floor area ratios, neighborhood compatibility, all these things typically we consider as designers. I've been on design review boards and critiqued, and I think that the architect on this project has appropriately and very nicely addressed all of these issues, so I strongly support this project. And I might also point out that one of the things I heard earlier in the presentation from Mr. Hare, he said that one of the photos was taken across the street. I think if you took it right next to the hedge, you wouldn't even be able to see over the hedge. And also, he was implying that if you got closer, that you'd have a more realistic viewpoint. And just as an example, if I pull my paper in front of my face, yes, that is going to block your view. So let's be realistic and consider the views that are really there. Thank you.
John Eisenweiss, to be followed by Eric Still.
Good afternoon. My name is John Eisenweiss. Sorry about the voice. I've had the opportunity to review these documents, the drawings, both these documents and those provided by the applicants. Just in short, it's already been said, this is a terribly done document. It's inaccurate and misleading, and I think has gone a long way to unduly influence the neighbors. This document is accurate. I've looked at it very carefully. The story poles line up with the structure. The Photoshop, the photographs have all been totally accurate. So I'm fully in support of this project. I think it meets all the criteria for good design, good landscape design, with the exception of maybe some modifications to a few tall trees, as my friend Bill has pointed out. But there's one other thing that I'd like to point out that was brought up several times during these discussions. The applicants required to the fullest extent possible, preserve the views of his neighbors. And it's my opinion that they've done that. They have gone to great extreme to preserve these views. What the statutes and the guidelines do not require is for you to improve your neighbor's view. And that's where I see a conflict with several of these neighbors who are going to great lengths to have their view improved. So again, I would fully support this project. It's a beautiful house, a beautiful project, and it'd be an asset to this community.
Eric Still? Eric's gone. Okay, then Steve Grabowski. And Steve's our final speaker.
Button cleanup, no pressure.
You'll have a lot of time left after I speak. I just want to introduce myself. I had the pleasure to meet a few of you yesterday. I wanted to also introduce my wife, Cheryl. My son, Devin, came up from LA. I also want to say that this has been a very difficult process, as you can imagine. But I think it's also very important for me to recognize the people that have helped us out with this, the Warner Group, Tip, and Kelly specifically, Derek as well. I will say without equivocation that I feel very, very, very comfortable with my integrity saying that the facts that have been provided by our group are, in fact, what they are presented to be. I also would be remiss if I didn't say a moment of thanks for one of our neighbors who unfortunately were not able to be here today, Paul and Jane Orfala, who I believe sent along a notice to you, but they've been very supportive as well, and I wanted to recognize that as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, do we have any staff comments? Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. I'm always trying to jump to the end, aren't I?
I don't blame you. So Derek Weston, I will just respond very briefly by way of rebuttal to some of the comments in the order which we heard them. Mr. Hare testified that he had his own story poles put up and that they were certified. Two problems with that. First, the story poles were on his property, not on the applicant's property, so they really don't give you any kind of a realistic image. And second, he neglected to tell the surveyor, Joel Avakian, went to high school with Joel, that the plate was being lowered 9 inches. So the story poles just are not accurate, despite their efforts. Mr. Hare said it looks like the photos were taken on stilts. I was there. I'm not a tall person, 5'9". The photos were taken in a normal way at eye height. It is really important to emphasize that there is really overwhelming support. I think there are 27, 28 letters that you have received. We are not going to burden you by reading them, but I hope you looked at them. Every one of those people had nothing at stake and nothing to gain, wrote detailed letters saying they had looked at the plans. They weren't relying on word of mouth. They saw the plans, they understood them, and they actively supported the project. Time after time after time, the witnesses who are opposing this say this blocks mountain views. All of us agree that the community plan is important. All of us agree that Channel Drive is important. But it doesn't work to just say it blocks mountain views if there's no evidence that establishes it. And we believe that our evidence compellingly establishes that the mountain view is improved, not diminished. The three houses, there have actually been 3 houses on which Supervisor Farr have been approved for second story. The house at 1210 Channel Drive had 2 different 2-story houses approved, one in 2013 and one in 2015. And the house at 1104 Channel Drive was approved for a new 2-story in 2005. Sophie Calvin stated, black and white, that we have increased, not decreased, the amount of glazing. That is not correct. I ask you to ask for the facts from staff. I believe they have very carefully checked our figures and will confirm that they are accurate. Mr. Spiewak commented about the landscaping. Landscaping close to the ocean is a very harsh environment. They cannot grow at the pace he's describing. But it really is a bogus issue. We added the landscaping plan at the specific request of the Montecito Planning Commission. If people have suggestions for a different landscaping, we are more than happy to consider them. We're just trying to give you a good overview. And we have leaned over backwards and offered a view restriction to make sure that the Sturgises will not be hurt. Usually, I have to strong-arm clients to agree to that kind of thing. But Cheryl and Steve agreed right away because they want to do the right thing. That's what they're trying to do. I really want to thank the many people who have come out to testify. They have nothing at stake, and there are so many people in this audience who have taken hours from their day to come before you with no view or anything to gain, but because they believe this really is the right thing to do. Susan Petrovich said, you have a chance to reboot. This is a brand new house. You can tear down the old house and build a new one. Therefore, you should start with a 1-story house. That ignores reality. There is an existing 2-story house there. If this appeal is denied, nobody's going to tear it down and put up a 1-story house. It'll either stay there and we're stuck with what we have, or they'll make small remodeling and tweak it, and over the years maybe it'll look a little bit better. But nobody is going to eliminate the 2-story aspect of the house. And even a majority of the Planning Commission said 2-story is fine. Yes, we made the 2nd story larger, but we did it in a way that impacts no private or public mountain views, and we think the evidence is clear. So this really is an unusual situation in which we're asking you to grant an appeal, but you don't have to continue it to get findings for approval, because staff has already drafted 3 pages of findings of approval. When the Planning Commission asked them to draft findings for denial, they only changed 2, well, 3 about the same subject. Exterior lighting, which we have completely dealt with, and mountain views, which even 4 of the Planning Commissioners say was not an issue of concern. Actually, 4 of the Planning Commissioners said they were not concerned about either lighting or mountain views. Their own statement of the evidence shows that these findings should be adopted. So I think I've respected my time. We really, really appreciate all the energy you've devoted to this. We respectfully ask that you grant the appeal and adopt the findings for approval that were originally prepared by staff.
All right, thank you. Any further comments from staff?
Mr. Chair, staff is available for any specific questions any of the supervisors have, but we don't have anything to add.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lavanino, and then Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess my question is about the landscaping plan. So you've agreed that, I mean, if we moved forward, is there something enforceable that we could condition, or how would we condition that, I guess?
Mr. Chair, supervisors, there are a couple of options that you could consider. The most enforceable is if you actually change the project description or add a condition of approval that limits the height that the supervisors find appropriate, or you could give staff direction that we include in our memo to the MBAR for final review that they specifically address that northern property line screening
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of things that came out from the public. One has to do with the rooftop area, or maybe I brought it up and that's what we discovered. I hadn't seen that, or really, I hadn't known about that there was going to be that rooftop area. Had that been discussed during the MPC hearings?
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, that was one of the areas that the appellant's team did speak to, that they had that as an accessible rooftop garden, that one of the compromises was to exclude access to that area. So it had always been proposed as a form of green roof during this the process.
So it's not accessible then?
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, at this point, as Mr. Weston indicated, it's accessible via a ladder only, no internal.
I thought that was the higher one, but this is a rooftop on top of the first
That's
story.
correct.
So there is no access.
Mr. Chair,
Okay.
Supervisors, that rooftop deck over the first story currently has no accessibility from the second story of the house.
From the second story, but how about, there's no access at all is really the answer.
That's correct.
No easy access.
And no easy access. One of the speakers mentioned that the second story is 14 feet wider. And if you can go to Mr. Weston's slide. And it's this one that says story polls, October 12th, 2015.
That's right. Mr. Chair, Supervisor Wolf, could you show us that picture one more time so we can load that one? Hold on. Wait.
Okay. That's it perfectly. So if you are, if you're going west, and you can see those green lines, is that what is being referred to as the 14 feet extension out?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Wolf, the front facade has been reduced in width. The setback portion that is behind, that is a new section that is being proposed, and that is wider than what is currently there.
When you say it's new being proposed, give me a time frame. What do you mean by that?
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, the additional approximately 600 square feet of new second story is set behind the front facade, and that new area of second story is what is wider than what is currently there.
Okay. And then if you look at the area that's closer on the east side that has the lines through it, I'm assuming that is being eliminated?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Wolf, that's correct.
So on one hand, you're eliminating how many feet?
It's just being set back. It's not getting eliminated.
Okay, well, so can you clarify that?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Supervisors. The straight-on street view does have a section to the east that is reduced in width, and it appears to be approximately 8 to 10 feet. The architect could probably specify exactly that there. You can see that it's actually being eliminated, but that area is pushed behind, and then elongated in a new section on the second story.
But you can't, but you can't see it from Channel Drive.
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, that setback section, there's a good massing of that is behind that front facade. So the applicant or appellant's contention is that even though it is new area on the second floor, it's behind in that massing, that front facade, and as it's designed, it also has a north-south access that does not impact greatly neighbors' views or public views.
Okay, but the other side does increase the massing. You can still see it from Channel Drive.
Mr. Chair, there is a section that's on the west portion that is new that does extend out. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And west bit would be the left-hand side of the street view.
Mr. Chair, that's correct on this photo, yes.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a picture of this from the street as it will look with the wall in front of it?
Mr. Chair, we do. We will cycle through to that.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if you would like, there's one that shows the juxtaposition of the existing and the proposed, if you want that one up.
Yeah, why don't we take a look at that one? Yeah. All right, well, I don't have any. Okay, there we go.
I guess I'll start.
Chair's supposed to be last, so.
Well, yeah, it's
Mr.
Supervisor
Levinson.
Carvalho's district, so I guess we're all sitting here waiting for him to go first, so.
Yeah. Guess he didn't want to be supervisor today.
Yeah. So, one of the things that we're asked to do or required to do is make findings for approval or denial. And in the, let's see here in the, for me, one of the findings would have to be that that the lighting would be increased. I don't believe there's any outside lighting proposed. I didn't see anything in the evidence that anybody talked about that was talking about increasing lighting. That mountain views would be further obstructed. The views that I see that are obstructed are by the existing trees that are there. And I really didn't see a picture at any point from any angle that with this new design further blocked any mountain view that already didn't have another tree behind that view. I think the project's been downsized. Somebody talked about the mansionization of that area. It's a 3,100 square foot house, which even in my neighborhood would not be considered a mansion, and I'm sure in Montecito it's not. So, I just didn't see the one thing I do have an issue with is the landscaping, and while I think this might even be this view, this Photoshop view of what oak trees would look like maybe 20 or 30 years from now, while I don't think it's going to get to that extent, I do think it's something that needs to be addressed so that we don't have, a landscaping plan that completely covers the property. I would be in support of granting the appeal.
Supervisor Farr, thought you'd never click.
I was waiting for Supervisor Wolf, but I couldn't stand the suspense. Well, let me just start off by saying that I've really struggled with this. And for those of you who know me and know some of my history, I started out in county government as a neighborhood advocate on land use issues, and then spent some years on the Planning Commission, and now on the board in my 8th year. And so, I and all of us up here are certainly veterans of a lot of land use disputes between neighbors, and trying and working on community plans, adopting community plans, and then interpreting community plans later on as issues come up. So, I'm always concerned about preservation of neighborhoods. I'm a big supporter of community plans. I'm always concerned about new projects that come in that are impact privacy of neighbors, and public views, and to a certain extent private views. And in this case, there is some protection for private views in the Montecito Community Plan, although there aren't in other parts of the county, but we still try to respect that as much as possible. Because we know that that is very important to people, and they buy property, with the expectation that that's going to be kept. So I want to do what the community wants me to do, and I want to do what the Montecito Planning Commission, wants us to do. But my problem is that I'm just not seeing the support for it in the Montecito Community Plan itself, or in the findings, as Supervisor Lavigno talked about. So the Montecito Community Plan doesn't dictate a particular design style or styles of range. It doesn't dictate a limit on square footage, including for second stories. It doesn't ban second stories on Channel Drive, and as we heard, there's actually been some new ones approved in the area, so there's not even a trend to not allow them anymore. The project doesn't ask for any modifications, which we a lot of times see. Modifications in the heights, let it go taller, modifications in setbacks. In fact, for the square footage that's counted, there has been an overall decrease, and therefore an overall reduction in the percentage over the FARs. So it's within the range that seems to be already there, according to the information that we have. Like Supervisor Levin, I'm not seeing mansionization here either. So, it's really hard. And, it does come back to the findings. What do we have? What are our policies? What can we say, how this doesn't comply? And, as I reported in the ex parte, the conversation that I had with Ms. Petrovich did focus a lot on the Montecito Community Plan policies and those that she felt this project was in violation of. But I'm struggling seeing it. I think when it comes to the lighting, as we talked about before, this would require a lighting plan externally. I don't believe we have policies that can really regulate the lighting internally. And I have to say, although I'm not sure it came out in this hearing, that when I met with the appellant, that they talked about the fact that they felt that their first floor was going to be less visible from Channel Drive when they were done than it is now, because of putting in a slightly taller and solid wall. They wanted to have more privacy in that area, because that is where the swimming pool is. So I'm thinking that there's going to be less light visible from the first floor than there is now. The other thing that is mentioned in the findings has to do with overall increase in size, bulk, and scale, as it impacts views from Channel Drive, of the house, and then of the Santa Ynez Mountains. And that, concerns me. But again, from the information that we have, I'm just not seeing it, because as Supervisor Wolf pointed out, there seems to be a reduction in the second floor on one side, and an addition, on the other side, and an overall lowering of it, particularly with the reduction in the chimneys that are there. So I'm not seeing this massive intrusion into the skyline that would really, set me back and say, whoa, this is not anything we want to have anything to do with. When it comes to the neighbors, the Hares seem to have quite a wonderful view of the ocean, and it looks like it might be improved by the taking off of the corner of the second story on that one side. And the Sturgis is directly behind. I share Supervisor Lavagino's concerns about the landscaping. And I think that if the board decides to move forward and grant the appeal, that there definitely should be direction that says that the landscaping needs to be of a type and size over time that is not going to impair the views that the neighbors have at this point in time. So, it's a very odd position for me to be in, but I'm not finding enough there to be able to say that this project, is not acceptable, at least according to the Montecito Community Plan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No.
Well, I'm very conflicted, just to say it right out loud. I'll just tell you my thought process, because when I first looked at this, I did feel like this was an enormous house, and I know we're not supposed to look at the basement, but to me it's almost like it doesn't feel like a basement. There's a bedroom and other structures. The elevator goes down. There's an entrance from the front, a nice little patio with an entrance. It just doesn't feel like what I think of as a basement. The garage is larger, and of course, the second story is just about double the size. So when I take into account all of those things, I'm looking at a significantly larger home. But I am also looking at a significantly nicer home. But I don't think that either of those issues are in front of us, whether or not I like the home or not. The size of the home, apparently I would have included portions of the square footage that I shouldn't. So if you just look at what I'm supposed to look at, this house would be smaller, but it's really not. I asked the question yesterday about the height because I was really concerned and frankly confused by the different renderings that we were seeing. So that's why I talked to staff to get a better understanding of that. And I thank you again, Jay, for that. And I'm feeling less uncomfortable with the impact that this would have on mountain views, on the views of the San Ynez mountain range. But there's no getting away from the fact that with all that with approval of this project, you would be doubling the second story. And by doing that, there are definitely impacts. And there would be impacts from Channel Drive, and there would be from the front of the house, and also from that corner photo, there would be an impact of the public view. Is it less significant than I thought it was at the beginning when I first looked at these photos? Yes, it is. It's lower down, but the bulk or the size of that second story is still greater. So then I was looking at neighborhood compatibility. I I guess if you look at the size, the square footage as we're supposed to look at, it does seem compatible. It's just that second story that's so troubling to me. This would have been much easier if you just didn't have that, if you just, I'm not against second stories, it's just like, it just makes it much more difficult. So I would have to make the findings that this conflicts with the community plan, the Montecito community plan. And one of the policies is that new structures shall be designed, sited, graded, and landscaped in a manner which minimizes their visibility from public roads. And I don't believe that this project minimizes the visibility from public roads. I think that it's greater than what is there currently. Now, as far as the lighting goes, for me, that's not an issue. Is protect the visual importance of the San Ynez mountain range and ocean views. Well, as I said, it's not as bad as I thought it was, but I do think that there is an impact to the San Ynez mountain range. So I am leaning toward not granting the appeal, but I see that we have 2 members so far who are leaning toward granting the appeal. I could make a vote and kind of be the one who is there for the community, which is something that I like to do because, as Supervisor Farr said, we take the issues of our community very seriously. And I know if it was Eastern Goleta Valley, people would be, they take every street and every view very seriously. So do I do it based on that? Do I make my vote based on that? Or do I do it based on the facts or how I interpret the community plan? And I think, and thank you all for listening to my crazy thought process. My husband has to deal with it all the time. I think that when push comes to shove, I am going to have to fall on the side of the community plan on the policies that I outlined about the visibility from public roads and protecting the visual importance of the San Ynez mountain range. And to the group Baskis, I hope, well, you know what? The vote may just go your way and then you'll be happy. I don't know what the vote's going to be. But that's where I stand.
All right, my turn. Yeah, the first thing I am is mad because this whole issue of the elevations called into question and really not being able to resolve. And, in this day and age of the ease with which people can make representations, you would think that in the event that there was a conflict like this, there'd be some kind of a verification resolution process because, are you guys able to represent either one of these sets of plans or representations are accurate? Technically accurate, or are we having to rely on everybody?
Mr. Chair, supervisors, the appellant's plans are drawn in AutoCAD and they've rendered those photorealistic simulations. Mm-hmm. Staff's analysis would accept those as completely accurate.
Okay.
They were accepted by the BAR as well.
Okay, and are we aware that the hair drawings and representations are created with AutoCAD also?
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, no. I do not know how those were generated. There was one, it appears Ms. Petrovich will answer that question, but as far as staff,
Well,
there's
I'm
unaware.
I think we're at staff now. Thank you.
I understand, Mr.
Thank
Chair,
you.
but it's a misrepresentation to say they aren't AutoCAD. They are AutoCAD, done by Sophie Calvin, who's in the audience.
All right. Well, I wish that you had a way to vet these things a little tighter when you have a problem like that, because you know we've got two different sets of plans, and you know when you look at a representation like this, I frankly have a very difficult time thinking that's unreasonable, and I think that's the same problem that Supervisor Wolf and Supervisor Farr are having with their struggles with this. You know, and that's the problem I have is that, you know, we have, and I'm a mansion guy. I love mansions. I mean, if it was a mansion, I would be even happier. I mean, if it was 10,000 square feet, I would be good with that. But you know what we get from mansions? We get taxes. We get property tax. We get 90% of our money, which we don't have enough of, from property tax. So for me, you know, we've got a business to run here. We got a lot of services to provide. We have a lot of demands on all of the dollars that come in here. And, you know, when it really boils back down to it, you got a neighborhood dispute here. And I understand that there's some people that may lose a square inch. You know, Mr. Weston, you missed an opportunity for another statistic here. You could have counted the pixels. You could have got down into how many pixels there were of ocean color, you know, and we could have really got down into the weeds on this thing, as if we didn't get in the weeds. I mean, we'd have to get inside the leaf in the weeds if we got any deeper in this thing. So, yeah, I'm having a problem saying that this is unreasonable or incompatible in any way. And, you know, if you're going to say, I think it's unreasonable to say the world can't change. I think the world has to be able to change a little bit from time to time. And, you know, these people bought this piece of property. You know, as Mr. Weston said, there's never going to be not a second story. So, without belaboring it, I'm going to support granting the appeal. So, do we actually have a motion to incorporate?
Chair Adam?
Yes.
I understand the conceptual of where you're going with this, and I think that the package in front of you is set up as deny the appeal. You do have findings for approval of the project that were at the Montecito Planning Commission, but if the board wants to approve the appeal and approve the project, I think the options are you could trail the package and allow us to work with planning while you go back to closed session on that, or to continue the item down the road. I think we've had a couple items that would need to be addressed, including what I'm hearing so far is some concerns on landscaping and how to address that, and that doesn't sound like a quick fix on the conditions, as well as addressing what I understood to be the concept of finding applicants' visual presentations more credible. There's a few things in here that, given this project, I think would be worth some time to tighten up the findings for approval of the project. And again, we might be able to do that in the next 45 minutes, or you might want to continue the item so you could have those findings addressed.
Well, I think what I'd like to see us do, and Supervisor Lavanino wants to say
Well,
something.
go ahead. I think you're going to say what I was going to say.
Okay. What I'd like to see us do is trail this thing. I think we have at least an hour in closed session. Is that too short? That's too long. Okay. All right. Well, that's pretty good. Well, I'll believe that when I see it, because usually that's a rose-colored glass estimate. So let's see. I know that Mr. Weston is there, and let's see if we can't get this squared away in a little while and do something.
So I think what I've seen so far is just, and no vote on it, but just direction to staff to return in about 45 minutes with updated findings to approve the appeal, make the findings for approval, address the CEQA exemption for approval, and approve the project. And I don't know if staff, and you might ask staff if they need any further conceptual direction on the landscaping concern that Supervisor Lavanino raised, and I think we heard raised here, if there's any specifics.
No, you got the landscape too?
Mr. Chair, board members, just to clarify, the impression we have is that we would not be adding a new condition addressing the landscaping, but rather giving proper direction to the Montecito BAR to review the landscaping with particular attention in terms of the species along the fence line to ensure that it doesn't block any private views of the ocean.
That's my direction. At least that was my concern.
Okay.
I think that provides us enough.
All right, perfect. Do you need to read us out into closed session again, or?
Chair Adam, the two remaining items for closed session today are public employee appointment for consideration of public defender and public employee evaluation for county executive officer.
All right, well, we will be back in 45 minutes, and that's a promise. coming. Are we on? All right. All right. Ms. Black, are you gonna, I see the mic pointed, both mics pointed at you, so that must mean that you're in charge there. No, I think we'll do that last, hey? Yeah.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair and members of the commission, we have prepared revised findings, which in their substantive part includes underlining, so the board can identify what we changed. There were other changes made to reflect these findings being adopted by the board rather than the planning commission, but we didn't underline those. And Alex can walk through those with you if you'd like. We also attached the CEQA exemption as Exhibit B, and then Exhibit 3, Exhibit 1, Exhibit 2, and Exhibit 3. And Exhibit 3 has one change, substantive change to it to reflect the direction you gave, and that is in Condition 3. Which is the aesthetics BAR condition, and we added the MBAR shall verify that landscaping shall not impair existing private views of neighbors of the ocean. No, it's not strike. We didn't put it in strikeout. It's the last sentence before timing in Condition 3.
What number is that?
Condition 3 in attachment. It's Exhibit 3. That's the CDP, and then Attachment A is the conditions of approval to the CDP, if that makes sense. And there's a subheading that says condition by issue area. Conditions by issue area, it's that first condition that follows, Condition 3, on page A2. And then when your board is ready, I can read a proposed motion into the record for you.
And Chair Adam, I'll just note that copies of the materials that Ms. Black has been going over have been made available to the public in the back of the room. They're posted online. And before the board actually makes a motion on this, I would recommend providing a limited opportunity for public comment on these updated findings.
I have a question.
Yes, speaker slips would be great. Thank you. Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On item 2.2.4, but it's the second page, it says that about the photos and the second story element would not appreciably block public views of the mountains as seen from Channel Drive. So using that terminology, because I guess what I was saying is that that it still does block the views. But so what this language, I've never really seen this in a document. Either it seems to me that either it blocks the public views or it doesn't.
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, obviously we were fairly crunched in trying to craft some language here, but the discussion sort of boiled down to, is it compared to the existing residence, or is it compared to nothing on site, or how do you take into consideration the mature trees in the background? So I think staff would feel comfortable removing that word, that adjective, appreciably, and just leave it as not block public views of the mountain as seen from Channel Drive, if you'd be more comfortable with that.
I recommend against that. I mean, I'm no attorney, but when you say categorically that it doesn't block public views, then it does block public views a little bit, but appreciably is like there's an acceptable level. It's down to how many pixels does it block more than the other thing from the same place, and if you move a little bit, it's not going to block as many, or it's going to block more than,
okay, that's fine.
It's how many angels are dancing on the head of the pin.
Chair Adam and Supervisor Wolf, I think also it would help if you look a little bit further down that page at finding 2.2.4, the development will not significantly obstruct public views for any public road. So it's harmonious with that.
And
2.2.4 at the bottom of that same page.
We were on 2.2.4.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner,
So if
Oh, at the bottom of the first page?
If you look, actually, if you wrap before the
Right.
text that you're on, right at the top
Right.
of 2.2.4, that's the actual finding. The development will not significantly obstruct public views.
Yeah, okay.
And, Mr. Chair, I'll just point out for the board that we felt it was important to point to the evidence that the board was relying on, and those photo simulations, I think, were the evidence, and they show the relatively minor change.
Okay, shall we do public comment? Let's call him up. Mr. Allen. Let's do 3 minutes. We'll give everybody 3 minutes,
Ms. Wolf?
since they're hanging in. Oh.
Ms. Wolf? Then Ms. Petrovich, and then Mr. Weston.
Basically, again, my name is Mindy Wolf. Thank you, Supervisor Wolf, for your comments and thoughtfulness as far as the guidelines and policies go. I'm basically going to just object generally to the drafting of the findings and our ability to kind of on the fly right now provide comments to them. It's a little bit tricky. I don't believe that you all made findings consistent with these. They weren't specifically discussed amongst yourselves today, and it feels like since this was crafted in the back room just in the last 30 minutes, it feels like some more thought and review should go into these findings prior to your accepting of them and taking your vote. A continuance would be more appropriate.
Excuse me, stop the clock. Are you asserting that the board was in the back room crafting these
No,
things?
the staff was.
Okay, all
Yes,
right,
sir.
just wanted to make
No,
that clear.
the staff was in, the staff
I think you
left.
said you all were in the
Oh, I'm
back
sorry,
room
the staff.
crafting. Sounded like
That
I
didn't
was
sound
involved
good,
in
man.
that, yeah.
I really take offense to that. That did not sound good, and I don't know what you're trying to insinuate, but
I meant
we
the staff.
basically.
I meant
Okay.
the staff. I'm sorry if it
But
came
they're
off.
they're not going into a back room crafting something. They took what we said, came back with findings, just like they came out with findings for approval originally, and during the
Right.
hearing, they went back and came back with findings for denial. I mean, this happens all the time, so I just took, and I didn't like that.
Well, and these findings were prepared for the planning commission, Montecito Planning Commission. You should know that.
And they
You
were
involved.
rejected. Right.
Exactly,
Okay.
but that's why we're
So
that's why
first of
we're
all-
up here. Okay,
okay.
start the clock, please.
First of all, well, can I respond really quick?
No, go ahead.
I'd like to apologize if it came off as if I thought you supervisors went into a back room. I know the staff did. I made an effort to approach staff to discuss some of the concerns I had about the conditions and did have some interaction and tried to have some influence on them, but there was no attempt, there was no ability for us to comment on them as they were being drafted. Obviously, I didn't.
Well, we gave them orders and they went and executed the orders. That's what staff does.
Okay, time is running. There you go. It really wasn't intended as a personal insult. I'm surprised it came off that way, and so I apologize for that. Specifically, the broad finding of the project does not block any views from beach and retains public views of the mountains as viewed from Channel Drive 2.2.4. I didn't hear communication from the three voting towards the project that it did not, it retains public views of the mountains. And so it felt that that particular finding was would not be appropriate in this instance because I didn't hear that language. And so specifically that finding I would think could be modified because specifically Supervisor Adams, you just said, well, it does impact it some, but just not that much. You didn't think it was very much, very significant. And that was just your comment you just had made. And like I said, I got handed this 5 minutes ago, so I'm trying to look at it and provide public comment because we're asking for it on the spot. The photo simulation story polls validated by a licensed land surveyor. I guess I would ask staff, is that based on the piece of paper that the applicant puts up on their slides that has the piece of paper, I think it's Proper Land Surveying. Is that the basis for that support, Alex? For that statement? under 2.2.4 at the bottom last sentence, second last sentence.
Yeah, this is for comment. You can give us your
Okay.
comment.
So it'd be helpful to know where that finding is coming from. I guess I would, 1 second, urge the board to consider all the comments that were made, including Supervisor Wolf's, in the findings that they made. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Farr.
Mr. Chair, just to weigh in on this, you know, I just want to say on the record that these findings for approval were in our packet. They were part of the public packet. They were specifically referenced by Mr. Weston in his presentation. Although he said he wasn't going to take the time to go through them, I would have thought that if anybody, you know, thought that that might be a possibility, that, you know, that they would have looked at them, because the only changes we're looking at now are the changes that are underlined and that staff are outlining that are anything different from what has been in the packet for this project from the very beginning, including coming to the board.
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess, so I'm not going to vote on the findings, but I would be surprised. I am surprised to see one of the findings talking about the exterior lighting. I don't recall that we really touched on that very much, other than the photo simulations. I myself even said that I didn't want to get into the issue of lighting, and yet that's on 2.2.1. But that's up to you guys, because that is an added finding, and I'm just saying that I don't think we talked too much about it, other than there is that PowerPoint presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, just in response to Supervisor Wolf, I mentioned it in my questions, and I mentioned it you know, in my comments, so I know that I raised the whole issue.
Mr. Chair, I think I asked the question of staff as well, so.
Okay.
Ms. Petrovich?
Thank you, Ms. Chair. My name is Susan Petrovich, and I just do want to raise the fact that this is a highly controversial project, as you saw by the number of people here, and in this kind of project, it's very unusual to give the opponents 5 minutes of review time, including of the changes, to comment. So I'm trying to hit all the ones I can, but with the proviso that I think the process is inappropriate for this project. This addition on the second page, it's to 2.2.1. There is no evidence in the record that there are any lighting controls to ensure either exterior lighting or interior lighting. Later, there's some conditions that there shall be, but there's nothing in the record that the current project as designed, and that's what this states, has those. And if you're basing it on a visual simulation, I don't think you can do that. You have to have something that actually shows that there are controls. Evidence has to support these findings, and you don't have that evidence. In 2.2.3, it says that the subject property and proposed project are in full compliance with all rules, laws, and regulations pertaining to zoning uses and so forth. The evidence in the record is contrary, and the Montecito Community Plan is contrary. In 2.2.4, the proposed project does not significantly obstruct public views from any public road or from a public recreation area. If your finding said does not increase the obstruction or substantially increase the obstruction, perhaps this would be a true statement from your perspective, not from ours. We say that it does not. But the proposed project will significantly obstruct public views because the current house significantly obstructs them. So the evidence does not support your finding. I don't believe there's any evidence in the record regarding the story poles being supported by a licensed surveyor. But I would say that both the applicants and the opponents' CAD presentations did reflect the work of a licensed surveyor and were certified based upon story poles. 2.2.5 in the middle, it says the revised project, which reduces the overall size. There is no evidence in the record to support that. In fact, the evidence is to the contrary. There is no reduction in size, overall size. And then in the conditions, it's hard to find the changes because they're not highlighted in the conditions.
Thank you, Ms. Petrovich.
Well, I would object to being cut off because of the short time that was allotted to even review these. So you're entitled to cut me off, but I think it's inappropriate. I think it's a mistake. But we'll take care of that later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Weston?
So thank you. As Supervisor Farr mentioned, the findings, except for these changes, have actually been in the record for 6 months because they were originally presented to the Planning Commission, I believe, last year. I have had the chance to look at the changes that are underlined. I think they are appropriate. As I heard your comments, I think they comply. It's my understanding that the only change to the conditions, let me confirm this with you, Diane, is in paragraph 3 at the end of the first full paragraph, there's a new sentence: the MBAR shall verify that landscaping shall not impair existing private views of neighbors of the ocean. And if that's the addition, we think that's fine. The question was raised about the surveyor certificate. We did have a surveyor verify the accuracy of the poles, and we submitted, I believe, the original, which has a surveyor stamp, in the record, and then we had a photocopy of it in our slideshow, but the document was provided to staff. We have stated on the record that we are removing all the exterior kind of bright lighting of the exterior of the building, which we think is responsive. And I will remind you, the MBAR has final control over all details, architectural details and lighting. So we thank you for your time. You really put a lot of effort into it, and I'd be happy to answer questions, but those are my comments.
All right. That brings it back to the board. Oh, no, it doesn't. Staff. You're going to give us a proposed language?
Would you like me to
Yeah, let's
give
do
you the
that.
language for a proposed motion?
Mhm.
So I think your motion would be, A, approve the appeal, case number 16 APL 7. Make the required findings, B, make the required findings for approval of the project, including CEQA findings, included in Exhibit 1 presented today at your hearing. C, determine that approval of the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA sections 15301 and 15303 of the state guidelines for the implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act as specified in Exhibit 2 provided today. D, approve the project de novo, case number 14 CDH 14, subject to the conditions in Exhibit 3 provided today. And E, waive the, do you have the, I don't think I wrote it down right. Waive the, oh, I did write it down right, sorry. Waive the notice of exemption 6-day posting requirement for good cause pursuant to CEQA, County CEQA Guidelines Section VD2. And I believe that would reflect the action of the board in conceptual form.
And we concur.
Okay. All right, do we have a motion to that effect?
I'll make that motion as Ms. Black read it into the record.
I'll second it.
Okay. Do we need a roll call? Okay. Mr. Allen?
Ms. Wolf?
No.
Ms. Farr? Mr. Lavanino? Mr. Adam?
Aye.
Passes 3-1. The record reflect that Supervisor Carbajal had recused himself.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Gazzoni, you'll be reading this out.
Chair Adam, the report out from closed session. Today in closed session, the board considered 3 cases of existing litigation: George versus County of Santa Barbara, Borjas v. County of Santa Barbara Channel Keeper v. County of Santa Barbara, 2 potential cases of anticipated litigation: conference with labor negotiators for all bargaining units, unrepresented employees, managers, and executives. You were scheduled to consider public employee appointment for public defender, but did not, and public employee performance evaluation for county executive officer. No reportable actions.
All right, and so now we are not coming back until August 23rd. Is that correct? Oh, we have a special meeting. What's our next date? You don't have to come. If you don't feel like being a supervisor that day, that's okay.
Yeah, we have a special meeting on the 16th just to consider the re-ratification of the resolutions. Then we're back for a regular meeting on August 23rd.
23rd. Okay, very good. All right, thank you very much.